Today's episode is brought to you in part by Amazon. Everyone loves the convenience of shopping from home. Amazon helps you do just that. Shopping for new computer components, the best gaming peripherals, or even pre-built PCs, there are always new and interesting finds on Amazon. Right now, you can get free 2-day shipping with a free trial of Amazon Prime that you can cancel anytime. Plus, you can help support us, Defense of the Patients, by visiting defenseofthepatients.com and clicking through the Amazon banner on our website. Just click the banner and do your shopping. No additional charge to you. No, nothing, really. Amazon provides support to the Defense of the Patients just for telling them that we sent you. So remember, before you shop on Amazon, visit us at defenseofthepatients.com and click on the Amazon banner on our website to support the show at no cost to you, only benefit to us and presumably Amazon. Thanks, guys. Now here's the show. All right, hello everyone. Welcome to a very special Tuesday episode. It's not the Tuesday Q&A, in fact. It is the 7.06 patch notes. We have been graced by our Lord God Ice Frog, and we've got some new patch notes to go through. So, joining me today is BreakyCPK, or maybe it's me joining him. I don't know. It's some combination of the two, I'm sure.
We're joining together.
Yes, we have joined to go over some patch notes. And of course, all the other shows this week, we will also be doing patch notes related stuff. I know me and Proud already have some interesting plans for Thursday's show. So I suppose without further ado, let's just get right to it. So each of us have read him, more or less before, but this is going to be our first real analysis of them. This is, of course, let's see. I woke up at 10 a.m., so the patch notes have been out in my mind for like 5 or 6 hours at the time of recording. Seen some interesting stuff, some interesting theories. So yeah, let's just get right to it, shall we? So first, deny mechanics, the Dendy buff, as it's been called, and also the me buff, if I do say so myself. Deny mechanics. Creep denies now grant the denying team 30% of the XP bounty, and deny XP is increased from 50% to 70%, and that's regarding opposing denies. So, Breaky, you're obviously the pro guy, right?
Yes.
There are certain pro players, I know I brought up Dendy, but that are, regarded more highly for their mechanical skill rather than like the playmaking skill and stuff like that. I personally, obviously not a pro player, but I have notoriously over denied for years and years. And now I'm finally, reaping the benefits. What do you think about this change?
So this was one of these changes where it's kind of funny that it was like the first line, because reading it right off the bat, I kind of had to absorb what it truly was saying. It's almost a little confusing as far as what it actually means. But so again, to clarify, so the creep denies now grant the denying team 30% of the XP bounty. So basically, this is more incentive to want to deny said creep on top of already just trying to take away from the other team, right? So now the other side, they do get a little bit more experience negated, or a little less, I guess, experience negated as a result of this. But so for me, that was one to kind of just absorb right off the bat. But this made me realize that this patch as a whole is probably potentially going to be, pretty game changing in a lot of ways. And as far as the competitive side of things, I mean, that mid roll, especially when it comes to that game, the last hitting, where that's where you really focus on, not only last hitting yourself, but then denying said creeps. And then there's even another addition to that mid lane specifically, as we'll get into later. But this is something that's, I honestly just don't know how to really feel about it right now, other than it's probably potentially going to increase the levels of everyone in the game in the big picture, I feel like.
Yeah, for sure. I think definitely my gut reaction to this was we've seen kind of pseudo duo lane mids for a long time now that roaming is, people don't static tri lane anymore. They usually, have a roamer or some kind of aggro lane. And now, instead of having that like roamer constantly threatening your mid laner, you may just straight up have a secondary person and be running like a 2-2-1 as a solo off lane, duo mid, duo safe lane with, some combination of jungling from like a hero like a CM or any of the fours that pick up Iron Town and stuff, popping into mid and reaping the rewards of all this extra bounty. This is maybe like one of the changes that I saw that had the most immediate, like, hands in the air shrug from me, because I'm excited for it, but it's really hard to predict exactly what's going to happen regarding this. So this is one of those ones that I want to see it develop and see if people just say, oh, well, now our mid laner is just going to get more. Or if they're going to say, all right, now there's so much in mid lane, I want to have two people there, splitting those benefits, and all that. All right.
Yeah. Well, and again, just another quick note on that real quick. Sure. It's just the idea that all these changes, obviously they're happening for some reason, right? So you have to try to get in their head and see, well, why would they make this change? But I'm with you. It's one of those, it is truly hard to understand exactly what this is going to do. But yeah, I think overall increasing the levels and perhaps incentivizing that secondary support to even be more of a staple in the middle lane is a possibility. So.
Yeah. After reading through the patch notes, there were definitely maybe like 5 or 6 that were real head scratchers that I just kind of, you read them and you just think you read something wrong, or you just don't know like what the impetus for Ice Frog deciding like, oh, hey, X should now be Y or whatever addition. So let's see. How about you read the next one?
Sure. We got shrines coming at you. Shrines now start on cooldown and become available at 5 minutes. Reduce shrine count in base from 5 to 3. And then Shrine's mana regeneration growth per minute reduced from 1 to 0.75. So across the board, it is nerfs. And I think, at least for me, I am not disappointed by this. I'm fairly happy to see this. I will say off the bat, one of the more noticeable things is this will hurt offlane presence as well as potentially roaming presence to an extent, because as an offlaner especially, you rely on that shrine from the beginning where you'll take the early harassment even despite having a poor man shield or whatever it may be. You kind of rely having that backup shrine where it's like, okay, yeah, it's almost like a second life as long as you don't die initially. Of course, you hit that threshold, you say, all right, I'm just going to pop the shrine and then come back into the lane. You can't do that anymore. You have to wait the first 5 minutes before that's available. That, to me, is the biggest one, and that's no doubt going to hurt offlaners.
Yeah, that's for sure. The other big implication this had for me was a lot of mid laners were skipping bottle. Maybe not a lot, but a not insignificant amount of mid laners were skipping bottle because they could so reliably be using Shrine. So Shadow Fiend is a great example. And even some Lenas were skipping bottle in favor of fast Mana Boot Soul Ring. And now I think those people are definitely going to have to either be a lot more judicious with their mana, or they're going to have to just go back to being standardized bottle mids. So this was definitely, I'm very happy to see this change. And I hate to be, let's see, what's the word for it? Like a traditionalist. But I feel like mid is the lane where people are like, all right, I got to get a bottle so that I have regen. Not, oh, I need to get an extra Wraith Band so I can overpower the enemy because I don't need a bottle because I have a shrine to use. So I'm really happy about this. Especially it makes high grounding much easier. And also, I suppose it hurts those accidental clicking on the shrines a little bit more.
That's died down a little bit, I feel like, but yeah, it's just that's the most frustrating thing, just randomly clicking on that in your base. But yeah, 5 shrines in the base was pretty ridiculous always. Even 3 to me, like at one of these lane, like I get it, but I think you could argue that there should only be like 2. Like this whole uphill defense thing it gets frustrating trying to fight into it time and time again.
Yeah, fortunately they made uphill a little easier, as we'll see. All right, and also the mana regen thing, I think. Now you're going to be even further incentivized if you're not already of swapping your items in and out of your inventory or backpack, because you really got to maximize. 0.75 of the mana regen growth is really, compared to 1, you'll notice it, that's for sure. All right, lanes. Added an extra melee creep in mid lane for the first 15 minutes. Creeps meet a bit closer to the offlane tower. Creep aggro duration has been changed, and the cooldown has been changed, by a very small margin. Lane creeps vision reduced, which only really affects, if you're like a support that is zoning an offlaner. Occasionally you'll catch aggro because of the creep vision. That's, the only big one that I can think of. So yeah, I think, so let's just go over the mid lane first since we're already talking about that. So adding an extra melee creep in mid lane for the first 15 is, I would say that's maybe the big change that made me think like, oh boy, duo lane mids. Maybe a thing again, and if not, especially regarding pros and stuff, in pros you have a more rigid 1 through 5 on the farm party chart. I think now we're gonna go back to the days of 1 position mids, basically, your Sumail Shadow Fiends, stuff like that, where they have that little edge, and it used to be like that, right? Because you had those neutral camps every minute, so you'd get the stacks, you get all that running, then you take those with whatever nuking mid you had. Now obviously you can't do that because you still have the magic regen, but the extra little bit of gold every every wave could potentially swing a bit heavier in that direction. Or maybe some weird, like, throwing your safe laner into mid lane, like your traditional, quote-unquote, safe laner into mid lane.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. What do you think?
Well, the way I kind of looked at it was the idea of this is going to eventually help the mid hero become 6 that much faster, get that much more farm earlier on the game, get that level 6, all important ultimate level from the beginning. And so you're kind of looking at it from the perspective, you put your almost like your safe lane carry, and we kind of see that to an extent already, at least in the competitive tier games. But I don't know if I'm unsold on that as perhaps opening up the doors for heroes like a Queen of Pain, where it's important to get that level 6 ASAP. Or Lena, for example, I know she's a little more relevant as of late, especially, but potentially even more powerful for her to get that level 6 and being able to use that Laguna Blade ASAP basically, or dare I say Arasta mid, get those wards ready to go and pushing towers or ward traps ready to go there. So that for me is how I think this could open up the doors for these much more gank aggressive mids to become more relevant because they're going to be hitting that timing that much faster.
Yeah, it's funny you actually brought up those 3 heroes because all 3 of those heroes, obviously, mids commonly have wave clear, right? There are some that don't. But all these wave clear mids are going to just have that much extra, little bit of gold that will really, if they're just wave clear, right? It's just easy money. The other thing I think about immediately, now that we're bringing it up, is that having an extra melee creep is going to change how you balance your equilibrium. And especially with the aggro changes. So the aggro changes are small, if not infinitesimal, but you may notice them in small circumstances, especially the creep aggro cooldown. So regarding that makes me think you could potentially abuse bad laners a bit more if you're pulling, your enemy 4 melee creeps into killing your range creep fast. You deny your range creep, you're getting the 30 XP. From that, you're denying even more XP from the enemy. I think that has some interesting potential for some maybe small change-ups in how equilibrium is managed in those, if it remains those typical 1v1 matchups. Also to make pushing the tower faster, right? So, because if you have that many extra creeps, especially with the new timing push-based, siege creeps popping out, that are you have to do a lot less math now. Let's see. Just in keeping with the creep theme. So for neutrals now spawn every minute instead of every 2 minutes. A very atypical decision by Ice Frog. He's known for not going back on his changes, but apparently that was a change he did not want to keep. Now they give 20% less XP and gold. Yeah, for sure. And neutral XP and gold now increase by 2% every 7.5 minutes. So that's going to be some annoying math. So do you think this is bringing back junglers, much to everyone's collective chagrin?
I love the idea of junglers personally. I don't think we see enough. Coming from Han, we've gone through eras where we didn't see junglers sometimes, but for the most part we did. So it was a little bit of a take back, kind of like coming over to Dota 2 and realizing that it's not as relevant, at least anymore lately, and especially with 7.0 coming out with the whole jungle changes.
Very frowned upon.
Yeah, the idea of jungle almost became irrelevant. You're just almost hurting your team by doing it in a lot of ways. But I do think that this is kind of one of the intentions, right? They want to bring that option back. The every minute, and I said thank God for that. This is, for me, one of the better changes because this is just a quality of life change, I feel like. As a support player that relies on stacking especially, or like wants to be efficient with stacking, constantly looking up at the clock and be like, oh crap, well, it's going to be 12 minutes here, so I can't stack. And then I forget by the time it's 13 minutes because I'm focused on something else. Like, it's knowing that I can do it every minute now again is just that much more satisfying, that much more efficient overall. So
for sure.
And I do think, but in the big picture, ideally this will bring junglers at least a little more attention now. Yeah,
I'm scared at the prospect. Obviously, because me and Breaky, actually, I think this is our first podcast together. We don't know our respective backgrounds. I never played Han. I played Dota 1, and then I had a brief stint. I got a Dota 2 beta invite, and then I had a brief stint in a league because that's what all my real life friends played at the time. Mm-hmm. So I'm familiar with the plight of junglers and other MOBAs or ARTS or whatever, but keep them out of my Dota games as far as I'm concerned. I'll stick to like the roaming fours that have an iron talon, like Night Stalker. Like, that's cute. I like that. But boy, the dedicated junglers.
What's so wrong with junglers for you? Why? What have they done to you?
See, so my favorite thing about Dota is laning phase. I love laning phase. I think it's like, I love the back and forth. That's why I like mid lane so much. And that's why I like playing a 5 support, is that both of them are so laning phase focused. But junglers, it's just like, okay, well, the fun part of the game is less fun because one person is refusing to participate. And that's why I'm kind of out of it. Also, the mentality of the jungler, you know, Roland is here somewhere and he knows. He's like, oh, I need to be that fourth core because I don't want to support. But that's that's a tangent for another day, I suppose.
All right.
The other big neutral change, bringing this back to us being support players, is that now between getting deny XP on your creeps, if you're making good pulls, you are now going to be getting obviously more potential for pulls because you have the creeps coming up every minute. That makes de-warding blocked camps even more effective and more easy to do. And then you can, let's say stack a small camp, then you pull your creeps, you deny your own creeps, you're getting 30% of the XP for each creep deny, on top of the fact that you're getting all the XP and all the gold, hopefully, for the neutral creeps, which means you're going to be leveling your supports faster, theoretically, of course. You know, maybe we mess this up and maybe we don't level faster at all. But that's a really interesting prospect to me. I think that's going to make, you know, getting your level 6 on your, X support that much faster and that much easier. That's what I'm looking forward to.
It's amazing how 3 lines can change so much. It really is like that butterfly effect as you're kind of going on there as far as the creep pulling itself. But then what about the game of blocking the pull camps as you're hinting at? And well, the other team's going to be doing that. But then that's the idea. Now you can see every minute, oh, if my camp didn't spawn, well, then it's blocked. So now I'm going to counter set ward, and it's going to create that next level mind game now, and even further there. So that's something that's. I definitely kind of look at this and like, God, it really is crazy how much can truly change from just a couple of lines of text here.
It's
on
scary.
paper, it may seem so simple, but yeah, in the long run, it could definitely have quite the impact. But yeah, and then the final one there, as far as so you see the neutral XP and gold now increased by 2% every 7.5 minutes. So by 75 minutes, every single camp will actually be back to where it was before this change. But obviously, at that point, that doesn't really matter. But that's kind of a simple way to kind of look at it as far as in comparison.
Yeah, but you have double of them, so it's one of those things where this is also going to incentivize more of those flash farming-esque heroes, right? Like AM was not super high pick rate recently, and people were not having a lot of success with him. I may be biased because I've only ever lost games on AM recently, but the heroes like him or these Battle Fury builds on heroes like Juggernaut and stuff like that were significantly worse because of the, let's see, is this a word? De-incentivization of flash farming. Now those kind of things are at the very least going to be a bit better, if not optimal, thanks to now having double the creeps, which is weird to say because we've lived in a every other minute creep world for so short. But alas. All right. Let's see. Well, why don't you cover the last bits of creeps with the siege creeps?
Yeah, we got the creeps here. We hinted at it a little bit. So siege creeps specifically. So siege damage type for structures increased from 150 to 250%. So 100% increase right there. Siege creeps HP increased from 550 to 825. You did not hear me wrong there. That's quite the increase. Siege creep spawn rate reduced from every 7th wave, however, to every 10th wave. So it's now every 5 minutes instead of every 3.5 minutes, I want to say. What it was before. And then extra ranged / siege creep now spawn at 40 minutes instead of 45 minutes. So they'll hit the double spawn a little bit sooner here. So this is the idea that they're going to, obviously spawn a little less now throughout the game, but whenever they do, they're that much more powerful. So as far as timing your pushes with the lane especially, that's going to be that much more relevant at the 5-minute mark specifically and so on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is so... I don't know how good at math you are, but I, despite having played thousands and thousands of games of Dota, would still mess up like, oh, when is your siege creep spawning? Like, I think it's probably around this time. Who knows? So now I like that they're standardizing, like, all right, it's 10. We go, we use we don't use the metric system, but we like 10s, right? 10s are easy to compute. So thank God for that, because now your timing pushes, when you have your jungler, let's say your Chen, you can say, all right, it's 5 minutes coming up. Let's run down a lane. We have our freaking huge 825 health siege creep. Let's get going. This is also, I think, going to... I would say, all right, so my ultimate pet peeve in Dota probably is when somebody says, all right, I'm going to defend, like they have creeps going on our high ground, we're pushing, you send back your support or whatever to defend, and they spend time wave clearing the regular creeps, and they ignore the siege creep. And the siege creep doesn't change aggro, of course. So the siege creep just pounds away at your range racks or your, X, Y, or Z. And then you lose a racks, right? So this, if nothing else, will maybe just make people think a little harder about, hey, maybe I shouldn't ignore that siege creep because it's pounding away at my base.
Or it'll still happen and you'll just be frustrated even more, in fact.
Yeah.
So.
Maybe now, the other thing, so HOD, obviously we'll get to the changes, but Helmlet Dominator, that was dominating siege creeps as opposed to dominating, your whatever other creeps you decide. Maybe that's going to be a little better. Or if you're playing your Chen or Enchantress, you can more easily synergize with picking up, 1 or 2 siege creeps and then sieging a lane, rather than how it was before, was like, it's a nice little buff, but there's a big difference between 250% to towers or buildings and 150%. So maybe we'll see a little more nuanced play regarding creep domination. That might be a little side effect. All right,
absolutely. I don't see why not. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a few pro games today, and I saw a couple Chens from Empire, or at least one Chen from Empire. So maybe we'll see stuff like that. Who knows? All right, attributes. All heroes' strength growth increased by 0.3%, or just 0.3. 0.3. Regeneration coming from strength increased from 0.03 to 0.06. Reduce base HP regen by 0.25. So those first 2 changes are basically compensating for the third. Or I suppose they're like checking one another. Balance of Dota power, I suppose. Intelligence spell amp from 1% per 15 to 1% per 14. Mana per point of intelligence reduced from 12 to 11. Base mana increased by 25. So somebody actually made a chart, but this eventually equates to I think it was Gorgon, so credit where credit's due. There was basically every hero, barring items, from stats has less mana at max level, and only a few heroes have more mana at level 1. So all in all, this is just you have less mana change regarding the intelligence changes. And I suppose you will do, a small, maybe 1% or 2 more intelligence spell amp over the course of an entire game.
This is one of those where I kind of look at it all and I say to myself, it feels like that ultimately this is we want to make the burst potential in our game a little less relevant. We want to kind of tone that down a little bit. We want to make it so you have to win sustained fights a little bit more efficiently rather than just relying on heavy bursts, specifically with the strength change right there coming out. So that's kind of my big picture on this. I don't know if we can sit here and talk about these minor number changes, but even as you said yourself, after all the numbers were added up, it's like very few heroes are even going to feel this impact if that. So I don't know. Yeah,
it's small. Maybe the only one that I really think about is the base mana. You now have 25 more base mana, which for a lot of people is not significant, but for some heroes, you might notice it. And that, I think we've all lost kills because we have a 25 less mana. So, maybe that'll do something. But yeah, those are super minor changes. We don't have to stress too much about those. How about you cover economy?
So we got economy here. Good old money. Reduced melee creeps base XP bounty from 45 to 40. Reduced melee creep bounty gold, or gold bounty, upgrade from 3 gold per cycle to 1 gold per cycle. Melee ranged barracks team bounty reduced from 275 to 225 to 225 to 150 to each player. So a little bit less in the end. And then Roshan team bounty reduced from 200 to 150. Shrine team bounty reduced from 150 to 125. Death cost from 100 plus NW/50, net worth /50, to 50 plus net worth divided by 40. Okay, that's, So I'm just trying to figure out what the hell I'm reading here.
It took me a little while too. I was like, NW, what is this notation?
Yeah, net worth there. Okay, so tier 3 tower team bounty from 240 to 200. And tier 4 tower team bounty from 200 to 200. So the big picture, again, this is a case of they're toning down the amount of gold spread throughout the team. Yeah. And the amount of net worth. That's what we got from that.
Yeah, especially snowball wise. I think we can all, we've all played a poor support, and then suddenly, you win one team fight, then you go take a lane of racks in like a tier 2, and suddenly you have 6,000 gold. So now you're going to be getting, incrementally less gold from objectives as a team. But on the upside, again, this is, some would call it a support buff. your death cost is less, right? So you can die and be less penalized. But yeah, overall, you're getting less money from all your objectives as a team. So, whatever. The melee creep XP bounty change, I suppose. So if you're getting 30% of the XP gain, or 30% of the XP if you deny your melee creeps, that's, let's see. If you denied all of your melee creeps, you're getting a little more than one full melee creep, basically. So it's like, 12 or 13 XP per deny, which adds up, I suppose. Yeah, and then a little less gold, but the gold per cycle is not a huge deal, honestly. Like, I don't know, I barely notice that stuff. Maybe I do, and it's just subconscious.
It's one of those, it's one of those ultimate things where it's really hard to kind of sit here and again gauge exactly what this is truly going to do. I feel like that's why they're paid to balance the game, and they've thought the numbers behind the scenes and everything. But as players, I don't know if we'll necessarily really feel these changes.
Yeah, that's for sure. All right, so in general changes, we got a few subsections. First, I'll just cover illusion. So illusion gold XP bounty used to be 5+ level. Now it's just 2 times level. So before it used to be 30 gold for a level 25 illusion. Now it is 50 gold for a level 25 illusion, for context. So you're getting a bit more gold per illusion kill. Illusion building damage now is only 50%. It used to be 60%. So everybody complains about, or not everybody, most people complain about, oh, illusions ruin Dota games. People just rat. It's no fun, yada, yada, yada. I hate Naga. But I mean, personally, as a Naga picker, I'm fine with illusions.
Oh, so you're biased, yeah.
Yeah, but I think this is a very fair change, right? It's especially with these strong illusions, right? You deserve your 50 gold. You don't want to get 30 gold or whatever. So that's fair to me. I like it. I mean, you can't argue with people that hate illusions, to be honest. Although Fly was saying it was good in your interview with him. He was like, yeah, illusions, go for it. But then again, he's on OG, right? So they're biased too.
OG, they play what wins the games for them. And the whole, it's not as bad as it was in the Boston Major, at least, where Shadow Demon specifically was a thing, and the Shadow Demon Luna combination, you just spawn illusions of her, and you just push that. It's like you couldn't do anything against it. So 7.0 introduced that in the first place, as you're getting at with the whole golden XP bounty. But this is them even taking it into another level. And there are still some relevant. Terrorblade specifically is still very relevant, at least in the competitive side of things. And so I'm actually really curious to see how this maybe tones that idea down a bit. But then there's other illusion-based heroes like a Phantom Lancer that's already considered a pretty crap tier. Yeah. And now he's going to be hurt that much more because of this.
Well, his illusions don't give full gold. They only give like 5 gold or something. So he's not affected by this change. He has like...
Okay, that's fair, yeah.
Yeah, his illusions have like a custom formula that I believe it's just a flat, like you get 5 gold or something. So, yeah, otherwise, he'd be murdered by this. That'd be brutal. I think he's still kind of bad, honestly.
He's bad.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah. Although he is hurt by the building damage thing, I suppose. But then again, like, he sucks at killing buildings anyway, because he doesn't generate illusions based on killing buildings. All right. Buyback changed. So, buyback is now a minute longer. You can only buy back once every 8 minutes. Another change to basically high ground defense, right? You have that many less buybacks, or that... Let's see, there's a better way to word that for sure, but your buybacks are longer cooldown. So high grinding is a little bit easier. You have more of a buffer. That's the word.
Yeah, that right there. I don't know if you got the chance to catch it, but I happened to be casting a match this last weekend here, a Navi Alliance, El Clasico as it's labeled as. Yeah. There was both of those games, frankly, but one of the games ended up being an hour and 50 minutes, 5-0.
I watched it. It was fun.
Minutes. It was fun. Yeah, fun. Totally. Yeah. But no, if this change was in, it kind of makes me wonder if that would have been the case, right? Because it's only a minute, but at the same time, a lot can happen in a minute, especially come the later game. That much more time to push, that much more of waiting for a night cycle or a day cycle, depending on which heroes you have, whether it's Coddle, Night Stalker, or whatever. It could be that much more effective. So I personally love seeing this change, because the idea of these spam buybacks can make for some epic fights, and that still will inevitably happen, but it's going to be that much more of a downside now to do so, of course. And I think that's going to ideally end games that much sooner, potentially.
Yeah, I think we'll see more of the like snap buybacks. Like you die and it's 60 minutes and you just know like, all right, there's like a 75% chance I'm going to have to buy back. I may as well buy back instantly, put it on cooldown and then have it start ticking down compared to waiting and then buying back later. And that's something I think I would not be surprised if we start seeing more of. Also, like you said, 1 minute is a long period of time. You can easily say, all right, he doesn't have buyback, we can Roche now or whatever, because that 1 minute is ticking down that Roche timer. Yeah. On that note, of course, Roshan has been changed. Again, it seems like Roshan gets changed every single patch. So he now drops cheese from second death instead of the third. A nice little Ursa and TA buff, I suppose. Ursa armor bonus per upgrade interval increased by 0.2. So now he's a little more armor. So basically, you're just, again, we talked about ending games earlier is kind of the theme of this patch and making high grounding easier. This is definitely going to make high grounding easier, right? Having your cheese at, let's say, 30 minutes instead of 45 minutes, just going by, ballpark random arbitrary numbers I'm throwing out there for Roshan timings. Yeah. The having that cheese earlier is going to make a bigger difference. And also considering the cheese's effect relative to health pools at that secondary Roshan is going to be much closer to full health and mana compared to getting it super late and being like, all right, well, I have 4,000 health because I'm playing Chaos Knight. This is healing me, just incrementally. So that'll be a nice change.
And on that note, it kind of just given overall what you're kind of getting at, I like what you said right there. That's kind of the theme of this patch as a whole. This patch wasn't necessarily named; it's just simply called Gameplay Update 7.06 right now. But they could have named it making your game, or I'm trying to think of a clever name, like less time in game, like making game end quicker patch, like, because a lot of these changes that we've already gone over, and as you're stressing right here in the general changes, that is the ultimate goal, which I think is just, it's a great idea, because I do feel like lately, and I think there are numbers to back it up, especially on the competitive side, we have had longer and longer games kind of showing up. And I don't know if that's necessary. I feel like that ultimately, in the big picture, that's something that's considered a negative. And I think this is proof right here.
Yeah, it's definitely, there's the forever debate, I suppose. Some people like long games, other people don't. I have had a lot of really long games recently, I'll say that. And I kind of like long games, to be honest, but I do understand why. There's a big difference between a 45-minute game and a 55-minute game, as much as it's only 10 minutes. Psychologically speaking, it's enough of a difference to really make you feel like, oh man, Dota's such a long game. Oh yeah, no, complaining. So the next change is the one that I am most disgusted by. I think most just offended by at a very visceral level. Power up runes, which is haste, DDs, etc., now spawn different runes on both sides of the river after 40 minutes. And this is why on the last Theory Crafting Thursday, me and Proud and I were talking about how they should just take runes out, or at least take DD runes out after 40 minutes, 30 minutes. And so that is why I am so
this
ashamed.
Is the opposite.
It's the absolute opposite. So now I am picturing this horrific, dystopia where everybody's going to like Terrorblade 40 minutes, you can't high ground. Then suddenly, you pick up a DD and a haste rune and you bottle one of them and then you use the other. And then you go high ground with your stupid DD. That's just because you RNG'd your way into a victory. I can't stand this change.
See,
gross.
Obviously, yes, there is the RNG element, but is it ultimately another way to kind of look at it though is they got that because they controlled the river at that point of the game. Like they're controlling those runes. So in that sense, yes, it's RNG which rune pops up, and in this sense now there's going to be even two of them. They're in control of that, whether it's because it's warded up or they have that dominating force of the game where they're pushing into your base. This is now giving them a chance to end it that much quicker, which again I think is fine in the end. I think that's the better way to look at it personally. RNG, yes, but not fully necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to be in the proper game state to execute, of course, but I think my problems are just right? We've seen a consistent effort to take RNG out of Dota 2 over the course of the last few years, regarding things like UAMs are now pseudo random a lot of time, or actually they're kind of gone from the game. But a lot of on attack effects are pseudo random, things like bash, etc. And so because clearly people complain about RNG, right? Nobody has fun when it's like, oh, well, I just had bad luck, so I missed PA 6 times, and then she bashed me 4 times in 4 hits, right?
But it's also made for great moments, though. Like, oh, he bashed him 3 times in a row. Holy shit, the RNG was so rare, but he somehow did it. Like, see, this is a half
from a viewer
half
perspective,
full, half empty. Yeah.
But yeah, so this is just, it bothers me. Also, I feel like rune stacking is fundamentally a stupid mechanic. I really don't like rune stacking. I think if you pick up a rune, the next rune should replace it, right? Like, I think it was EE who was talking about on stream or somewhere. He was saying how he just carries a bottle around now because if it's 60 minutes and you get a DD rune, that's how you win the game, right? You say, oh, there's a DD rune there. I'm going to bottle that, walk around, find a good game state, and then either go get the next rune, stack runes, or you're just going to high ground with your free double damage. I think, what was it? At Kiev, we saw a Terrorblade play where he just like got a lucky but double damage rune, was dealing 700 damage. It's like, well, he was losing the game before, but now he got lucky, and now he's like a real carry, right? He gets like a free, extra item. So, that's just me being a Debbie Downer, I suppose. We'll see how this changes. It definitely 100% will make games shorter, because we're gonna have those kind of happenstance things, I suppose. Yeah. And just get unlucky, and it's like, you get an illusion rune and a regen.
I do agree that rune stacking, and this may actually make that a thing where they may look at that, because obviously this is the first time where they're now putting them together where there's going to be 2 runes, and the rune stacking idea is going to be that much more relevant. So it may get to a point pretty quickly where, constantly seeing double damage haste rune on the same guy is going to be pretty absurd, and I could see them reacting to that. So I do agree with you there. But again, the ultimate idea, I do like this idea of the change, because you should be controlling that area of the map. It is RNG as far as what spawns, but when it's spawning every 2 minutes. You go get it if you really want it.
Man, now, okay, so I really don't want to spend like 30 minutes on runes, but now just got me thinking. So runes have a system, right, where you will never get the same rune twice, right? So if a DD rune spawns at 2 minutes, at 4 minutes, it can be any rune that is not DD, right? That's just a balance thing that's been in the game for however long. I wonder how that applies if 4 runes are spawning in the space of a 4-minute period, right? So if a DD and a haste,
in my opinion.
Oh yeah, maybe it'll be like for the spot. Like,
top and bottom are going to have individual,
Okay, that makes the most sense. All right, otherwise it'd be like crazy cyclical, and you just be like, all right, this game, DD haste spawned, so now it's almost certainly going to be, one of them's going to have an illusion or some crap like that. Okay, well, at least you assuaged some of my fears. All right, now uphill miss no longer applies to flying units, so that seems fairly irrelevant. I'm going to be honest, that's one of those things that's so, like, it affects Bat Rider while flying, and like Visage Birds. Night Stalker. I really I can't think of any other heroes that significantly affects. Fix various pathing issues, whatever, bug fix. Tower bonus armor based on nearby enemy heroes increased by 200, another small change, whatever. So, it's gonna be a little harder, I suppose, if you're killing somebody near their tower and they get an extra couple armor, whatever. So getting on to let's get into more specific, non-general changes. Every single respawn talent has been replaced. Ice Frog has deigned that respawn talents are dumb, much like most people have decided. And thank God for that. Honestly, that was the big Lena nerf. Was they took that away and everybody was happy, myself, a Lena picker included. It was just a stupid mechanic. And now they're all gone. And I'm not going to go through all of them yet because they're in the hero-specific stuff.
They're replaced by the... Well, see, on that note, real quickly, though, the reason why I liked this the most, I wasn't necessarily so against the respawn talents. There were some frustrating with the Lone Druid comes to mind initially, and then, as I mentioned, Lena more recently. I like it because of what they're replacing all of them with. Yes. It's making the talent trees that much more custom per hero, which I think is ultimately the direction that they're going in. They put all these general talent trees from strength to stat, whatever, but eventually it's going to be like true talent trees where it's going to have, either this or this concerning one of your abilities. So I like it for that reason alone.
Yeah, I'm thrilled. I agree completely. I'm not in the camp. I don't want every hero to have hyper specific hero things. I think some of them being normalized, like, oh, it's plus stats, or oh, it's plus, whatever. And then having a couple on each tree that are like, oh, it's a hero specific thing. I think that's what I like. But regardless, I think this is definitely in the vein of making the game more interesting and more dynamic and making more hard decisions, I would say. Although some of these are just terrible and some of them are really good, right? So maybe they won't be as interesting. It is, somebody was tweeting about it today, but it will add an extra level of complication and learning curve where now we have to like learn another talent for every hero.
Dota.
And some of them are like, and some of them are so specific. Like some of them are easy, right? Like, oh, plus 40 movement speed on Lena, whatever. But some of them are like, summons a golem on death for Warlock. Things like that are going to be difficult to learn and memorize. And that could cause some problems, I'm sure, for all of us.
If that was an issue with Dota, then Dota wouldn't be where it is today.
Yeah.
To be very blunt about that idea. Like, I understand why people say that, and there's this, will it be able to stay alive and grow bigger even if it's not going to cater to the people that aren't willing to spend time to invest in the game? Well, I think we already have that evidence after 15 years or so from Dota into Dota 2 itself. So I'm not nearly as concerned about that, and I appreciate that they're not going that route, and I appreciate the idea of complexity that it ultimately may bring. But yes, it is a level of complexity, but it's also nothing too dramatic. It's still, if you you're going to have your favorite heroes that you really only care about in the end, and over time you'll gradually learn about others due to them using it against you. That's just how you learn in Dota.
Yeah, it's a more grandiose conversation, of course, but it is interesting to me. For a while, they were making conscious decisions, it appeared, to make the game more accessible, right? With standardizing attack modifiers, standardizing some of the smaller things stat-wise. And then they just went out in like 7.0 and were like, hey, we realized we were making the game easier, and like they were doing the noob stream briefly. Never mind. Here, let's make everything let's make everything 6 times or 8 times more difficult. By now you have to memorize all these talents and with these weird niche interactions. So it is kind of like counterintuitive. But we can save that debate over complication for another day. Let's get to item changes. So why don't you start it off?
All right, we got the first one on the list, Aether Lens here. This is Aether Lens spell amplification increased from 5 to 6%. That on top of the idea, remember, as we mentioned earlier with the intelligence, now providing a little bit more. So there's spell amp is becoming a little more relevant, and then reworked Aether Lens recipe. So it used to require an energy booster, ring of health, and then the recipe for 2350 gold total. Now it requires the energy booster still, but a void stone instead, and then the recipe. So it's actually going to be the same price there, but now it's going to provide 200 or 100% mana regen instead of 8 health regen, and then plus the 1% spell amp, as mentioned.
Thank God.
Makes sense.
I think so. The biggest deterrent always to building Aether Lens is saying, all right, I used to have mana regen, now I don't. This sucks. I'm not going to build this item. Like, I've been playing tons of Bane recently. Bane Aether Lens is amazing. You know what's not amazing? Not having mana. Right, and I don't need health regen on most of the heroes I'd ever build an Aether Lens on, right? Because a lot of times they have tranquils or they have whatever. So this is probably my favorite of the item changes. I think I am thrilled to be using this item more often, and it's one of those changes where I can't think of any heroes that it actively hurts compared to any other situation, right? Like sometimes it'll change an item where HOD got side changed, or like Urn, as we'll see later, gets changed and not necessarily nerfed or buffed, but side changed, and it hurts some heroes. This Aether Lens change, I don't think hurts any Aether Lens hero, but it helps all of them. And so we'll go back to seeing a good bit of Aether Lens. Maybe it hurts Pudge, but he builds Tranquils already, so whatever. Also, screw Pudge. Hurt him. I don't care.
Yeah, there's that. It's just kind of reiterate what you're saying right there. Aether Lens, it just makes more sense because no one ever got the item being like, oh man, I need that health regen. I'm getting an Aether Lens. Like now it just happens to be that makes sense where it's the mana regen. There's the argument that will it make it too powerful? I think that's safe to say maybe why they stayed away from it initially here, but I don't think that's going to be the case. It'll become a lot more relevant of an item for mana, magic damage dealing heroes, but that's fine. I don't think that's a problem.
Yeah, I'm super into it. Also, it's like mostly a support item. Like we don't generally see it on cores, other than like Lena, but the new Lena builds, people don't do it. So it's just a buff to supports that I wouldn't say they need it, but I'm not going to complain. All right, Blade Mail. A lot of these are incremental changes. Blade Mail cooldown increased by 2 seconds. Cool. Whatever. Blightstone, no longer a UAM, and in going with this, Desolator is also no longer a unique attack modifier. So Blightstone, Blightstone's been finicky in that, let's see, ever since it's released, we've seen it be super high priority. Then we saw it get removed from the side shot because that was crazy OP. Now it's in a pretty decent spot, but Medallion and Solar Crest are crazy strong. I think this is just another one of those like weird side changes that is interesting to me. It's not super applicable to a lot of heroes regarding Blightstone, but some standouts that it will affect are heroes like AM and Drow, for instance. Whatever. I don't think it's a humongous deal, but it's interesting. The death of UAMs. We'll see where it goes. Yeah.
Well, it's almost fortuitous that this happened because I literally just mentioned this. I actually brought this up in the .p Discord even because Han actually had a patch a couple of weeks ago that removed all attack modifiers from their game.
Yeah, I heard about this.
It's a different game, so that's another argument. Whatever.
Yeah.
But I found it curious because I'm wondering how that would do in Dota 2 because it made me realize that there really aren't a lot left in Dota 2 outside of a couple of hero ones, as you were mentioning, with Anti-Mage being the bigger one. That's only Desolator and Lifesteal. Now it's no longer Desolator. But again, with a theory crafting that came up as a result of that was I can't really see anything being that crazy. I really don't think it's not like, oh, Anti-Mage Desolator, Anti-Mage without Blightstone is just going to start wrecking games now. It's not going to be. In fact, I don't even think an Anti-Mage would want a Desolator, frankly, unless for the sieging purpose in the end. But so I don't see this as I don't know if we're going to get to the point where they're eventually going to remove all attack modifiers, but Desolator, Blightstone, I think it's just fine.
Yeah, they're pretty close at this point. We'll see. We'll see. All right. Bloodthorn, maybe one of the most best items. Let's just throw out the English
expensive
language.
item.
Yeah. But we all get more gold now, right? So whatever.
True.
Actually, we get less gold, but we die and we lose less. Bloodthorn cooldown increased by 4 seconds. It's now 18 seconds cooldown. And let's see if Daedalus was changed, right? Because these are two. Daedalus has 4 more damage, right? So now everybody constantly, especially like heroes like TA, right? You make the decision, am I going to go Bloodthorn? Am I going to go Daedalus? And in the last few months, it's always been Bloodthorn virtually, because Daedalus got weaker and Bloodthorn got way better. Similarly, we also have had nerfs to Scythe of Vice historically, and Bloodthorn has kind of taken the place of Scythe of Vice for a lot of heroes, like Clinks comes to mind. So I'm happy to see Bloodthorn nerfed. 14-second cooldown is wild. Honestly, I didn't even realize it was that low. I believe it used to be 12 too, if I'm correct. Maybe I'm not, but either way, 18 seconds cooldown means you're gonna be using it twice a fight, whereas 14 in some long fights you'd be using it 3 times a fight. I like this change, flat out. I don't know what the Orchid cooldown is off the top of my head, but it's probably somewhere around 18.
It is 18. You were right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's make that the same. Yeah.
Any deep thoughts on Bloodthorn? I'm honestly kind of just like, it got nerfed. Okay.
No, yeah, it's one of those. Exactly. It's a very powerful item. It is the most expensive, but it's, as you pointed out, on some of these more powerful heroes, TA specifically, we were seeing as like that late game core item, and I'm fine seeing a bit of a nerf to it as a result. So that's just pretty much my analysis there. Yeah,
maybe it'll add some more variation, right? Because it used to be like, when it just came out, people were like, maybe you go Bloodthorn and maybe you go Daedalus. Situationally, you do one or the other. In the last few months, it's just been like time tested and proven. You just go Bloodthorn every game on using TA as the primary example. So, hopefully we see some small change there. Maybe. I honestly doubt it. I think the Bloodthorn utility is just way too good, especially considering Solar Crest is like the god item. Bottle, 10 gold cheaper. Whatever. Who cares? Bracer. Recipe cost is now 15 gold cheaper. So Bracer is now 175 gold recipe, which makes it, I believe, even with the other two. I think Null still might be a tiny bit cheaper. I can't remember. I haven't done the math exactly, but it will basically mean that you can make Bracer starts at the beginning of the game, whereas you couldn't before. But then again, nobody's going to do that because Bracer is not a good item. Just flat out, I'll be honest. I don't know if you have any. What do you think?
No, yeah, well, Bracer, okay, it's not a good item, but actually it kind of may end up being because of a couple later changes, not to spoil anything, but there's a couple of item changes coming up that we'll get to it when I get to it, but I'm actually a little bit excited for, so maybe. I hope so. I mean, I grew up on Dota 1 going like 4 Bracer, Treads, CK. Yeah. Like that was fun. But Bracer, there's just too many better items, right? Proud was talking about it this week. And Bracer's just like, all right, like drums are weaker now than they used to be, so people don't build drums. Although I still like drums. I like them.
So like, why do you build Bracer, right? And if you're a strength hero that's opening the game, you don't have space to fit a bracer in your starting items. Like, what are you going to do? Like, you're going to go, you need to have a stout shield. You probably want to have a quelling blade, or you want a PMS, or any number of things. So I am not super concerned about this. Clarities and salves are both now purgeable. That's the next change. I cannot, I guess Oracle can like snipe your clarities and salves or something. Or like you can have the little purge satyr if you're playing Chen, who apparently is going to be in every game now. You can purge that. That seems not important.
Yeah, seems odd. By the way, just what I was doing right here, I was just trying to clarify in a comment you made earlier about the pattern of the bracer. Wraithband is actually 170 for the pattern, and then Null Talisman is actually 155.
Okay,
so
that's what I thought it was.
Slightly cheaper, yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if the Veil nerfs included an increase to Null Talisman recipe cost, but apparently not. So yeah, they're all, of course, they're not standardized, because why would they be? But they're all relatively cheap now. It was always the 190 recipe for Bracer was always the prohibitive thing, if I recall correctly, regarding, your opening gold purchases. All right. So Crimson Guard, an item that we don't see a ton of, but we've been seeing more of recently, especially with the advent of Bristleback. That's a scary thought. Crimson Guard, duration increased by 2 seconds. So your high ground sieging with Crimson Guard is actually going to be a little bit more effective. I'm pretty fine with this change. I honestly don't think it's a huge deal, again, but it's a nice little incremental buff to an item that's not super high pick rate.
Well, we talked about the idea of the nerfs to perhaps turtling a little bit with the reduction of the shrine specifically, and the buyback, being increased. So I'm fine seeing this in kind of return. And what I'm getting at is because in a recent patch, I think it was past 7.0, but they made it affect buildings. They made the use of it affect buildings. And so the idea that you can use it as a defensive turtling tool to help you, and the fact that it lasts now a couple more seconds, I've actually always kind of been a fan of this item. You mentioned Bristleback here right off the bat, but there's definitely, Underlord, Axe, some of these just really beefy, tanky heroes that are not afraid to be in the front lines. And this is kind of a tool to make up for maybe some of these nerfs to the idea of defending your base.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. I'm into it. And the mental math you have to do is like, all right, well, I have a Vanguard. I could build a BKB piercing disable, or I could get a little AoE tanky thing for a little bit. So that's always the hard decision when you're playing some heroes. But I like the item too. I think it's a novel item, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of it. All right, so we already talked about the Daedalus changes. 4 more damage. Nice little buff to the item. The item kind of sucks right now because its sibling, I suppose, the Bloodthorn, is just way too strong. Oh, but maybe it's a little buff to Ember Spirit physical damage builds. Who knows? Okay. Dagon.
I love this one. Well, no, I'm just cracking up about this next one. Go ahead, read it.
Yeah, Dagon now instantly kills illusions. So illusion gaming is dead. Officially, ring the bell. It's done. It's covered.
No more illusion heroes. They've done it.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those little head scratcher moments. You're like, who thought to do this, and who was like, let's put this in a real patch. But on reading it actually, I like it, right? Dagon 1 I say Dagon is maybe the most notorious item in Dota, or maybe Rapier is the only one, but people always joke about how Dagon is bad and you commit 8,000 gold into just a nuking thing that doesn't pierce BKB or anything. But in actuality, Dagon 1 is an incredible value for damage and for effectiveness and for stats. For only it's 2,700 gold, 2,750 for a Dagon. I really like this change. It's not prohibitively expensive for supports either. So you could feasibly be a late game support and say, all right, I keep getting killed by Manta Illusions from Juggernaut. I'm just going to build a Dagon, and maybe it's hard to fit in your slots, whatever. But you can just nuke his Dagon, stop their high ground push, I suppose, stop their whatever, and get rid of that. You could, if you're playing against a Spectre, and you're playing Puck or whatever, some natural Dagon builder, and she tries to kill you with Haunt, you just instantly pop that Dagon, and then she can't get to you. That's a cool Spectre nerf. I'm going to be honest. I like that a lot. So, it's cute.
Yeah,
I like it.
Well, again, a lot of these item changes, you kind of have to ask yourself, is this something that's where I wasn't buying Dagon before? Is this something that's going to make me actually kind of curious to buy Dagon?
Yeah.
No.
Probably not, but maybe.
Probably, it's so niche of a thing, and there's heroes out there that actually, Lion comes to mind right off the bat. If you really are that scared about an illusion lineup on the other side, then you just draft something like a Lion that can just deal with it with a couple of visibilities pretty easily. So it's a fun change. It's silly, but I don't see anything into this.
Yeah, it's maybe in your next 500 games, one game you'll be like game winning by daggoning an illusion, but probably not. But it's cute. I like these little fun small things that just like who decided this?
Yeah.
but it is what it is. Demon Edge now is only 2,200 gold and does 4 less damage. So a nice little MKB buff, I suppose. 200 gold cheaper on MKB. You now need to build one every game because everybody has Solar Crest all the time, which, I like it. You'll have these annoying evasion talents too, like, well, who has them? Like a Lifestealer has like a 12% evasion or some crap like that. It's like, all right, cool, cheeky. But I like this. MKB I feel like is way too necessary at the moment in Dota, and I like it being buffed just because I hate evasion. I think it's stupid. Yeah.
Damage is reduced also by 4 though, too, so.
Yeah. I mean, well, was
Slight
MKB changed? So I'm going to scroll down and cheat and look. MKB was not changed. So MKB still has the same amount of damage. It's just the change to the Demon Edge itself. Okay. So, whatever. Desolator, no longer UAM. We already talked about that. Enchanted Mango, another bizarre change. Cost reduced by 100. Very fair. Like this. Cannot be sold, must be consumed. So it's like some kind of weird like grocery store thing, I suppose, where like you buy produce and you can't sell it, you can't like trade it back in.
No grocery store would do that, so it makes sense, right? Like they wouldn't actually take back a mango that you bought.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, the shopkeepers, they gotta be kept up to a high standard. I suppose they cannot resell tainted mangoes.
Yeah, no, but on a serious note though, on this one, this is one of those. It may seem so small from 110 to 100, but again, when we're talking about the beginning of the game, when you're going to be seeing this from your starting items, it'll actually make for including another buff to Observer Wards. Again, we'll get to that later, but that got slightly nerfed as well as far as price too, or changed in a little bit less. So a couple of these items getting less and less to buy earlier on means the potential to now get said items early on in that game, and mangoes could now become a thing in the early builds as a result.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, again, I need to, like, be inclined, like, looking at starting item builds, but you might be able to squeeze an extra tango or something in, or, like, an extra clarity in now that you have, potentially 10, 20, whatever, extra gold. It could be cheeky. The other big change, I suppose, we'll tangentialize, is Soul Ring, which is related to Mango. Now, Soul Ring requires a Mango to be built, so Soul Ring is now effectively 50 gold cheaper, first of all. And you can build an entire Soul Ring at the side shop if you have started the game with a Mango. So if you're playing, let's say, offlane Beastmaster, who people used to go Soul Ring on him, people don't do it anymore, but I like it. So you could now build your entire Soul Ring at the side shop instead of having to, use the courier, which is prohibitive for obvious reasons with your greedy mid laners and whatnot. So I like that change, especially.
That's really interesting. Actually, I didn't even notice that initially. So that'll definitely make the mango build a lot more relevant.
Well, especially like, oh boy, now okay, so you could start the game with like mango and a ring of health and like a set of tangos, or like a ring of health and a stout shield, right? Would that work? No, that wouldn't work. You wouldn't have enough money. But you could start the game with some combination of like mango tango, and a ring of regen. And then you could have a soul ring at like a minute and a half, and you're playing offlane Omni Knight, and then you just soul ring and punch people to death because you have free purifications all the time. That's cool. Maybe that's the thing. That's what we needed, man. More buffs to offlaners. Jesus Christ, too much.
Especially with the nerf initially, yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, no, but they made the creeps meet closer to the tower, and they didn't they didn't nerf Poor Man's Shield. Spoiler. I'm disgusted by that. Maybe that's the one thing I'm disgusted more by than the double rune thing.
But again, I really think that shrine change is going to hurt them a lot more than you're giving credit for.
For sure. No, I you're definitely right. Fairy Fire, cost reduced by 5, whatever. Force Staff. I honestly can't think of any situations where the Fairy Fire 5 cost reduction changes your starting items.
Yeah. But it's one of those like all together when they're all added up that it might change.
Yeah,
like,
maybe.
There's a reason they did it, right? So
yeah. Also, because like a lot of mid laners recently in pros and just in high level pubs, they've been skipping the Fairy Fire early. They've been going like Null Talisman in like 2 branches or 3 branches instead of the old like Null Branch Fairy Fire. So maybe that's gonna affect, like maybe now you can do some kind of cheeky Fairy Fire play. I recently tried to gank an Invoker mid lane, and he had 3 Fairy Fires on him. And I've never been more surprised in my entire life at a starting itemization. Oh, God. Force Staff. All right, so we reworked Force Staff recipe. So it used to be 2,225 gold and give 10 HP, or 10 intelligence and 4 HP regen. Now it's 2,250, so it's 25 gold more expensive. And now it just gives 2 extra health regen. The difference now is that the recipe is cheaper, and you buy a ring of health instead of a ring of regen. So the implications that I was reading about is basically some of these safe laners that need a regen item, they can now, if they are a Hurricane Pike builder like a Luna, for instance, people have stopped building HOD on Luna, but she still needs HP regen. They're now able to buy a ring of health to sustain in lane. So that's a nice little quality of life change for those heroes that need that regen. But honestly, it only affects like 2 heroes, right? Like Drow.
Well, actually, it's the way I see it, though, it's a nerf to supports, because in these support heroes that would maybe pick up such item, the build-up now is going to be that much less relevant for them, because it's going to take that much more time to get that second item to at least have in their inventory to be useful, and then
that's
eventually the pattern after. So that's another way to kind of look at it, and I don't think it's going to hurt that much necessarily, but I see it as a slight nerf overall. Yeah.
Although you will be losing less money when you die, so maybe that will affect it, but that is actually a really good point I didn't think about. That does kind of suck.
Yeah.
Can you now? Oh, no, you can't do that. All right. Hurricane Pike also is mirroring that buff. Hand of Midas. Recipe cost used to be 1550, now it's 1650. XP multiplier increased by 0.1, so now 1.85%, down from 2.20 as of a few patches ago. And now the gold bonus is 200 instead of 220. So Midas, you're getting a little more XP, a little less gold, and it's a little more expensive, but not prohibitively more expensive, I would say. I think this item's still going to be pretty common. Maybe we're not going to see these ridiculous 3 Midas versus 3 Midas games, but it's still a pretty darn good item if you're playing any number of heroes.
The Kiev Major definitely brought up a really interesting thing with this item. Solar Crest and this were the 2 items that it's holy crap, we're just seeing multiple every game. Solar Crest, it made a lot of sense, and it was winning games. Hand of Midas, however, there were stats to back it up that it wasn't necessarily winning games, and people were completely overusing the item more than they should have been. So I think that kind of maybe toned it down a little bit in itself once people kind of realized that. But at the same time, it was clear that the initial change that they made to Hand of Midas, maybe it was they gave it a little too much gold as a result of taking down the XP, and so now carries were getting it all the time. So this is their attempt to kind of now really balance it out, find that fine line. It's not going to be overused.
Yeah, we saw it in Kiev. It's funny you brought that up, because that was one thing we noticed in the teams that were in the finals. They only had 1 or 2 Midases at most a team. But in earlier in group stage and stuff, we'd see ridiculous 4 Midas teams and stuff like that. I wish my pubs would pick up on that one. But yeah, Midas is definitely a little overused. Still a good item. I feel like most of the heroes, barring carries, I would say, that you're building Hand of Midas on, your 4 position supports, your 5 position supports, and some of your mid laners like OD and Invoker, I think you're still going to be buying this Midas. You're just going to be buying it a couple creeps slower, I suppose.
Safe lane carries should not get this anymore. Slarks should not get this anymore. If they, I don't even think they should have been getting it before, frankly. But yeah, this should be a deterrent to be this wasn't really meant for you guys. This was meant for these people.
Agreed. Heart of Tarask now requires a second Vit booster instead of the recipe, so it's now 300 gold cheaper. Strength bonus reduced by 5, so it's 100 less health from strength, and I suppose less damage for a Sven. Health bonus increased by 250, so you're getting 150 more health cumulatively, but 5 less strength, and it's 300 gold cheaper. So I don't know how to feel about this. I don't think it's a huge change, but I suppose it is a little less damage for a Sven or a CK or whatever, but it is cumulatively more health. Less damage, I suppose, just overall.
Yeah, it's to take away that idea exactly that this was almost built as a damage tool, so it's like a Chaos Knight especially comes to mind that would love this item later on in the game. This is he's not going to do as much damage, but he'll still be beefy as hell, which is the ultimate intentions of the item, right? It's the Heart of Tarask. This is meant to be that tank item. in the
Yeah,
end.
it's a Timbersaw nerf. Your Timbersaw now, when you're whirling death, you're not gonna be reducing their strength by that extra five points. They've got all that pure HP.
True.
I suppose.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, I think it's a buff to, I suppose, like Spectre and PL, I would say, that have the flat HP bonus benefits them more than the strength bonus. But yeah, it's pretty small. It's just more of a defensive item than an aggressive item. Heaven's Halberd, a historically very rarely built item, can no longer be dispelled by spell immunity, so you cannot dispel it. It's similar to Enfeeble, I suppose, in how I would think about it now. Maybe people will start buying it a bit more. I don't know if you see this item often, but I certainly don't.
If anything, there's a couple of heroes. LC is one that comes to mind where, if anything, it's almost a Lincoln Sphere deactivator. And in LC's case, it's great because it's some nice strength synergy, and the MAME effect is nice. And then having that ability to disarm somebody is kind of cool too. But ultimately, it's used as that Lincoln's, to take off and then get your duel off as a result. I love this change, though, because not one of the first things, but this was something that really stood out to me when I was first coming into Dota and seeing such an item. And I kind of thought to myself, I've always been a fan of the disarm mechanic. I've always thought it's actually a very powerful tool that maybe is underutilized. But I realized why Heaven's Halberd wasn't really being used, despite even more and more buffs over time, was because of this alone. BKB is popped, and all of a sudden it's like, well, there goes that, and that my item's essentially useless now throughout these team fights. This changes that idea, though. This now gives it that capability to disarm said target for, I want to say on melee, it's 5.5 seconds, if I'm not mistaken.
It's pretty long.
5.5 seconds, yeah. And then it's 3 seconds on melee and then 5.5 seconds on a ranged. So I had it up backwards there. But still, even 3 seconds on said melee, 3 seconds on that Phantom Assassin during that fight. Or on the LC on the other team while he's dueling somebody, to take away from it. I would like to see this more. Will this be the go-to to see it more? Maybe not, but I've always been a fan of disarm, and I like the item.
Yeah, it's one of those items where I almost never see it, but when I do see it, it's like, wow, that was perfect. But people also forget about it because it's such a rarely picked up item, and it has evasion to it, so it's clearly like amazing because everybody has evasion now, and it stacks multiplicatively with your Solar Crest evasion, so you can have Heaven's Halberd on your carry, I suppose. And I suppose it's a buff to everybody's favorite hero, Huskar. Helm of the Dominator now uses a Ring of Health instead of an 800 gold recipe, which makes it 50 gold more expensive, but it has 2 extra HP regen, similar to the Force Staff change, I suppose. Whatever.
Well, Helm of the Dominator is it's been really interesting as far as the life of it post 7.0. Yeah. It was the most powerful item after the patch first came out, and then it just went to just complete trash tier.
Yeah, for sure.
So.
Yeah, it's also now with the next patch note, we'll talk about Mask of Madness. We're probably going to be seeing more of one of the what's called items, lifesteal items than HOD. Although HOD is not lifesteal anymore, so maybe not. In Mask of Madness now, you can build the entire thing at the side shop. Fun fact: requires a forced quarter staff instead of a 700 gold recipe. Provides 20 damage and 10 attack speed. The Berserk active attack speed bonus is now only 110 instead of 120, and it can be disassembled. So the easy implication for the disassembling is heroes that build both Satanic and Butterfly. So like a hero like Luna could buy an early Mask of Madness and run out and flash farm with your Mask of Madness. Then in the late game, she needs these items anyway because she's building a Satanic and a Butterfly. That could be crazy strong. Mask Man is definitely big buff for sure. Yeah, like Sven, I guess. Probably not though, because you're not building Echo Saber on Sven anymore.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could. Maybe this could be a reason to bring it back because there's a couple of heroes that come to mind definitely when Mask of Madness is brought up, and Sven is one of them. Lycan is the other one that's been brought up, and we've seen a lot of lately, actually, in the competitive scene. I know that's kind of translated into pub play as well. Yeah, the first out of Mask of Madness into the armlet, exactly. So I wonder if this is even more potential to see such hero. Almost kind of a buff to him, but.
It is always interesting to me. Whenever they make these changes, you have to think, right, are heroes that are already building this item still going to build it? Do the changes affect them? And going forward, will heroes that were not buying this item now be building it? And I think all the heroes that were already building it are still going to be building it, almost certainly. Right, we're still going to see it on our Svens, we're still going to see it on our Lycans. but I think it's going to add a lot of heroes into that Mask of Madness pool. Maybe not a lot, but maybe like, 4 or 5, right? Or Lunas, Drows, maybe. Maybe even Medusa. People used to do that just as a flash farming thing. As like, all right, it's a cheap item that makes you run fast, makes you attack fast. And if you don't need to cast spells, you're fine, right? Yeah. So maybe we'll see it. I don't even want to say maybe. I see almost certainly we will be seeing Mask of Madness being built as both a farm accelerator and an item that can transition to late game by being disassembled. I suppose there's a weird way to transition an item. And also the Cordyceps, you can build that into your Bloodthorn, I suppose. So maybe it'll be something.
Stuff built into a bit, yeah. It gives you options, definitely. So I definitely like the idea of the disassemble, and I think that's a good change on the item overall.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of heroes that build Satanic. So like once you have that Morbid Mask, it's like, well, what do I do with this item?
Vlad's is the other thing, then yeah.
Yeah, and you don't build like a late game Vlad's unless you're a support, I suppose. On that note, Morbid Mask now is 100 gold cheaper. It's only 1,100 gold, and it deals 5 less damage. Now it only deals 10 damage. So overall, you're gonna be able to get your Mask Madness a little faster. Basically, if you're playing, your Troll Warlord or whatever in lane, maybe you're gonna be going for this earlier rather than delaying it, and that way you can get this in place of any regen item. That way, you can more feasibly be regenning via Morbid Mask. But again, that's just like a side change against because people weren't building Mask of Madness.
Yeah.
Solar Crest, a small, not a small nerf, but a nerf. Solar Crest armor addition / removal reduced from 12 to 10, so 2 less armor / 2 more armor. Or no, yeah, 2 more armor for enemies effectively and 2 less armor for allies effectively. And now it is no longer mischance on target. Or if you use it on an enemy, they no longer have mischance attacking. They have a negative. What's the good way to word this?
You have the chance to true strike them. 25%
it's like old Atos
attack.
It's like old Atos, where you now have additional chance to hit that person. Which that didn't last long. That's such an obscure patch note reference. But yeah, so now if somebody has a Solar Crest and they have evasion, you can use your own Solar Crest on them to negate their Solar Crest, I suppose.
It's a mini MKB of sorts.
Yeah, exactly.
As far as the effect goes.
So they cancel each other out, right? Yeah. That's an interesting way to nerf the item, I suppose. Now, basically, you're guaranteed to have one per team, you already basically were. But now you have to have one as a counter to theirs, which, it's a bit much. Solar Crest is kind of, I don't know. My disgust of evasion is really bleeding over into a lot of these items.
You don't like that, and I mean I can see why. That kind of goes back to the whole
RNG boy
thing. And,
RNG.
Yeah, you're clearly not a huge fan of that, but just to also clarify, I don't know if I just misheard you, but the first line there. So the addition and then the removal, they both got reduced by 2, so from 12 to 10. So you get 2 less additional armor now, and then it also removes 2 less on top of that. So
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so I said it in a weird way. I said your allies get 2 less and your enemies get 2 more, effectively. Because instead of them getting reduced by 12, they're getting reduced by 10. Anyway, yes, both are just worse.
It's a nerf. That's the point.
Yes, thankfully. Although Medallion didn't get nerfed, as far as I can see, right? So it was only a nerf to the end of Medallion, the Solar Crest. Moonshard. Now you get less bonus night vision when it's consumed. Oh, whatever. Necronomicon. Demonic summoning duration increased by 5 seconds. A nice buff to a item that pretty much I should say nobody, but almost nobody builds anymore. Like Beastmaster still builds it because he has his zoo build, but we almost never see Necronomicon. This is one of my favorite items, so I'm disappointed that it's kind of dead, but it's been getting steadily buffed for the last few patches. I don't think this is enough to bring it back, though, to be honest. I mean, maybe I don't know. I can't even think of a situation where you're like, all right, yes, 5 more seconds. God bless.
No. It's always kind of been a niche item. That's just the type of item it is. So I don't know if there's anything they really could change unless it just dramatic changes to it. And I don't think it needs it. I think it's fine where it's at. It's kind of it's a good tool. It has the niche of being extra push if you really want it, but it also has the niche of maybe some synergy with specific heroes. Over to these micromanagement heroes. Lycan comes to mind, even a Chen to an extent, if you want to go that far. But
I mean, even Lycan is skipping it nowadays, though. Like that's, I think Necronomicon, like the buff it needs is that if the warrior, the one that gives true sight, if it dies, it retains its true sight in that area for like 20 seconds or something, let's say. I think that would be the buff it needs, because then you'd have it be it's still a good stat item and whatnot. It's just an awkward item to use, and people will just farm gold off of your Necronomicons. So I think that would be a cool little buff where it's like, all right, they have a Ricky, they have a whatever. I want to counter that, so I'm going to have a Necronomicon, and then they can't just kill it and then engage immediately afterwards because we no longer have true sight. That's the buff that I suggest. So Ice Frog, I know you're listening. Please, for the love of God, buff Necronomicon. I just want to play Necronomicon Invoker again. It's my favorite build. Observer Ward.
A lot of micro, man.
I mean, but the micro's the fun, right? If you're not like sweating and stressing, you're not playing Dota right. Observer Ward. Cost reduced from 65 to 60. So now you're going to have some different starting item combinations. That's, quality of life changes for supports. 10 gold here and there. You're making moves. You could play Kunkka. Now you can start with the Mango, which is 10 gold cheaper. Buy Bolt Wards, which is 10 gold cheaper, and you're 20 gold in the what's it called? 20 gold in the black. Isn't that what they use for bookkeeping? I don't know.
Sure.
Nice little change.
It's just part of that group, as we stressed earlier, with the Mango, there's one other, the Fairy Fire. It's just overall going to be ultimately a little bit cheaper and thus a little more opening for different builds.
Yep. Radiance damage on illusions reduced from 40 to 35, so a nerf to your alchemists, your nagas. Another one, they nerfed this on illusions a couple patches ago also. Small nerf, but maybe you'll notice it. I suppose you'll see a few more camps in the jungle that have like 10 health left. Whatever. I don't know. I'm not super.
Another illusion nerf. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Refresher Orb now refreshes charge-based abilities. I believe this refreshes all charges on the abilities, not just one. So it will affect a hero like Death Prophet, I suppose. Not that you might be able to refresh on Death Prophet. You'll get all your charges of Life Siphon back, or Soul Siphon, whatever it's called. I suppose, I don't know, what other... so I guess you could have like Refresher Orb on Ember Spirit, and they're charge-based. But it's pretty niche change that you're generally not buying refreshers on. Whatever. It just seems like it should work that way anyway. You could go Refresher Sniper, and you could talent for the extra 3 shrapnel charges. So you could have 12 shrapnel charges. Oh boy.
I just confirmed, actually. Yeah, you are right. So the Refresher does replenish all of the charges.
Yeah. Eat your heart out, dude. Yeah. That's the late game sniper, right? Your game's going to 80 minutes. The enemy team's trying to high ground, but it's still difficult because you have 12 different charges.
That's really interesting. I'm trying to think of heroes now that are this charged base, like you're kind of going through there, and is there any that sure, Sniper's fun, like whatever, that's just silly.
Yeah. Death Prophet's the only practical one, and Ember Spirit. There's definitely one other I can't think of that has a charge based ability.
Yeah, Ember Spirit. No, you are right there. I could see that for sure.
Yeah, boy.
Another one off the top of my head.
I'm pretty sure there's one, and I'm sure somebody will tell us. Rod of Atos, big change. So it used to be 30 int and 350 health for 3100 gold. Now it's 3080 gold, so basically the same cost. But now it provides 20 intelligence, 15 strength, 6 agility, and 6 damage. So it is equating to 10 less int and 50 less health, but you get an additional, you get more stats basically. So now it's just a stat item, you get a little plus damage, rather than a blanket int plus health item. I'm very interested in this change, I will say. I cannot... I'm sure I'll think of it once I'm playing Dota and be like, oh man, now I'm going to build this item on this hero. But I think in general, I'm not going to be building this item on a tremendous amount of heroes. But maybe there's like some niche example I can't think of off the top of my head.
I think it's less that and more what are we up against? Because it's the root mechanic that is powerful, right? Like 7.0 brought root mechanic really to the scene, and that it's actually very powerful now. This is what I was talking about earlier, though, with the build-up, because Rod of Atos, the end result was always, I thought, pretty good, but getting there sucks. The 2 Staff of Wizardry, the 1 Vitality, it just felt so clunky, because ideally here's what you're going to build on is maybe some initiators, maybe that support hero.
Yeah.
And it's so unfriendly for the build-up. But now with the double bracer, heroes like these initiators, like again, Magnus, I was spending a game with Magnus here just earlier today, and I built it on him because we happened to be going up against an Ember Spirit. And it proved to actually be very useful for rooting him in place and keeping him in place and setting up kills, I felt. So, and there's having that friendlier build-up now of the 2 bracer, though, initially, it feels that much more powerful. So I think this is definitely a huge change for the item. I don't know if it's going to just skyrocket it necessarily, but I do think, at least in the competitive mindset, it could be an item that's a little more relevant now.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think it will become a poor man's sheep stick, I suppose, for supports where you're like, all right, I'm playing CM and I need to either A, break a Lincoln's, or B, I need to root somebody like a Storm Spirit or an Ember Spirit. And you can just build those 2 bracers early. I still think this is one of those tragic items where it's like, all right, this item is theoretically good and I would like to have it, but there are so many other items that I could be building for a similar cost that do more or do different things that are more valuable to me. So I also like you can Manta out of it, you can BKB it off, you can purge it. So, I don't think it's going to be a super favorite item, but I'm interested by this change. I think it's fun. I think it makes it into more of a support item or like a utility item, like you were saying, on an offlaner maybe, than a core item where like you're going mid, like OD. People were building Rite of Atos on OD for a while, and then they realized like it's just not worth it. Like it's just not in the cards. So it's cool. I like it. I'm into it. Sanj and Yasha are both 100 gold cheaper by the recipe cost, and Yasha now gives you 5 less attack speed. Whatever. Manta style is also Med style is 100 gold more expensive to even out the Yasha change. But Sage and Yasha itself is actually going to be, what is it, like 4,000 gold instead of 4,250. Scythe of Vice has
hold on.
Sorry.
I real quick, the Yasha one specifically, I think that's actually pretty significant because Yasha is one of the more popular items in the game. There's a lot of agility focused carries that, if anything, you get that earlier on and then build into maybe diffusible, something else, then eventually the Manta style. Now, Manta style is a nice end goal right there, but I think the Yasha one especially is actually quite a big buff to a lot of just carries in general. It's only 100 gold, sure, but it's going to be that much quicker. Now, yes, the -5 attack speed obviously will hurt it slightly too, but again, the quicker you get said item for the overall stats it provides and move speed and everything, I think is definitely something to be said about it being, a little more relevant, a little more powerful as a result. So
I suppose. I mean, I can see that. I suppose. I think like I would really like to have. I would easily trade 100 gold for 5 attack speed. Right, like that's more cost effective than like a Glove of Haste, and Glove of Haste are very cost effective. So it is what it is. I agree with you. Like, of course, a lot of the big advantage is just the movement speed, but I wish it was 100 gold more expensive and still gave me my attack speed, I suppose.
Well, on the other side of it too, Sage, now that means Heaven's Halberd, 100 gold less.
That's true.
More
also they made Talisman of Evasion cheaper, which is one of the big reasons why Solar Crest was so popular. So now you can get your Heaven's Halberd for like 3,600 gold instead of what it used to be like 3,900. So
3,400 gold right now.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so 3,400, and then you have your it used to be like 38 or 39 or 3850 or something. So that makes a difference. I suppose maybe that'll be like an offlaner utility item potentially. Or like an early game fighting on it, because like the stats on Sanj are actually pretty decent. And they recently, like in 7.05, they buffed the Sanj, what's it called? The Maim. And I think they also buffed the Heaven's Halberd Maim. So that's interesting. Scythe of Vice now has a 3-second shorter cooldown. Its cooldown is now 22 seconds. And that's nice. I mean, so Scythe used to be like super OP because it used to negate evasion. At one point it negated passives, I think. And now it is obviously doesn't do either of those things. It slows them, and obviously it hexes them, which is why it slows them. And now maybe you're going to be building Scythe instead of Blood. Oh, I mean, you're not going to be building Scythe instead of Bloodthorn. But Scythe is buffed, I suppose. 3 seconds is always the difference, right? It's potentially the difference between using an item once in a fight and twice in a fight. It does seem a little silly that, like, Bloodthorn used to have a 14-second cooldown, and the last patch when Scythe had a 25-second cooldown, like what an absurd number. But now it's a bit more even. I think this is fair.
Scythe for me has always kind of been one of those. It's never going to be a bad item pickup. Like it's always going to be relevant. It's always going to be something that's seen and or potential to be seen at least. And if it happens to be picked up, even if it's like on a strength hero or whatever, you're just like, oh no, well again, that's a 3.5 second CC on one of their hard carries. Like it's going to be a good item. But you are right that Bloodthorn usually would be even though that much more expensive, it's just overall going to be the better value on most of the heroes that would get it anyway. Yeah. So this is a little more incentive.
Yeah, or an Abyssal, right? Because like it's Abyssal, all right, well, it's a stun, but it also pierces BKB, right? So it is kind of a trade-off, right? Where Scythe has just better alternatives sometimes.
You know what else it does? Instantly kills illusions.
Is that true? Does it instantly kill illusions? No, Hexes
instantly
did.
Destroys illusions. It says right here, I'm actually looking at it in-game.
Illusion Gaming, officially over, confirmed. Scythe of Vice and Dagon. I'm going to be playing whatever hero builds those two items. And I'm going to instantly ruin your Manta or whatever. Oh, boy. And you're going to farm 50 gold from each of those because it's late game if you have these items. Boy,
see?
You're rolling in it.
We just need to look at the big picture here, man.
Yeah. Scythe of Vice is confirmed as the rich man's Midas, right? Instead of farming creeps for gold, you're farming illusions for gold. I actually really like it. That's a nice little interaction. Shiva's Guard is now 50 gold cheap, 50 gold more expensive rather. I don't care about that. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think we need to talk about that one.
Whatever.
Silver Edge is 200 gold more expensive, which is a bit more consequential, but still not super consequential. Let's be honest. I guess it's a bristleback buff, right? You got the 200 gold more of a barrier between your enemy having a Silver Edge and you being Silver Edged. But other than that, whatever.
It's a safety net there even, but I don't think that's anything worth getting too much into. It's probably necessary nerf, but it's still going to be seen on the same exact heroes against the same exact heroes,
Yep. Urn of Shadows, our last of the items, is now heal. Its heal now acts like a salve instead of being tick-based, although the damage is still tick-based. And the recipe has been reworked. So it used to give 6 strength and 50% mana regen for 875 gold. Now it is a different recipe. So it used to be Sage Mask Gauntlet recipe. Now it is Ring of Protection, Circlet, Raindrop, which means you have to go back to base to get it still, or use Courier, obviously. So you cannot buy it at Side Shop, but it gives you 2 to all stats, 2 armor, and 1.0 mana regen now. So, and also you can do this with like a Raindrop that has 1 charge left. It does not need to be a fresh Raindrop. So theoretically, you could like get full usage out of your Raindrop and then consume when you only have 1 charge left. This, I think we talked about it briefly earlier, but this is one of those changes where it's going to be better on certain heroes and worse on other heroes. So people were talking in chat about like Spectre may have a better time with an urn now compared to what she used to. Whereas a hero like Night Stalker, I was immediately thinking like, well, I want my old urn back. I want 6 strength, right? So I don't know. What do you feel about this change? It's weird.
I don't even know if I agree with that necessarily. I think you could argue that it'd be better on Spectre.
Yeah, that's what I said. Oh, sorry, maybe I wasn't clear.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like worse on a hero like Night Stalker that benefits from their strength, but better on a hero like Spectre.
I'm sorry, right. you did say it that way, and I just said it wrong myself. So I think you can argue that it's better in the old way because having that earlier on earns more of that early game item, right? So having that earlier on 6 strength, that much more survivability, and then that mana regeneration to work within the lane to spam that spectral dagger itself, seems like it's potentially pretty good. I mean, I understand armor is going to scale ultimately better, arguably, as the game picks up there. But anyways, that's just a side note. As far as I'm kind of with you, though, it's like, I don't know. Like, the heroes that I was picking on this more support style, am I still going to want to get this? Probably. I mean, I think the buildup is a little more friendly overall, that Infused Raindrop, and that is actually an interesting interaction with the, you can use the charges down to 1, and then you could build the item, so that's kind of cool too.
Yeah,
I don't know.
So just to interject regarding Spectre, you actually have more mana regen with the new recipe than you did at the old one. Because for these heroes like Agi heroes and Strength heroes that have low mana regen, 50% mana regen is not going to give you much, right? It's going to equate to something like, 0.5 mana regen. Now with this new recipe, you're getting 1.0, which is potentially on some heroes like Troll Warlord, for example. His int gain is so bad, his mana regen is awful. he would be getting, very little mana regen from plus 50% mana regen. But with a flat 1.0, it's going to benefit these kind of heroes more. But it will, of course, it will hurt some of these int heroes like Dazzle was a common urn builder. And, maybe he's going to have a little less mana regen, but ballpark is going to be the same. But yeah, I agree with you for sure. Like, sometimes I would just rather have a flat 120 health rather than 40 health and 2 armor.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we'll see. I don't think this is going to drastically change, like, oh, I now build it on this hero and don't build on that hero. But maybe, I don't know. I mean, Raindrop's good. It's nice to build into something.
Yeah, exactly. I think it is one of those potential earlier, more friendly build-ups for us. Wisp is definitely one that comes to mind. That if you look at this, I don't even know if Wisp though would actually like this or not. I'm having trouble with that one because he likes to be a little beefier himself. So in that earlier game, I don't know. You have to kind of play with it. It's hard to theory craft on this one.
Yeah, Wisp does need armor though. Like Wisp's a 0 armor hero, so. True. 2 armor, that's a lot of EHP, right? We have to weigh EHP versus strength. I mean versus flat HP, I suppose. And no, never mind. I was gonna say it's again a Timbersaw nerf because he can't soak up that 4 thing with Whirling Death.
Oh boy.
We'll see. I like armor. I like that it scales better, like you brought up. I think that's a very strong point.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to heroes, shall we? Do you wanna start off with Alchemist?
Ooh, made it through
everybody's favorite hero.
Alchemist, the one that he got all these buffs. No, these are nerfs, guys. Unstable concoction cooldown increased from 16 to instead now it scales from 22, 20, 18, and now 16 at level 4. So the earlier level is going to be a little less effective. Unstable concoction AoE increased from 175 to 200. A little minor buff there. Grievel's Greed base bonus gold reduced from 6, 8, 10, 12 to 4. So no longer scales and it's a static 4. Grievel's Greed bonus per stack increased from 3 to 4. And then the Grievel's Greed bonus cap rescaled from 12, 20, 28, 36 to 16, 20, 24, 28. So it starts a little more effectively. However, it condenses throughout and gets less at level 4 right there. So overall, it's definitely a nerf here to the farming potential of said hero.
Yeah, it's definitely, like you said, it's definitely an overall nerf, and I think we're all pretty happy about this. The only thing we have to bring up, though, is that Alchemist is like side buffed, I suppose you could call it, because of the now every minute you're getting more creeps. So he has more potential to jungle farm, especially if he's having a bad laning phase. Recently, they nerfed the Alchemist laning phase in 7.05 with the change to Acid Spray's AoE. So he's been having a bit more trouble in laning phase. And now he can actually go back and jungle. And also I don't think we brought it up, but with the one minute jungle change, now stacking is more easy and intuitive for people that are roaming around or just supports that are trying to do their part. So maybe that's like a side buff for Alchemist. We'll go back to seeing that like Alchemist that farms a huge stack at 8 minutes, or probably more like 6 minutes. Maybe that's like a little buff for him, and this is going to let's see, what's the term? This is going to equal that out, I suppose. Mm-hmm. But yeah, overall, it's a nerf, for sure. Overall, definitely a nerf. Thank God. People don't like Alchemist. I'll enjoy an Alchemist game every once in a while. I'll partake. But yeah, Alchemist is the hero that everybody just loves to complain about. Yeah, that's kind of all I feel about that. And also, like, we have to say, like, the Radiance nerf, stuff like that. But overall, I'm not too concerned. What do you think? Like, do you still think this is going to be one of those heroes that, like, people play in pros just because, like, No Tail really likes Alchemist or whatever? Or do you think this is, like, a death knell of Alchemist?
No. Definitely not a death knell by any means. It's a necessary nerf, and I think anyone, even those that do play him pretty frequently, such as maybe, OG, whatever, your EG, with some ale there, they're fine with this. This isn't one that's going to take him off completely. He still overall has that scary impact of scaling very well throughout the game as far as his farm goes. And as long as you kind of build that team around him with the Aghanim's effect, having some good Aghanim Scepter effects across the board, he'll still scale well into that late game himself. So I think overall, this is going to be still a relevant hero in the same situations here.
Cool. All right, next hero, Ancient Apparition. The Ancient Apparition, arguably one of the worst heroes of the previous patch, right? Like, even the heroes he was good against, he still wasn't being picked against. But now, he has a 675 attack range. That's a plus 75 attack range buff. So that's like similar to the attack range of Lena, for instance. Ice Vortex movement modifier now has a positive effect on an Ancient Apparition, which mirrors the negative effect on opponents. So he can be fast, I suppose. Also, like, makes escaping easier, I suppose. And also, you build like Tranquil's Windlace on this hero, so I'm into it. Makes you pretty fast. And they replaced his respawn talent, that is now plus 8% Ice Vortex slow / resistance. So, so not only are you as the Ancient Apparition getting speed, but you're also gaining magic resistance. So I suppose you could like do some like turret-esque Ancient Apparition where like you post up in the back of a team fight and you just negate all that AoE damage on yourself with like Glimmer Cape plus a Vortex underneath you. Mm-hmm. Could be interesting. Unfortunately, it doesn't carry over to your teammates. What do you think about the buffs to AA? Do you think they're enough? Do you think it's just like going to make a bad hero a little less bad?
Yeah, to quickly answer your question, yes. I don't think this is one of those, let's just all of a sudden start playing AA because he's just freakishly good now. I will say I'm making a point to kind of test all these as we're going over them in the client here, and it feels good. Running over your own Ice Vortex, it feels pretty damn good. I have Tranquil Boots on. I'm 385 outside of it. I run over it. I go to 531 when I'm over it.
All right.
Like, you become a rocket here.
That's something.
And that actually is something. And
yeah.
It affects
Does it linger?
Allies as well?
No, it doesn't. It's
all yourself. Okay.
Yeah, it says only on each apparition. Does it linger? Like, does it have like a 0.5 second linger after you leave the AoE?
Yeah, it's hard to kind of tell. It feels like it does, though. Yes.
Okay,
like
but so minor one,
like
if any.
Outskirts, yeah.
Okay. Well, and that's something. I'm interested in it. I like AA a lot. It's unfortunate that he's just not a competitive hero at the moment.
He's a niche hero. They have a lot of regen, a lot of heal. It seems like I want to pick up my A to kind of like a Necro right off the bat comes to mind.
Yeah.
So he always is going to be that niche hero, having that Mortal Strike effect. I think that's fine. Again, there's some heroes that just simply fill that role. They don't need to be this very relevant every game hero. You're going to have your choice there. So
I agree. It's always unfortunate when you're like, right, I know the counter to this, but I need to execute perfectly because if I miss my Ice Blast, we lose. It's always a scary thought. All right. So, interesting. Also, the Midas changes. Him getting a little more XP than he was last patch is going to help. And also the gold doesn't hurt. Maybe we'll see a little more. Probably not, though. Axe. Rework Scepter on Axe. So he used to have an Aghanim Scepter that just gave him move speed. Now, it causes Battle Hunger to reduce enemy total damage output by 30% passively. So you could just do it, and that person does 30% less damage. That is purgeable, manta-able, BKB-able, etc. But the big thing is that it applies Battle Hunger on enemy heroes within a 700 AoE after successfully ulting somebody. So you ult their poor support, and then everybody in that AoE is now giving you movement speed and is slowed. I think it's interesting. Also, they take a bunch of damage, and I believe there is a talent on Axe. I need to look it up. To give him more damage on Battle Hunger.
Yes, the 100 Battle Hunger DPS level 25. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Sick. Boy, I'm glad I remember that one because I never play Axe. So and let's see what's the damage innately. So the damage is 40 per second or 140 per second after the thing. And it ticks, 10 times? That's 1,400 damage in an AoE as a dot, which of course is purgeable, etc., like we said. Yeah. And it's affected by resistances. That's probably more like 1,000 potentially. That's actually a lot. I don't know. Do you think you fit Aghanim Scepter into your Axe build now? I think it's doable.
So whenever I see something like this, you kind of have to really sit back and understand what would be necessary for this to happen. First is buying the item itself. You're spending 4,200 gold to buy this item. I know you're getting a stats out of it plus the effect. So you have to keep that in mind, though. You're spending 4,200 gold to replace another item that could have maybe happened. I think you go Blink, Blade Mail. Those are absolutely priority before.
Yeah.
So as a third item, I think there is room to build it in, however. Now, with that said, as far as what it does, yes, that's a cool idea. The 700 radius around said target. First off, you have to actually kill them with a Culling Blade. As an Axe, ideally, you're going to be doing that. Second off, you have to make sure to apply the W beforehand. Third off, you have to make sure that it doesn't get purged off while you're trying to kill that target.
You don't have to do it beforehand. Just to continue.
Oh,
they don't have to be battle hungered. It's just like if you do it. Also,
okay, well that's good clarification.
I agree with you though.
Well, then the last thing real quickly is that then the enemies have to all be standing in that area around it. And 700 radius, it's a decent size, but it's not like it's not going to hit everyone as they're scattering away from said target or whatever. So with all of those things in mind, I do think it's a fun Ags effect, and I think it potentially could be that third item. I don't think it's ridiculously strong though.
Yeah. I agree. I don't think it's like absurdly strong. I don't think it's going to be core on him necessarily, but I think it has a ton of potential. Because so people are going to be around that 700 AoE already because you're hopefully getting successful calls, right? I could see a world where you do something like Tranquils, Blink, Vanguard, Blade Mail, and then Ags, or like maybe throw a Force Staff in there so you're really getting good calls. And then so people are naturally going to be around you already in that 700 AoE. So you get your call off, kill like some, crappy AA or whatever support, and then you're getting all those dots out on people. It really will be the kind of thing I think you will get it against heroes that don't build BKB or don't want to build BKB. And then it'll be more effective, right? Because they're all 12% slowed. You're moving super fast. That's going to align you now for successive calls potentially in a chase mechanic. It's gonna be doing decent damage, and yeah, I kind of agree with you. It's definitely not gonna be some like crazy early item, but if you do get it late, if you get it like a fourth or even like a fifth item, I think it has potential. Also, the Crimson Guard buffs help to Axe a bit, and Axe is like the ultimate pub hero, and actually Axe jungle is now gonna be even easier with the addition of more camps. God, I don't even want to talk about freaking junglers, dude.
He got probably the biggest buff with the jungle change because he's one that really relies on the stacks and every minute. Now that he can do that again, he's very relevant once again. So
maybe Complexity is going to go back to running their Winter Wyvern Axe duo where they jungle at like 6 minutes. They take a full jungle stack of Ancients, like a 4-stack of Ancients. Oh, God. I love Winter Wyvern, and she's just so freaking bad now. But man, that's like God, the Axe Winter Wyvern is a delight to watch. I like though. I'm scared of Axe buffs because I don't like Axe, but it's interesting. I like this as an Aghanim Scepter where it is niche, it can work, but it's not like oh man, so overpowered. So we'll see. Next hero is the best hero in the game. You just played a Bane game. God. I love Bane. Bane is a hero I think people have been theory crafting a bit about already post-patch. So, Bane reworked his Aghanim Scepter. Brain Sap now has a 1.5 second cooldown and, more importantly, pierces spell immunity if you have the Scepter. And also he has a talent at level 25 to boost his damage by, 300 or something of 200. Brain Sap. 200. So it equates to 500. Right, because its base is 300 or 360 or something. It's a lot.
It makes it 500, yep.
Yeah, 500. So you have a 500 scepter, a 500 damage, BKB piercing nuke on a 1.5 second cooldown. That heals you for 500 health as well. And actually, so the way the Bane's Brain Sap works, the heal to you is a flat amount, whatever amount relative to level. And then the damage is modified by your intelligence modifier, right? So your Aether Lens, I think, is going to be the Bane item coming up soon. 100%. So you're going to be doing 500, and then you're going to do 6% of that additionally. So let's say 560 damage or something. I don't know how to do math. So you're going to be doing all that damage. You're still going to be getting your 500 heal because your heal is not modified by your int modifiers, etc. And you can do that 1.5 seconds all the time. And now Lincoln's is going to be less of a counter to Bane because you're going to go let's see. Theoretically, I would say Bane. I would go something like Brown Boots, Windlace, finish Mana Boots. Then you build Aether Lens. Then you build Blink Dagger or a Force Staff, depending on the game. And then maybe Aghanim's right after that. I honestly think this is a really strong Aghanim Scepter. And yeah, so I'm super into it. On top of that, he got other small buffs. Fiend's Grip damage is now every 0.5 seconds instead of every 1.1 second. So I suppose if it's getting purged, you're going to do a little bit more damage potentially. more incremental damage, so it's better against a hero like TA. Bane's Agi and int growth is increased by 0.3, which is matching the new strength growth. So overall, they just buffed him a little. He has like one of the best stat gains overall in the game. God, I love Bane. I'm so excited to just play 1,000 games of Bane, dude. That's all I've been playing in this international ranked. Because in my international ranked, I'm right around 5K right now, and I got international ranked at like 3750. And I've just having a grand old time because I can play no pressure support games, and I've played like a dozen games of Bane. Oh boy, it's the best, dude. I love Bane so much. So I'm thrilled. These are my changes of the patch. That's for sure.
Bane was definitely one that stood out to me. And as you had mentioned, one of my first 3 games here, in fact, he was the first one that I played right off the bat. I played Bane because I've always kind of been a fan of the hero, and seeing these changes definitely got me curious again to really try him out. And so as much as I'm on board with you, I don't know, and it's going to be enjoyable for you and I as players to play the hero already, but I don't know if this is an incentive to play the hero now if you weren't playing Bane already.
Yeah.
I think he still has his flaws. One of the bigger ones is that Fiend's Grip is a channel ability, as potentially strong
and
as it
it's
can be.
purgeable.
It's purgeable, things like that. So Nightmare, it's a good ability as well, but it's also kind of funky interaction. You got to be careful sometimes when using it. Enfeeble is strong, but it can't be removed, or no, it cannot be removed. But
it cannot be removed. It's amazing.
It's I don't know if I go that far though. So
no, I will argue this to my death. But yes, continue.
Well, actually, on that note, real quickly, Succubus and Haud, they actually eventually changed it to where it's overall damage output and a percentage based.
Oh.
And it still wasn't being picked up. But
yeah, that sounds worse. Honestly,
that sounds worse. You think? Really?
Well, I mean, it depends on the hero, of course. If it affects like magic damage and stuff, so like you do it to Alina, that would be really cool.
That's my point. Yeah,
that would make it less of a niche pick, I think. Like so, Bane right now. Also, fun fact about Enfeebled: now that Aether Lens is a better item on Bane, there's already a decent item on Bane. Now you can get your plus or 90 damage additional reduction on Enfeeble at level 20. Whereas before, you usually skip that in favor of cast range. But man, Enfeeble, it absolutely neuters and abuses enemy heroes. And if you have an Aether Lens, you can cast it basically anywhere on your entire screen. That's how far the AoE is. It makes sieging high ground nigh impossible against a Bane. Like if you have a Drow doing like 30 damage at like 35 minutes. Like yeah, good luck, dude. You still don't max it first, but yeah.
You know what I will say? This potentially, because as a support Bane, he still has weaknesses as we've gone over. He still only attacks 400 attack range. That's one of the weaker attack ranges out of any ranged hero, frankly, in the game, let alone supports. I mean, Ancient Apparition just got up to 675, as we saw right there.
He's just a little longer than Monkey King.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. But, however, when it comes to a possible mid Bane, I've also been an advocate of for over time. This is a buff to that idea because, again, what we're talking about here with the whole getting the Ags in the first place, you're going to need a lot of farm for that, then even potentially getting level 25 for that synergy. Being that mid hero is going to get you that much more efficiently, that much quicker. And I've always kind of felt like he's been a stronger mid hero and possibly getting that level 6, as we've talked about at the very beginning of the podcast here. I would like to see that. I think that potentially could be fun, and that's where we could possibly see Bane make a resurgence, if so. Oh, do I think it's going to happen ultimately? Probably not. But that is, I think, an interesting way to look at it.
Yeah, I would be interested to try it once or twice. I feel like Bane is going to be situated really well in these duo mid situations that we're theory crafting. Who knows? Maybe that's not going to actually come to fruition. But if you have like a Bane that at level 4 has 1 point in Enfeeble, and denies are now even better. If you're throwing Enfeebles on the opponent, also Soul Ring got buffed, and Bane's a really good Soul Ring hero. I didn't even think of that. That's good too. You could be enfeebling the enemy, so they're going to be less likely to get your creeps, which means you're going to get more denies proportionally, which means more XP for your side, less XP for their side, and obviously less gold, all the regular benefits of denying. And like that's a pretty dominant mid lane, I think. It's weird. Honestly, I think it's going to take some time to figure out, but I do think this Aghanim Scepter is super strong, and I think Bane is a really good hero that I was seeing him in some pro games I was watching too. Like he's not entirely unlooked at. And people are picking Mirana now. Mirana got a bunch of buffs. So maybe people are going to go back to like the 5 position Bane, 4 position Mirana, or like a duo mid Mirana Bane. I don't know. Then you just like toggle Nightmare
I will
and
say,
stuff.
the few times I've seen him in competitive, he's been fairly trash, to be honest.
Yeah.
So
I've seen him win.
yeah.
Puppy was playing him. It was great. They were running mid one Lena and then Bane on Puppy. And like it's the perfect Lena comp, right? Because traditionally, right, you pick Bane to set up somebody else's stun or whatever. Yeah, I agree with you though.
It's
like I don't think the hero is amazing, but I think he is critically underrated. And I think this Ags is legit. But we can move on because I talk about Bane too much already.
Well, one last thing
continue,
I've been doing to the target dummy with the brain sap. Just in theory, if you have an Ags, an Aether Lens, and a Forest Staff, and then brown boots, pretty minimal build. Level 25 to the target dummy, every brain sap is doing 565 damage on a 1.5 second cooldown.
My math is so close. I'm so impressed with myself. I'm not gonna lie. That's
insane.
That's a lot of damage, and it's pure damage. And this means, like I said earlier, if somebody has a BKB and a Linken's, or a BKB and a Linken's buff, you can now, instead of sitting around doing nothing because you are like screwed, you can now brain sap and then ult him, and then brain sap again at the end, kind of like an Oracle combo, where you could do a lot of damage. I'm super into this. All right,
Okay.
Moving on. Beastmaster. You'll hear me talk about Bane on Theory Crafting Thursday probably, and all kinds of other shows.
2,300 damage with the combo. Anyways, go on.
Yes. God bless. Beastmaster. Wild Axe's cast range increased from 1,300 to 1,500. Wild Axe's mana cost rescaled from 120 down to 105, 110, 115, 120. And now his respawn talent that was at level 15 is now +1 boar summoned. So Beastmaster Rat is more effective. Ratting has been buffed consistently. He is also a really big stack taker, also a soul ring purchaser. Buyer is probably a better word for that. So you could play like offlane Beastmaster and make some stacks, and then take your stacks with soul ring plus wild axes. Kind of like old. I don't know like how long you've played Dota 2, of course, but Beastmaster used to do the thing where like you'd play offlane and you'd stack ancients while offlaning, and then once you have like level 3 wild axes, I think it was, because this was back when people maxed axes over boars, and then you just take a huge ancient stack, so you'd be 6 at like level 7. I mean, you'd be level 6 at like minute 7, and you'd go gank, like you'd smoke gank a mid or something. So Beastmaster really benefits from the stacking, also because axes deal physical damage, not magical damage, so they're not affected by the stacking nerfs from patches and patches ago that were targeted at Shadow Fiend and Lena and Quap. I like these changes a lot. I really like Beastmaster. I'm interested to try a lot of Beastmaster stuff.
Beastmaster for me is no doubt, arguably as far as the skill set goes, one of the stronger skill sets in the game always. I've truly felt that, and I kind of get why we don't see him, but then part of me doesn't really. Like, he's the fact that he has these minions to kind of get that vision and the farm potential for him. If that's what makes him potentially a decent offlaner, as you're getting at, get that Iron Talent, especially I know the Wild Axes maybe weren't the strongest for recently here, but this is that change to that to bring them back up and at least give you a little bit more farming tool as well, and then eventually damage setup. But I mean, his passive's a great ability with the Inner Beast, but then his ultimate is so good. Primal Roar.
Oh, yeah.
Up to a 4-second, even at level 1 though, 3-second lockdown on said target to get those kills earlier on. And then you have the Hawk, which arguably is one of the, if not the best ability in the game. I mean, free vision all across the map is such an insanely powerful tool. So I like seeing this because I do think that this is a hero that needs to be played more for all those reasons I listed.
Yeah, and honorable mention, Necronomicon lasts for 5 seconds longer. So if you're doing the kind of like ratting Beastmaster thing where they're trying to push your high ground, UTP to your to attack them, and you go uphill, you have 45 seconds of Necronomicon, an extra boar, which multiple extra boars because you get 2 summons at least, and like you can also go Refresher as a common item right on Beastmaster, so you could potentially have like 6 boars out, Necronomicon units, while scouting for vision with multiple hawks, and all that attacking high ground. I think Beastmaster has even more potential. Like, he was already, like you're saying, a pretty decent hero that was just a little less favored due to other metagame changes and other high priority offlaners, and more like skirmish stuns. But man, yeah, I like this a lot. I'm super into it. All right.
Bloodseeker.
Yep. Bloodseeker. Bloodright cooldown from 21, 25, 21, 17, 13. Now it is 18, 16, 14, 12. So an overall buff to the cooldown of Bloodright. And the cast point has been reduced which means buffed, by 0.1. So this is also, I mean, not honorable mention, but people always underestimate the effect of a 0.1 second cast range, a cast point change. But that really does make a difference, right? That's why like Axe was out of meta for a long time, was because they nerfed him by giving him 0.1 second more time on his cast point for a call. So don't underestimate that buff. This is interesting. Honestly, I don't know what to make of it. Honestly, I don't think it's gonna like make Bloodseeker some god tier hero, but you will be seeing more blood rights come out earlier. Mr. Grouty Dota, a friend of the show, he has been playing some Bloodseeker mid and playing around with that. Honestly, like Blood Right as a controlling move and as a flash farm move, because it does pure damage, could be pretty cool as like a mid laner, as like a jungler that takes a stack, kind of like LC does. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what to make of these changes, honestly. I'm not a Bloodseeker player.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really either, but it's to me, it just feels like one of those feel better for a Bloodseeker player increases. Just like it is kind of with the Bane, as we're talking about, we happen to be Bane players, we like the changes. I don't think it's going to be incentive to play it, though, for other people necessarily enough. So I feel like it's the same for Bloodseeker here. It's a feel better. Yes, it does make him a little bit stronger, which I think is fine overall. It's not a hero we see often at all. But I don't think there's really much more to get into about that, though. So
yeah, agreed. All right, Bounty Hunter. Fixed Shuriken Toss Scepter, interrupting the chain if one of the targets is spell immune. So basically just a bug fix, whatever.
Yeah.
Any item changes that affect Bounty Hunter tremendously? Nothing's coming to mind.
Solar Crest nerf. I mean,
yeah, that's true. But yeah, nothing huge.
No.
Brewmaster, here I think a lot of people have been trying to make work historically. I feel like every patch the first week, people are like, oh man, Brewmaster's good again. And then a week later, they're like, yeah, no, never mind. It sucks. I'm sorry. But let's see if this is the patch to make him. Drunken Haze cast point reduced from 0.3 to 0.2, which again, a nice buff on that. Duration increased by 0.5 seconds. That is also another evasion mechanic that is super dominant in lane. We could see some duo mid Brewmaster stuff, I think would be really cool. Hurl Boulder cast point reduced it used to be 0.4, now it's 0.25, which is a huge buff to the cast point of Hurl Boulder. Drunken Brawler crit increased by 30%. It is now 230%. And his respawn talent has gone by the wayside. It is now plus 2 seconds Thunderclap slow at level 20. Do you think this is enough to bring Brewmaster back? I think it's pretty big, honestly. I think it'll be very meta dependent, but I think I would not be disappointed if a pub or anybody on my team picked a Brewmaster in some kind of like double mid situation or like a dual off lane situation or something like that.
Just like I was saying earlier with the idea of Heaven's Halberd and how disarm maybe is an underrated mechanic, I think miss is kind of one of those things as well, and that's where Drunken Haze comes into play here. And the fact that he got a couple of buffs on that Drunken Haze effect, I think should potentially give him a chance. I think the Brewmaster, though, one of the biggest problems with him is where do you run him, right? You don't really want to run him as a one position. Middle Brewmaster, is that necessarily going to be the strongest? Off lane is the one that maybe stands out a little bit. He has that survivability and he has escape, sure, but and I think that's where ultimately he may end up. And we did see that a little bit in competitive play even fairly recently. Are these changes going to actually bring him up to par and give him a shot to be seen? I don't know. We saw that synergy with the Invoker, the Alacrity on the Earth Spirit, pushing in towers at some tournament a couple of months ago, even a little bit longer. I mean, that was absurd, and then it just died off pretty quickly. So yeah, I would like to think so, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, I agree. I think it has potential, especially regarding laning matchups and whatnot, and like denying and stuff like that could honestly provide a good amount of extra XP. And especially like you brought up earlier, the getting to level 6 fast has some interesting niche potential. I'm definitely not decided on Brewmaster. He's definitely better than he used to be. That's for sure. Unequivocally, we could say that. So maybe he's good. Bristleback. I hear that we've been seeing a ton of recently. I don't know if I'm only speaking for myself, but boy, I see this freaking hero constantly, and I want to go back to the days where I saw him never. Replaced his respawn talent. It is now plus 10% spell lifesteal at level 20 as the Poor Man Doctorine core. Do you think this is a buff? So we haven't really talked about it, but with the removal of a lot of these respawn time talents, they were considered OP on some heroes and like never picked up on other heroes. Do you think? I mean, Bristleback is one that comes to mind. This is why I bring this up. That like he just doesn't really die anyway, right? So I would rather have 10% spell lifesteal as an option. Off the top of my head, I don't know his alternative than just like a respawn time talent that's not relevant to me at all.
So my take, whenever this is kind of brought up when casting here, it's on respawn talents. I understand why they're picked up in certain cases, but getting a talent that advocates dying or almost like is gonna pay off because you died, it feels off. Why not get that talent that instead keeps you alive so you don't die in the first place, right? Yeah. So this, I think, ultimately is, of course, a buff on such a hero like a Bristleback, who, as you were pointing out, is already kind of difficult to kill. Now, by the way, the other talent is 50 attack speed at level 20, and that is kind of interesting because Bristleback, in the big picture, is this tank that just spams quills like constantly, pressing that W button over and over again. That with the Bristleback ability itself, you're hitting a lot of quills and thus ideally stealing life. However, he can actually become a hitting machine, and I know Warpath got buffed, I want to say, in 7.0, and has kind of remained, if I'm not mistaken, for the most part, since that buff. So the idea of increased attack speed even further, he can become a pretty scary right-clicking hero. So I could almost see that being picked up instead at level 20.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And that's how, so people have been playing him with like this Sage and Yasha, Solar Crest, and like Crimson Guard, and he's just unkillable, and he's a real nuisance. I agree completely. I think we're going to see more of the, like, I think most people are going to be picking the 50% or 50 attack speed, but either way, it's nice to have options, of course. All right, moving on. So, Chaos Knight, he got a few changes, some roundabout changes, I would say. Reality Rift's cast point reduced, rather, from 0.4 to 0.3, yet another cast point change. And the cooldown is better at lower levels and the same eventually. It used to be 24, 18, 12, 6. Now it is 18, 14, 10, 6. So a small bit better earlier, especially considering this is a value point ability. Of course, people usually, you max your nuke, so you get a point or two in Reality Rift and then 1 point in Chaos Strike usually, I believe. Chaos Strike, on that note, got buffed 10% more lifesteal. It is now 75% lifesteal. And his illusions, consistent with the nerfing of any and all illusions in the purview of Ice Frog, is they now take 60% more damage. They are 260% damage taken. So, what do you think about this one, Breaky, regarding the overall changes, let's say?
Yeah, I don't know, it's interesting to kind of get the feeling for it. I mean, perhaps it's just the intentions of trying to bring the roaming Chaos Knight to feature here for the hero. I don't know if that's necessarily ultimately what it is, but obviously getting hit with that illusion nerf on top of the other illusion nerfs that are already happening, trying to tame it on that side of things. So the Reality Rift cooldown reduction, though, in those earlier levels, even with that, though, I don't know if that necessarily would actually make him a relevant option at that point. So I still think he has the same problems as before, even worse now with the illusions taking more damage.
Yeah, definitely. Chaos Knight just inherently is a very feast or famine kind of hero. It's either you have your counters to him or you don't. And I think it's really just going to that trend is going to be consistent going through 7.06. Heaven's Halberd got buffed a little, I suppose. That's a common CK item. That's decent. The change to Heart hurts Chaos Knight just a little bit since he has 5 points less damage. But I mean, he has 250 extra health, so I suppose, whatever. I'm not thrilled. I'm honestly not a Chaos Knight player. I'm not really a believer in this hero, to be honest. I see it dominate games, but only because it's like, okay, well, they 5th picked Chaos Knight, and your team has no AoE disable, so you lost. Good game. So yeah, I think overall this is a real Chaos Knight remains a niche pick and not much else, as far as I'm concerned, at least.
Yeah, I think also one other kind of item change is the whole mango change. He's definitely one that you'd see him getting mangoes, if not a couple at the beginning, and then that building into even a soul ring could potentially be something that much more relevant on the hero now. So that's his early game presence, maybe getting buffed with that with the Reality Rift.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. I hadn't thought about that. I would be into that, honestly. Or like, the urn change actually kind of hurts him too. Although like he does need mana. I don't know. I feel like this hero is definitely solidly in the mediocre hero pool. Like situationally, he can be a good hero. Situationally, he can be a bad hero. But Chaos Knight really is just not a standout in my mind as being like, oh man, he's really strong, or oh man, he's really weak. So we'll see. Maybe somebody innovates, right? Like the roaming CK thing was like Slasher. At least he was the one that made it popular, if not created it. So who knows? Maybe Slash will come out and be like, all right, this is what you got to do, man. Play Dagon Veil Chaos Knight or something.
Yeah.
All right. Next, we already brought him up a couple times, actually. But Chen. Historically, arguably one of the hardest heroes to play in Dota and one of the least productive heroes to be good at, considering how long he's been bad. He got some changes. So, Holy Persuasion cooldown reduced from 30, 26, 22, 18 to all the way down to 10. And his respawn talent is now been replaced with a talent for plus 1,000 creep health. So, instantly when I read this, I thought, I want to run Chen Clinks and have Chen dominate a like purple satyr or a tomato, and then you have Clinks eat it. And then Clinks now, we'll get to this next actually. He now has 85 seconds or 65 seconds death pact duration. So you'd have a crazy buffed Clinks, and you can like rat or whatever, or just punch buildings. Empire actually ran that earlier today, so maybe this is like the way to play Chen is with a Clinks, I suppose. But I'm not thrilled with Chen. And also there's Witch Doctor buffs, and like Witch Doctor's good against Chen. I don't know. What do you think? Like, because we don't really see Chen in pubs, but we do see him in pros occasionally.
Yeah, he's one of those, if we're going to see him, he's a pro tier hero. He's not a pub tier hero. As you pointed out, he is one of the more difficult heroes to play effectively. Now, with that said, being a pro player myself, no. I've actually played a bit of Chen. I actually loved the hero. I went on a streak where I played like 10 Chen games in a row just because I like the jungle presence. I kind of like the concept of the hero and in general, kind of the change of pace from game to game. I think this mixed with the jungle changes as a whole, now spawning every 1 minute, is again another case of we could potentially see Chen be a little bit more relevant. That 1,000 life, I didn't even think about the Clink synergy, but as you said, even seeing it already in competitive tier, I don't think that's going to be a thing that becomes a standard by any means. That's a very niche combo for sure. But making those creeps that much more tankier as you're pushing or just using in general, there's nothing more frustrating as a Chen than having to go get more creeps after they die, mid-fight or at the end of a fight or whatever it is. This ideally will help them stay alive that much longer.
Yeah.
I will say, one note though, his ultimate, there was somebody else had pointed this out. I forget it was on Reddit, whatever.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Howl of Lycan is literally the same amount of heal as a level 3 Hand of God. At least at nighttime. Daytime it's half, but still. At nighttime, it's literally 400 heal, the same as a 120 second cooldown ultimate. It seems a little ridiculous.
It is truly ridiculous. That's one of those things that I read. I can't remember who said that either. But that's one of those things that you don't think about. A, because nobody picks Chen. But B, it's just, but when somebody points it out, you're like, wow, that really sucks. It's like when people, they bring up like a nuke, and it's like, all right, well, a level 4 blank does the equivalent damage of a level 2 blank. It's like, wow, that really sucks. So yeah, I'm definitely, I thought Chen had like some potential earlier on in like post 7.0 with some of the changes, but one of the big things that's hurt Chen, I think recently, has been people are getting all these Midases and they have all this wave clear, and I feel like, he's trying to commit to a push or whatever, and it's like, oh, I Midas your big creep, or oh, I Marana arrowed your big creep or whatever. It just leaves a bad taste in your mouth, I suppose. Hopefully we see more Chen in pros, but honestly, I don't want, I'm terrified whenever any of my pubs, like Chen is in that special cadre or cater, however you pronounce it, of heroes where it's like, oh god, if somebody in my pub picked Chen, he's either going to be a god or he's going to feed horribly. So we'll see. Clink, since we already brought him up, Death Pact cooldown increased from, it used to be 45, 30, 15. Now it is 85 seconds, so it's a long cooldown ult. I mean, relative to other ults, not that long. But the duration is almost doubled. It used to be 35 seconds duration. Now it's 65 seconds duration. There has been some ongoing debate whether this is a buff or a nerf. I think most people, Proud in particular, a big Clinks player, he said he thought it was a nerf. I've been hearing mostly that it's a nerf, basically, because now you have less on-demand death packs for healing and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. However, with the appropriate grain of salt, I want to say it's a buff to a Clinks if you're not like paying a lot of attention. I want to say, like, so basically my rationale here, and let's see if you follow. I don't know what you're decided on this matter, but I think this is a buff to Clinks in that it allows for more sustained pushes. You can go hunting for kills for a longer period of time. You can eat a big creep and not have to worry about finding another one, like even if you are doing this like cheesy Chen strat. But sometimes, and also like Clinks did get a buff, I suppose, in that now you have creeps every minute rather than every 2 minutes. But I've just seen so many Clinks where like your Death Pact fades in the middle of a push because it only lasts 35 seconds. Or it fades in the middle of a fight and suddenly you don't have a bunch of damage. So I kind of like the option, or not the option, but the obligation now that your Death Pact is going to last for a much longer period of your fight. Then again, it's not constantly up either. Like it used to be 15-second cooldown, 35 seconds uptime. So it just always be up. So that really makes it a nerf if you look at it that way, I suppose.
I'm not going to pretend I'm a Clinks player by any means, but on paper, like I get what you're saying, and I think as far as how I feel like Clinks should be played, if you're going to pick up a Clinks in a game, his specialty is that he's a pick-off artist. He's this solo ganker pick-off artist that can do it very effectively. I feel like because of that, it should overall be a buff, because like you're getting at, yes, he maybe can't be using it in mid-fight to constantly maybe heal up a little bit or whatever it may be, but you Death Pact a creep, then you go start pushing with your team to or look for that kill. By the time you find said target to go for the kill, that Death Pact may be wearing off as a result of the previous. So now you have that option to find that, as you said, the big red creep, whatever, to eat him with the Death Pact, and then you have that basically minute. Yeah, the tomato.
The tomato and potato. That's what the camp's called.
Of course, yeah, generally. 65 seconds to then find said target and instead go for that kill. And again, it gives him more freedom of that much more amp damage to get that kill on point. He doesn't feel as rushed to make that kill happen right away when he has said creep. So I can understand how maybe people do consider it a little bit of a nerf. But again, as far as how you should be playing the hero, it seems like the overall should be a buff here.
Yeah, I definitely think we'll see. I mean, now that I'm just looking at it, I'm saying, all right, well, now you don't have 100% uptime. That is something of a nerf, but I value the ability to sustain a push so much rather than be surprised halfway through a push to say, oh man, I suddenly don't have 600 health and 80 damage. Yeah. So we'll see. Also, I mean, the Solar Crest nerf to him, right? He was a Solar Crest builder. That's a small nerf. He was a Bloodthorn builder. That item got nerfed as well. Granted, he is a Scythe builder, and Scythe got buffed. So we'll see. Soul Ring got buffed, but people were skipping that in favor of Medallion recently. So we shall see.
He can get Lifesteal now with his Desolator.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, well, yeah, you go like Deso and a Scotty. Or like, yeah. Oh, boy, yeah. That's something. Clockwork.
He's one that could feel that, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, he has definitely a lot of weird build options. Also, MKB is a little cheaper. We see a lot of MKBs on Clinkses. Maybe.
All right, Clockwork here.
Clockwork. Respawn talent has been replaced. It is now plus 40 battery assault damage, and that's at level 20. And on top of that, Clockwork does have his level 25 talent. That is 10 seconds extra battery assault uptime. So he can basically have it on permanently, which, that makes it, you can pick off your supports. Granted, you're getting these talents at a point in the game where you're not playing a pick-off game anymore. But still, it's a very strong ability overall. An incredible hassle to deal with, to put it simply.
The other one right there is 12% magic resistance. As you pointed out, being level 20, I think you could make the argument the magic resistance, because at that point he's trying to be more of a tank anyways.
Yeah.
As well, is arguably going to be better depending on the matchup. So yeah, this is one of those. It's not a huge buff by any means. It's just kind of a nice, different option.
Yeah, it's funny because in most of the talent trees we see magic resistance usually pitted up against armor. But in this one, it's all right. A offensive ability versus magic resistance. It's a weird way. I mean, granted, it's new, but it's a weird way to split up the talents. All right, next here, here's the patch, really, I think. Crystal Maiden. We see her constantly. I've been playing a boatload of Crystal Maiden. Freezing Field cooldown rescaled from 90 up to 110, 190. So now it's a little worse at level 1, level 2. They fixed a bug regarding Freezing Field Aghanim Scepter, not interrupting targets. It now does interrupt targets. And they replaced her respawn talent with a plus 50 Freezing Field damage talent. So, Freezing Field, historically, like back when nobody played CM, they just buffed Freezing Field constantly. Now they're realizing, hey, maybe it's a little too strong. And the Aghanim's Freezing Field is wild. So, a nice small nerf. And like they nerfed Midas, of course, that's another big nerf to CM. They nerfed Midas just barely. So do you think this is going to change the CM pick rate? I really don't. I think it's still, a hero that's super strong.
No, yeah, she's still ridiculously strong.
Yeah.
She is still a top tier support, both in pub and the competitive scene. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, this will. One of the bigger reasons she is because of that, honestly, her Freezing Field presence, and she does sometimes the most damage in fights if she gets a decent channel off. So, having that 20-second more longer cooldown, though, is that really going to be I don't think that's enough to deter anything at all. I think it's a necessary nerf, but definitely a top tier support still.
Yeah, it turns out having mana for your team is really good.
They're
also good. So CM's going to have even more creeps to eat in the jungle now, too. Like, man, granted, creeps give you less because it's 20% XP nerf and gold nerf, but man, I love me some CM. Also, my CM set is great. She's like, mine is just a big ball of particle effects, basically. Oh, God, it's great.
I have the Arcana, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's the best. It's one of my favorite Arcanas. Darkseer. Wall of Replica slow, rescaled from 1 second down to 0.6, 0.8, and then eventually rounding out at 1. So a very minor change, honestly. I can't think of anything.
But it wouldn't be a balanced patch without a Darkseer nerf.
That's true, yeah. Even like one of those infinitesimal, like, you get like 0.1 second less. What was the one last patch? It's like 1 second less vacuum cooldown or 1 second greater vacuum cooldown or something.
I feel like it's almost a meme at this point, honestly.
Oh, absolutely.
They're just like, oh, wait, we didn't do anything for Darkseer. Shit, we got to do, let's just Wall of Replica slow rescale from 1 to 0.6, 0.8. Like, really? Is that really going to do anything? Like, come on.
Next, they're going to like change the movement speed of people in vacuum. It's like, all right, vacuum vacuums people 15 movement speed faster or something. Dazzle, reworked Dazzle's Aghanim Scepter. Historically, I keep saying historically, Dazzle's Aghanim Scepter used to be god-awful. Like, people never buy it recently. Now, people might buy it because it now makes Shallow Grave a 450 AoE spell. So you could cast it on a bunch of your friends that are called, and then they could all get chopped to death immediately. And they replace his respawn talent, which is now plus 25 poison touch DPS per level, and that's level 20 talent. So, I guess if you're playing the core Dazzle, which is, I was not exactly tried and true, but it is, it's definitely a thing that people do occasionally. And I've been known to do it too. I'm a fan, honestly. It's super fun.
There was one of the series we casted recently. Who did it? It was EGM, I want to say, for Alliance. He actually went that was one of those epic games that went all the distance there. He got the minus 6 second poison touch cooldown, and it's pretty ridiculous if you're able to just spam it on a target to keep them nearby for you're not playing the carry by any means, but to keep them nearby for your carries to finish the job. So I honestly think that's a pretty solid change, and the other one is 25 move speed at level 20. So I could see you doing that. Poison touch DPS as a result there, but
yeah, I'd be into it. The Dazzle level 25 talent is honestly wild. Like the amount of stuns and slows, etc. you can put out, that is truly absurd.
But the Ags, oh my
Solar
god,
Press nerf too. It hurts him.
But
yeah, the Ags is interesting. Do you think people are actually going to buy it? 450 AoE is not very large, unless like. Okay, so this was my only theory with the Ags, was if you're playing a game and it's like, all right, they have a team fight comp that's like an Enigma or a Magnus or, any kind of like group up thing, then you would buy this Ags and be like, all right, screw you. But then again, like they just die right after. I don't know. I'm not super into this. How do you feel?
Yes and no, because at the same time, Shallow Grave is one of the main reasons Dazzle's picked up. Like that's the defensive support tool that he brings. That
for sure.
You get it against like the LC, for example. You're going up against an LC, Dazzle's a great option for that reason. So the idea that yes, they die shortly after, but you can say the same thing for the single target part of it, and it's considered a very strong ability. So I think that it has potential. But it goes back to what we were talking about earlier with Axe, where I was kind of going down the line, right? Of like, well, first off, it's 4,200 gold that you're spending. That's a lot of gold, especially for what's usually going to be a support hero. And then it's like, when are you going to get it at that point? It's going to be a luxury late game item, it feels like. Are you going to prioritize it because you're facing that Enigma Earthshaker combination? I just can't see it. So it's again, on paper, it seems strong. And I think that they made it really strong because the likelihood that he gets it realistically is just not going to be there. So it's a luxury item. It's definitely not going to be a core item, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's definitely like one of these hyper situational Ags that, maybe we see it and it's like, wow, that was the perfect pickup. And then sometimes we'll see it and be like, wow, your grave on one person attached to another person who is full health, right? Because like such an irrelevant ability if you're at full health. I think if they made it like if they made Shallow Grave with Ags also like reduce damage taken so that it wouldn't have like unnecessary diminishing returns basically on applying to alive people, then that would kind of be cool and useful. But I feel like right now as it is, it's like a hyper situational Ags.
Yeah, that's hero. Opening Pandora's box right there. Just like as far as now, if they did this instead with the Ags, like, we could talk about every hero as far as that's concerned.
That's for sure. Disruptor, he has no big changes, but his respawn talent was switched and is now plus 40 Thunderstrike damage per level, which I believe equates to like 360 damage, and it all maths out to being like 1,200 damage before resistances. But of course, it can be purged, and you do have resistances on it and all that. But it's a nice little talent. Suppose I want to. What's his alternative? Let's check.
-3 second kinetic field cooldown. So that's pretty good.
That's a fair. I think that's a fair choice.
Yeah, I think you get the cooldown for sure because again, at that point, as a support level 15, the Thunderstrike, it's very good harassment in the laning phase, but it's not something that you're going to be relying on for kills later on in the game. So
yeah, it is like. I feel like Lightning Bolt is one of those things that people forget about in a way, and it does add up. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it is not a terribly effectual change
overall. It'll help
overall.
his farming potential.
And at level 25, you can pick the +4 Thunderstrike hits, which would be an additional, let's see, like 600 damage or something. No, because it's 140 per hit. Right? Yeah, it's 140 per hit after the thing.
Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, I was just doing the bonus damage. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so it's 560, right?
Okay, yeah.
And you can get the plus 10% spell amp, so then you do an additional bit, and you buy a Veil on this hero.
Yeah, because theory crafting around a level 25 support is always a good idea.
Yeah, it is always funny. People like start trying to build all these builds like, oh man, Techie's level 25 talent, spoiler alert, is plus 250 damage. Like, I'm going to play carry Techies. I'm like, well, you're going to lose before you get to level 25, buddy. So like, have fun.
Yeah.
All right, Doom, next hero. Scorched Earth, healing and damage rescaled from 10, 20, 30, 40 to 16, 24, 32, 40. So better at earlier levels and then equals out to be the same. Devour mana cost rescaled from 60 to 40, 50, 60, 70. And they changed the jungle camp that has the 3 alpha wolves. So now the 2 little wolves have nothing, which means he can eat them and retain his prior eaten passive or whatever active abilities. So, and also with the jungle change, he's going to be a bit better at jungling. Although his like the method with which Doom jungles, right, is he commits Devour to a large creep. And now that you're getting 20% less gold and XP for that creep, I suppose that hurts him a little bit. But overall, the like jungle nerfs or jungle buffs rather are nice little Doom buffs, I suppose. What do you think about Doom?
He did get that level 10 change recently to the the Devour bonus gold. I want to say it went from 60 to 80 as far as the bonus gold that you got. So there, like, it kind of almost like works itself out as you're suggesting there with the jungle change happening in the first place. But again, spawning every minute as we keep reiterating with the jungle potential. Doom's been very interesting to see in competitive sense, where we've seen NA specifically, they love this hero across the board. It feels like there's several teams that love to run him. However, a lot of these other regions, it's a very rarely seen hero, and it's kind of awkward at times because Doom in itself, the ability, it's a great in concept, but it's also 145 seconds as far as the cooldown goes. So it's like that all in, like, yes, if you catch the appropriate target with it, it's potentially going to be really powerful for you to win fights. But if it whiffs, or whatever else, then all of a sudden, or if a fight breaks out and it's on cooldown, then it takes away from the ability of the hero. So
yeah,
I don't know how I feel about Doom. I guess is the ultimate point right there. I think this is a minor buff in the long run, but is it enough to see him all of a sudden? Maybe not.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not a Doom fan either. Something about the hero who all his skills are just named what the skill is really bothers me. Like old Slardar. It's like, all right, his Q is he eats things. Oh, what's it called? Oh, devour. His ult, he dooms things. What is it called? Oh, it's called Doom.
I hate the same ability names as a caster. Oh my god, that is so frustrating.
Doom cast Doom. Oh, great, perfect. Thank you, Thank you, Ice Frog. Yeah, he has a sword that's called Infernal Blade. What's his third ability called? Infernal Blade. God, and he scorches Earth. That's what his W. Oh god, it's just so unimaginative.
Lazy.
Anyway, Doom, Dragon Knight. Excuse me, next hero. Elder Dragon Form, Frost attack slow increased by 10%, so now it slows your attack speed and also your movement speed by 30% if he is hitting you, which sucks to play against, honestly. Like, people forget about this because people just think like, oh, Dragon Knight, he sieges towers, but that's not the case. He actually does things. Do you think it's going to change Dragon Knight's like perception as a hero? I feel like this is still like a weird niche hero that people pick to like win awkward mid matchups against better players.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think this is any bit of a change that is going to amplify that at all. It's 20 to 30%. It's nice. And you mix that in with maybe some of the item changes. Sure, there's potential there, but
Soul Ring
especially, being the big one. Silver Edge did get nerfed though slightly, so a little bit of that potential. But I mean, Heaven's Halberd though, maybe that could be something that could be potentially good on him. So yeah, I don't think it's going to increase the amount he's seen, though, or it should necessarily.
Agreed. All right, Drow Ranger. An interesting change. Again, death to the UAMs. Frost arrows are no longer a unique attack modifier. So,
oh my gosh.
Now you can have your Drow meme builds with Desolator. You can go Deso and Ags, and then you can have Desolator on like 600 people. Maybe. And you can go like Deso Scotty. I don't know. Yeah. I am intrigued by, like we were talking about earlier, the kind of the going away of UAMs, but I don't feel like Drow fits a Desolator in her build, and pretty much everything else wasn't a UAM already, right?
Yeah.
So, whatever. It could be cool. I'm not super concerned.
This is one of those shock factors. It's like, really? And then you kind of think about it, and you're like, no, that's not really that big of a deal. Like, I can see why they did it, so... Another case of don't really look too much into it.
All right. Earth Spirit respawn talent was replaced with geomagnetic grip targeting allies. What? It doesn't actually say what level this is. Let's see. Of course, if you type Earth Spirit into Dota 2 Wiki and you don't put a space, they can't find it because it's so complicated.
The level 25 talent.
Oh, okay. So basically, like, you don't need to have your Aghanim Scepter to do this. Right, because that's like what the Aghanim does, is it stones somebody and then you can kick or pull them or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess now if you're not going Ags, which honestly I don't know if Earth Spirits build Ags regularly anymore, but I guess it's cheeky. It could have some cool counterplay potential. Like it's a legitimately very strong ability to be able to cast on allies. So maybe it's like some niche counter to like team fight comps or something. Like, oh, they black hole wouldn't work, right? Because it would immediately suck the person back in. Like Magnus ult your person. I don't know, your carry. Also, like the cooldown isn't very long. I don't know. It could have some weird counterplay. Earthshaker. Here I've actually been playing around with. Enchant Totem has True Strike, which is a nice little quality of life change. And they replaced his respawn talent with plus 350 fissure range at level 20. And honorable mention, Soul Ring buffs were applied to Earth Spirit, or Earth Shaker rather, for sure. And none of the other item changes I can think of really affect him that much. So if you wall off your creeps, if you're playing offlane Earth Shaker, if you wall off your creeps, and then additionally the creeps are meeting closer to offlane towers according to the patch notes, you could actually get like full creep wave or 2 of XP thanks to those, depending on how close they meet to tower. So maybe offlane Earthshaker got some minor buffs. That's interesting. And he kind of sucks at jungling if you offlane him and you get zoned, but with the addition of more creep camps spawning every minute, you could, because you can only deal with like the small camps and the medium camps, basically, like you cannot take the large camps at all. So maybe those are some nice little side buffs, but no tremendous changes on Earthshaker. That's for certain.
Well, any change that potentially makes this god build on him of the Silver Edge into a Daedalus irrelevant, I'm all for. And that's what the Enchant Totem has True Strike definitely did to an extent. So maybe that'll become more of the norm. No, but really though, it's, yeah, this again, seriously, that seems like that's what that idea of it is. It's kind of giving them that niche feel of we're going up against, say, like a Phantom Assassin with let's get a Earthshaker that can crit him down with that True Strike, But
yeah,
I don't see that as is that really something logically you're going to be thinking about? So yeah, it
Probably
seems
not.
a little silly. But the level 20 is kind of interesting because I'm actually testing it out too, and holy crap, it feels so long. I mean, it is plus 350 fissure range. You're getting that over 40 echo damage, though, which, that makes those big ultimates that little less relevant as far as how much damage it's putting out. So, yeah, at level 20, I don't know if you want to be getting it at that point. It seems like that'd be more useful. Maybe that's a level 10, especially, let alone level 15. But
yeah, it's funny you brought the PA thing, because as much as core Earthshaker or the like mid whatever crit shaker as it's known is kind of a meme build, you can actually talent into the reduction of Enchant Totem cooldown and basically have it up constantly. So you could just be like, all right, I don't need an MKB. I just need to hit whatever, level 25 or something, and have your Enchant Totem cooldown be really low. I mean, is that the level 20? It's somewhere.
It's level 25, yeah.
Yeah.
All you need to do is get level 25, yeah.
Yeah. And you just perma-stun somebody? Yeah, it's that easy. All right. Elder Titan. The next hero. Hero we've seen a fall from grace for sure. It used to be super high pick rate. Astral Spirit hero bonus damage increase from 12, 24, 36, 48 to 15, 30, 45, 60. So this is the bonus damage you get from having your Astral Spirit interact with an enemy hero and then come back to you. So a nice buff, honestly. The days of offlane Elder Titan may be coming back, right? Where he would the enemies would be stacking camps. He would throw a spirit in the camp, then suddenly he'd deal like 300 damage at an auto attack. That's maybe we can dream. And then Earth Splitter radius increase from 300 to 315. Whatever, small difference. And then they replaced his respawn talent with plus 200 mana, which is a nice thing. Also, another mention, this is a Soul Ring hero, and the Soul Ring buff and the Mango buff are definitely going to affect him, I would say. Although offlane usually builds like a Guardian Greaves and whatnot. But I am a big fan of Tranquil Soul Ring Elder Titan. What do you think? I mean, we don't really see this hero that much anymore.
Well, and kind of on that note, I've actually always kind of been a fan of the hero. And this is another one of those cases that it's kind of weird to me that he did die off a little bit, because Natural Order, going back to abilities that are some of the stronger ones in the game, I mean, that's arguably one of the strongest in the game, right? The fact that it reduces all their base armor, both magic and physical. In fact, we had an example here, and it was in that same Alliance versus Navi. We had a lot of examples in that series, man. They actually ran Elder Titan in Alliance, and there was an opportunity that they got where the Earth Splitter literally, the Terrorblade on the other side, mind you, he was level 25, fully farmed. The Terrorblade had just over half-life. The Earth Splitter, it insta-killed him from just about half-life to nothing, because there was a Solar Crest debuff on him, and then it just happened to just all line up. It was beautiful, though. But, it goes back to Earth Splitter itself. I know it was a small buff, but still a little bit, and that's always kind of been a strong ability, too. So, and this whole offlane, I guess I wasn't around for that necessarily, but that would be kind of curious to see potential of it, but
it's not common. But I've seen it in a number of games. Yeah, I like Elder Titan. I think he's a very unique hero, so I'll be interested to see some more of him. Well, getting slept is just an obnoxious thing. All right, let's move to Enchantress. Enchantress, base intelligence increased by 2, which also means 2 base damage. Enchant slow duration from 5.5 seconds to 2.25, 3.5, 4.75, 6. And the slow is increased to 55% at all levels. So, and then replaced respawn talent at level 25 with a additional 66% impetus damage. So overall buffs across the board on Enchantress. The enchant slow duration is really interesting in that I guess it's just, I mean, I really just don't know what the devil I mean, it's better at later levels, right? And it's a buff to offlane Enchantress, I suppose. And she got side buffed with all the new creep camps, or all the, not new creep camps, but all the new creep spawns. What do you think about Enchantress? Offlane Enchantress is one of the most annoying things I've ever had to play against in my entire life. I'll say that much.
No, I know her passive, the Untouchable, is arguably one of the most annoying abilities in the game to deal with. But Enchantress, I always found myself, the few times that we saw it earlier on when I came to casting and saw competitive play, I always ask myself, why Enchantress over Chen? Because frankly, I didn't really get the idea of, like, especially if you're going to be running a jungle Enchantress, this 4-position Enchantress, Chen just overall seems like that he's going to be a little bit more impactful throughout the game with his ganking presence of the side creeps that he gets, and as far as scaling as that kind of team pusher, he's good for that. However, there's been some games recently, and now that mixed with these changes, Aoi 2000 specifically for Team NP, they've actually been running this hero before these buffs happened, and she's one of the reasons why they just simply qualified for Summit 7 here.
Oh, yeah?
He was amazing with this hero as far as just constantly being very aggressive ganking, and then very good at scaling as almost one of the main cores for the team because of that impetus and the damage that it deals. So I'm looking at these changes here and saying to myself, Aoi 2000 just got a massive buff, and that's not good for anyone in NA right now.
Yeah.
But on top of that, as far as the enchant slow, that also does give her a much more of an early 4-position ganking presence to now, because 55% at level 1 from the beginning, you could be setting up ganks right away. You get that early centaur or troll with a net. That's easy first blood kills.
Yeah, and I mean, we always talk about, like, slows are more effective early on in the game rather than stuns, or whereas stuns are more effective later in the game. That's actually really interesting. I didn't think about the gank potential so much, and the range on it's pretty decent too. Like, you can cast it from a good deal away. I'd be interested in this. I like roaming Enchantress. I think it's a fun hero to watch, a fun hero to play. Although, admittedly, she's one of my worst heroes. But offlane Enchantress, boy, I don't want that to come back. It's like, I have horror show memories. All right, next hero. Enigma. Also, let's see. Never mind. All right, Enigma. Replaced his respawn talent with +1 Malefice instance, which I assume, you're the one in client being able to test things. I assume that just means it like procs again, like it does another stun.
I would assume that. I'm spawning him here just to double check that, but I don't see why not. I mean,
yeah, for some reason I read this and I was like, man, it would be cool if, like, Malefice had charges and that as a talent, but I think that'd be a little OP.
No, so there's a 3 without it. So yeah, let me just double check here. But yeah, it seems like that's the case. It's one of those at level 20, you know, if anything, if it was maybe level 15, I think you could argue that would be kind of interesting. But level 20, you're getting to a point in the game where is that 4th tick of the Malefice really going to be that valuable, especially when the other one is, it's actually only 300 life. So maybe you would get it then if that's the case. Because 300 life isn't necessarily the sexy talent either.
Yeah. Also, I mean, if you're using your life as an Enigma, you're probably having a bad time, right? You want to kill people with a black hole.
Yeah.
And then chase him down with Malefice. Yeah. Enigma also, like, he's affected by the Midas changes. None of the other changes come to mind particularly. Well, the Midas changes for sure. Oh, Soul Ring, for sure. Great. Yeah. So, yeah. All right. Faceless Void. Time dilation slow per affected cooldown increased by 4%. It is now 14% per cooldown. Really minor change, but, you know, it sucks to play against, as everybody knows.
Oh, yeah.
I don't feel too strong about this, though. Did he get any direct changes? Let's see. Not really. I mean, the Mantis is a little more expensive.
Well, Mask of Madness is kind of an interesting concept too, actually.
That's a good point.
I think with the changes, that could become somewhat of a relevant item for him, to be honest.
Yeah,
especially with him being able
it.
to disassemble now.
I like it. I'm into it. Yeah, and then Maelstrom, Maelstrom didn't get nerfed, so you could still do like the Mask Madness Maelstrom thing. That'd be interesting, actually. That's cool. And Earn Faceless Void, maybe? Who knows? All right. Gyrocopter. A movement speed increased from 315 to 320. Homing missile initial delay reduced from 3 seconds down to 2.5 seconds. I am scared every time they touch homing missile, because the day that people discover like 5 or like 4 positions support gyrocopter or offlane gyrocopter or some weird way to play gyrocopter that revolves around magic damage and homing missile is the day I quit Dota, honestly. Homing missile is like, back in the day, people used to get 1 value point in it and then just get stats because they were playing core gyrocopter. And those days were the best days because that's fine. Ignore the ability. But that ability is actually incredibly annoying and ineffective. So I shudder to think about a gyrocopter that plays like a homing missile centric, like roaming support build with like, I once played against a gyrocopter that literally at the start of the game, he bought 4 clarities and then he roamed to mid and he just shot rockets at me for like 4 minutes or something. And because he just had a billion clarities, it's a pretty cheap ability. It's like 100 mana or something. And he just threw rockets at me and it made my lane unplayable. And yeah, so I'm scared by gyrocopter buffs, but he's definitely out of favor at the moment. So, you know, maybe we'll see it, maybe not. I don't know.
Well, on that note, actually, well, for one, that's one of those changes, or one of the possibilities, I should say, the roaming gyrocopter that's like, I keep hearing about. It's like, oh, because very, very few times we see him picked up as a core, but that's always brought up by the analysts in the draft. It's like, oh, well, it could be a roaming gyrocopter. Like, that could be, I've been tested, but we never see it, right? So,
yeah.
And I do think he got, I was trying to find it to confirm, but I want to say his homing missile actually did get slightly nerfed as far as how many attacks it takes to destroy. When it's being sent out in a fairly recent patch, so that even possibility there maybe got hit a little bit, but
yeah, I believe you're right. Yeah, and he has a talent to like pop 2 out. I don't know. It's one of those things that's very memey. Like, you know, it is what it is. It either works or it doesn't, but it's not particularly good. It's just like, oh well, sometimes it's gonna work.
I'm not worried about it.
Yep, I'm just disappointed they took his old Aghanim Scepter away. His old global ult Aghanim Scepter was the best. Everybody hated it. Nobody bought it, but I bought it, and it was awesome.
Well, actually, the new one, though, as far as the core goes, it's the side
like
gunner's kind of been interesting to see it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just a sucker for the old one. Huskar. God, Huskar. All right.
Huskar.
Yeah. Life break leap speed increased from 1,000 to 1,200. Life break damage dealt / taken from 35% down or up to 34, 38, 42. It's going to eventually be dealing more damage. And of course, we have to contextualize this by saying, all right, you have level 3 ult, and you're getting that level 3 ult when people have a larger health pool. So that makes an even bigger difference of that extra 7% damage it's doing. And you're doing it a little faster, so you won't get those cheeky things where like people blink back and then you get flown into their entire base. Let's see. And other things, let's see. Solar Crest was nerfed, which is a good item against him. Heaven's Halberd was buffed, which is a good item for him. You want to be ending games earlier now, so he's a little better at that. Armlet didn't get touched. And Satanic, you could go like Mask of Madness. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you could. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's weird. But I feel like Huskar is definitely buffed. And he's sucked before. Like, he's been really bad the last few patches. Bless our souls. But he's incrementally better now, for sure.
Huskar has always been one of those, I just frankly don't understand it. Like, it's, and I know if you kind of look at it, it's not really that hard to understand, I guess, but it's just like, all I know is that he just jumps on people, like he loses a bunch of life, and then all of a sudden you can't fucking kill him. It's so frustrating playing against this hero, and even when watching it, it's kind of silly. Now, as you mentioned, lately he's just kind of dropped off completely, and I think one of the other reasons for that too is because Oracle as a hero got nerfed quite a bit, and in fact, Nahaz, we talked about this on stream lately because we actually saw an Oracle recently, which is crazy, but Oracle's the lowest win percentage hero in the game as far as Dota 2 competitive history goes.
God awful.
Now, so one thing I did double check here as we're talking about Huskar is, well, did they buff Oracle in this patch? And we'll get to it
Barely.
later on, but he got some minor buffs, but yeah, I don't think it's anything dramatic.
Yeah.
So I
It's
think
like-
with
yeah.
all of that in consideration, I don't know if Huskar is still going to be relevant.
Yeah. Huskar is definitely one of those heroes that you run into and you're like, all right, theoretically, I know how to beat this. I'm going to get a bunch of minus armor, I'm going to get a bunch of physical damage, a bunch of pure damage, and then I'm going to kill him. And then in practice, it's like, all right, well, I have a bunch of minus armor, I have pure damage, I have physical damage, and now he's still alive and my whole team's dead. So you just have to throw your hands up and be like, all right, we lost. Good game.
Yeah. Stupid.
Io. So Io has Tether Stun now at level 25 instead of Respawn Talent. Tether Stun Io was like the most OP thing back in the day when that was just passive. And I mean, I don't know how applicable this is going to be. Again, like we talked about earlier, is a level 25 support if it gets there. But depending on how long this Tether Stun is, I assume it's just going to go back to like the default values that it used to be. That were like a couple seconds or whatever, a second. But it's something. I honestly could not tell you the implications of putting this back in the game because it was so OP before, but now you're not getting until level 25. So, whatever. The earn changes too. Like he likes having the strength. It likes having the strength. I don't feel super duper strong. Soul Ring buff Io. That's one of my favorite little things to do on Io is you just buy a Soul Ring, then you Soul Ring, and it gives you the mana temporarily, as Soul Ring does, but it gives your tethered person the mana permanently. So it's like a poor man's chakra magic.
Mm-hmm.
And you can like practically spam it. Like Soul Ring cooldown is not very long. It's actually a pretty cool little thing to do if you are playing like Io with some like Io Legion Commander, for instance. You could just constantly have that person be throwing out overwhelming odds.
Yeah.
We'll see though.
Io, just like Chen, is one of these very high skill cap. You need to have coordination heroes. So in pub games, you usually don't want to see an Io because you're not going to have that coordination, and it's going to be more frustrating than good. Now it's kind of funny you bring up the idea of level 25. Yeah, it's a support, but did you not see the Tortellini? I think that's how you pronounce it. He's the guy that makes all the guides for the game. He posted about how he got carried by an IO today, and this IO is level 25. Freaking MKB, Mjolnir, Hurricane Pike, Mask of Madness, BKB. Like this IO is decked out.
There are like a few people that do that, and it's one of those things that like it's as though somebody set out to ruin pub games because they do a niche strat that's pretty cool and like fun. Like the IO jungle used to be a thing, and it's like great. It works for that person. It's really fun to watch. It's really cool. But then, you know, everybody's friendly neighborhood not IO player is like, man, that's really cool. I should do that. And then they lose like 6 games in a row trying to play carry IO or some crap like that. Yeah. So a pox upon their houses. Next hero, Jakiro. Dual breath start radius increased by 25 points, and dual breath end radius increased by 25 points. So just a tiny bit more. Not a super huge deal. It's 225 start radius and 275 end radius. You know, whatever. The cool thing though is his level 25 talent is macro pure damage, and it pierces spell immunity, which means if you're trying to push into a lane and there's a Jakiro that's level 25, you are never going to push into that lane. Like, you're just boned. You have no chance at all. You have to leave, go home, do whatever. Also, if you, like, it's super long, and if you have Aghanims, it's practically like the entire lane. So you can use it, like, to farm, I suppose, or just to keep a lane pushed out. It's interesting. I mean, I don't know how relevant it is. Again, you know, it's a level 25 support talent, but you get a lot of XP these days.
Whoa. Jakiro support? Did you not watch Dengi here recently?
I did. And Complexity used to run Jakiro mid, and they lost a bunch with it. It's something.
Dendy owned with it on a serious note. Like the match recently where he matched up against a TA is very specifically in that match. I mean, a very, very good hero actually. So, but of course, no, this hero is a lot more relevant in that support role. And are these changes to really, you know, bring him up there? You know, I feel like, again, he's kind of that niche. He has that split push presence. Macro Pyre itself is very a nice team fight tool to have. Very tanky, exactly. Kind of potentially
great
support
Atos
hero.
builder.
So,
I think this might be the first hero we've run into that I think legitimately could do like an Atos build. Whereas he doesn't do it earlier. I think there could be some interesting play where you go like mana boots, force staff, and then Atos or something along those lines. And like he's a good Aether Lens carrier, and I believe he has a cast range thing, and the cast range applies to Atos. I think this could be actually a really cool like Jakiro build. I'm glad we're doing this patch notes review, if nothing else, just so that thought has been put into my mind. That sounds super fun.
And one more thought, actually, too. They're crafting on the level 25. I know the potential of the Macapire Pure and Pierce's immunity is great, but you're getting that over 1.25 more seconds on the Ice Path duration. And
That's true.
If you are playing
That's
that
true.
support, having that much longer crowd control on an AoE presence even is also really strong. So that's a tough one.
Yeah, it's like a 4-second stun in a wall. So good luck dealing with that. Yeah, I think you'd still pick Ice Path unless you had some like weird niche, like if you had a team fight comp or like some kind of AoE control already, you could do some real damage with it. But yeah, I think you're right. You usually are going to pick the disable. All right, next hero, Coddle. Replace his respawn talent with plus 300 Chakra Magic mana at level 15. That's a lot of mana. Let's see, what is his alternative? Let's see.
20% XP gain.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so you probably, let's see. You're probably, I mean, I guess in some comps, maybe you're going to pick the Chakra Magic mana if, like, your team has no mana boots, I guess. But, yeah, I mean, I would still probably pick XP gain. I don't know, actually, 20% XP gain is not that huge of a deal.
Yeah, and at level 15, I think, if it was level 10, maybe, but at level 15 at that point, I don't know if you're that worried. Because level 18 is just really, like, the end-all, right? Once you're level 18, then it's nice. But level 25 on him, it's actually, to be fair, really good, too. Both of those talents can be potentially really good. So, that is tough.
Yeah, I would actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'd probably pick the Chakra Magic mana thing, just because unless you have like Guardian Greaves or something, and you usually aren't, because he's like he rushes Ags with like Tranquil Boots and a Force Staff or something, you do have to kind of manage your mana just a little bit, and you can't really spam, but with plus 300 Chakra Magic mana, you can basically make your whole team just have all their mana all the time, barring, if they're really spamming. So,
well, and this goes to the idea, I think you made a great point too. It's as far as team synergy, right? It's if you have like a Storm Spirit on your team, he's gonna yell at you, tell you to get that plus 300 Chakra Magic mana, so.
Yeah. Could be interesting. Next hero, Kunkka, with basically just a bug fix. Ghost Ship now always crashes where Kunkka targets it. So this is basically just a bug fix, because it used to be that you targeted a place too far away, it would send the boat as close to that point as possible, but not hit that point. And I believe that also applied something to like Aghanims or whatever. Something was talking about on Reddit. But this is mostly just a bug fix. Kunkka, still not terribly great. Daedalus got buffed, I suppose, if you're going to play core Kunkka.
Well, actually, real quickly on that.
Bracer's cheaper, so you can go drums.
No. I'm kind of stuck up on what you're saying about the bug fix, because now, honestly, I don't know 100%, but correct me if I'm wrong. So before, would it work to where, so say if I click like right on myself, now it actually goes right to that position, where before it was always going to go a distance in front of you, so you had to position Kunkka to a point where you had to make sure that you were far enough to where it would go in the place that you wanted it to.
Yeah, I believe that was the case. See, now you got me thinking. I'm like, man, I play a ton of Kunkka. I haven't been playing it recently because 4-position Kunkka is not as good as it used to be. And now I'm like second guessing myself. But either way, yeah.
So, but my point is, if that's the case, then this isn't necessarily a bug change. This is actually a buff of sorts, because that means now the positioning of Kunkka isn't as relevant in terms of using the ghost ship in the first place. Now, again, whether I understand that, we were a little kind of whether that's actually the case or not, I might be completely wrong on this, but that was just something that I thought about when we're talking about the idea of the bug, perhaps. But
yeah, I'm really I'm caught up in my own words. I'm like, man, I really can't think if I'm misremembering or if I'm wrong or if I'm right. So regardless, it's not a huge change either way. It's like a nice quality of life change, I suppose, if nothing else. But Kunkka core is still weak, and they still nerfed support Kunkka a ton. Honestly, Torrent level 1 is may as well not do damage now. And it costs 1 billion mana compared to how it used to be. So rest in peace, my dear sea captain. Legion Commander. Overwhelming odds, mana cost used to be 100, now it's 100, 110, 120, 130. His Aghanim Scepter now additionally grants spell immunity to the hero during duel, which is a nice change, because people really weren't building his Aghanims ever, or her Aghanims ever, beforehand. Now maybe you'll build that instead of a BKB. And her respawn talent was replaced with plus 10% Moment of Courage proc chance. So this hero is still going to be the Scourge of offlane. I want to say that because Legion Commander, you just got to be more judicious with your overwhelming odds because now you don't have shrines. You just go PMS and some tangos, and supports can't trade with you. You just walk at people. LC mid's still legit. Heaven's Halberd got buffed. Sage and Yasha got buffed. Blade Mail got nerfed a little bit. Silver Edge got nerfed a little bit. Whatever. Soul Ring also on LC is quite good, so maybe people are going to do that. Because you can just immediately negate the lost health with your, what's called? The W.
The press the attack, yeah.
Press the attack, yeah. So yeah, maybe. I'm honestly surprised LC didn't get, I don't know, she got nerfed enough, I think. Overwhelming odds was just a little bit much. I think she should have been nerfed a little bit more.
Well, I'm with you there because I think you could argue she got buffed overall in the whole patch because as
With
you're
the
going out with
jungler
some of
stuff.
these items, not only with the jungle change too, sure, yeah, the potential for now jungle LC is that much more relevant, but
Yeah,
the item
that's what we
changes,
all were
Heaven's
looking for.
Halberd. Yeah, right,
Yeah.
that's my 3K games, excited to see that more.
Oh, trust me, dude, you'll see it at 5K. Don't worry. It never leaves. It never leaves.
Yeah, I plan to be there in a couple of months, so we'll see then. But no, so my point is though, yeah, I think again you can make the argument that overall this patch is kind of a buff for her, and that is surprising to me because she has been a top tier hero, and right now in the competitive scene especially, she is considered one of the strongest, most fought for heroes as far as first ban potential to being first picked earlier on in the game. And I think unless they touch press the attack or duel, she will still be up there because Moment of Courage and Overwhelming Odds are great abilities, and they toned obviously down Overwhelming Odds here, but that is not nearly enough to make her less relevant.
Yeah, the amount of damage you can do with Overwhelming Odds in like a late game scenario as just a Legion commander who also obviously does a ton of physical damage and whatnot, and has the utility of her of press the attack is absurd. I remember there was some team fight where some analyst or some stats person mathed it out and was like, yeah, Overwhelming Odds did like 3,000 damage over the course of 6 usages during one team fight at like 35 minutes or something. Because it was just like, all right, it was around Roche Pit, she hit a bunch of people, and the scaling of the damage is just so absurd. If you have any degree of like, oh, you have ads, or oh, you have 5 heroes in range, whatever. Overwhelming Odds is truly an amazingly strong ability. Also, one of the big reasons why mid LC is so niche and actually quite strong. So we'll see. We'll see. Leshrac. Reworked Leshrak's Aghanim Scepter. While Pulse Nova is active, every 1.75 seconds, a lightning storm will hit one random unit within the 750 AoE. And that lightning storm is not like a bouncing lightning storm. It's just one bolt, I do believe. And it prioritizes heroes, thankfully, so you won't get screwed with RNG. I don't know if you pick up this Aghanim Scepter. People have not really been playing Leshrac ever since like 6.83, when he was crazy strong. So I'm not honestly sure if people are going to be building this Aghanim Scepter, but if they do, it sounds okay. And I assume the 1.75 second lightning storm thing would be affected by something like Octarine Core, and it'd be a little faster. Although that would be like a negligible difference, but it could be interesting. I'm not super sold on it though. I don't think this is going to revitalize Leshrac gaming, that's for sure.
No, it's definitely not for that, but I do think that the idea of an Ags on Leshrac is somewhat relevant because, again, when you figure you're spending 4,200 gold for an item that just provides some raw stats, essentially, he's actually one that benefits from that quite a bit because he both wants to be a mix of extra tanky, but he also needs that mana pool, obviously, to cast all of his abilities at the same time. So, it's a fun change, but yeah, it's not one that's going to bring back Leshrac. Definitely not.
Yeah. All right, next hero, Lich, who also, we have to make a special note on Lich. He is extra affected by all these changes to XP and creep equilibrium and whatnot. Lich is really going to be even more domineering, I think, when it comes to laning phase in some of these matchups, potentially. Chain Frost Slow increased from 50% to 65% on hit. So a minor buff, but 50%, that's a good 30, 40, whatever move speed. That'll make Lich a little stronger. I honestly feel like Lich is in a pretty good place right now, like, just to be honest. Also buffs. Like, Lich is definitely buffed by the urn change, I think. it's something. I don't know. I'm not like super on the hero, but I think the hero is good.
I consider this one of my more favorite heroes, and he's definitely a niche hero. He always has been with the Ice Armor specifically. He's like, we're going up against heavy physical. Does he make sense here? That with the lane control of the sacrifice. But what we have to keep in mind, though, with this change to his Chain Frost's ultimate is that this is actually also a change from last patch, too, where it used to be 30% slow. But last patch, they made it from 30 to 50, and now so it's essentially going from 30 to 65% when you look at the big picture here. And when you think of it that way, that's actually quite a bit. So the idea that they're going to be that much closer. Now, it also did get nerfed slightly there together, though, because now the duration? Yeah, the slow duration was decreased a little bit. But the initial slow itself is actually going to be that much stronger, and ideally will be more effective in the end. So
So ballpark, you could assume you're going to be doing more damage with Chain Frost if you are targeting like a couple people, but less damage cumulatively if it's across like 5 people, or less damage per person to 5 people because they're going to be slowed for less time, even though it's a longer slow, right? If that like logical strain makes sense. I think Lich being paired in one of these like duo mids or duo offlane, duo safe lanes can be really strong considering the deny changes, where if you just make sure the equilibrium's in your favor, then your laning partner or whatever can get the denies, the enemy team cannot get the denies, and then you're going to really overpower people with that EXP advantage. I think that could be interesting. But yeah, overall, I don't think it's anything revolutionary. He also is a decent Atos carrier. People are playing the carry Lich, where they would go Mask of Madness and Atos, and then you build a Scythe later and an Aghanim Scepter, and you go Midas first, and then you get your like level 20 talent that's like plus 150 damage that you get crazy fast because of Sacrifice paired with Midas. That's a build for you to try if you're a Lich player. It's something. Let's see. Lina, one of my favorite heroes, replaced her respawn talent with plus 40 movement speed. The alternative, I believe, is damage. It's plus 50 damage. So I would never pick plus 40 movement speed. Honestly, like this is one of those respawn talent changes that, like, I would literally never choose plus 40 movement speed over plus 50 damage. Just flat out. I don't like you have infinite movement speed from your passive once you've used any degree of abilities. So that's all I'm concerned with on Alina is now you definitely pick your damage instead of your respawn talent.
Yeah, her progression with the talent tree has been very interesting to watch over these last couple of patch because there was the respawn time at first used to be level 10, and that's what everyone was getting with the Bloodstone, and they were abusing that, the instant resurrection. Now, though, once I'm in at level 15, it seems like across the board, people like that idea that's like, okay, now it forces a choice because now do I want the respawn or do I want that 50 damage? I will say, from just kind of the eye test, we still were seeing actually the respawn over the 50 damage, which frankly was a little bit surprising, but now that it's 40 movement speed, 100% with you. The idea of I can't find a scenario where it's like, I mean, yes, that's nice. It's more survivability, but dealing 50 more damage, not only at that point, but then eventually as a scaling tool with that level 25 Fiery Soul talent, it's just going to outright be that much better throughout the whole game. So
if nothing else, like it's a farm accelerator. Like if you're playing support Lina, which again, I would not advise. I would advise against. It's not great right now, despite how strong the hero is. Like you still just want to do 50 more damage just to hit creeps. Like, I'm definitely firmly in that camp. And she was not terribly affected. She could actually go Atos. That would be okay. I'd be into that. I might try that. I've tried it a few times post 7.0, but it's kind of been a little lackluster historically. None of the other changes really affect her terribly. Like the Bloodthorn nerf is, unfortunate but not tremendous. Scythe buff is good for her. Nothing else is really coming to mind. So you can get her Bloodstone a tiny bit faster since your Soul Ring's cheaper, I suppose. Lion, next hero. Lion replaced his respawn talent with 75 cast range at level 10. I really like this. Like 75 cast range does not sound like a lot, considering most heroes that have cast range talents are like 125 or 150 or 175. But Lion cast range talent, that sounds pretty strong, honestly, because it applies to Impale, of course. He already has decent cast range. He needs to be far away from people, just the nature of how squishy he is. I could be convinced to take this. I believe the alternative is like damage or something. Let me look.
It's 60 damage, which is a lot. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that's Crystal Maiden's also level 1 or level 10 talent. But you'll see all the competitive custom-made players getting, in her case, the 12% magic reduction. So this is that similar idea that, yeah, 60 damage is appealing, but again, keeping in mind that you're a support hero, you're usually going to want to get the other, and they make it enticing with the 75 cast rate. So I think for sure, as long as you're playing that support line, which in most cases you are, definitely go the 75 cast range there.
Yeah, agreed. All right, next hero, which we'll hear all about on Theory Crafting Thursday, so we don't have to go too in-depth about it since neither of us are Lone Druid players. But Lone Druid did get some changes. We'll do a quick read-through. So Rabid got buffed. Rabid attack speed increased from 10, 20, 30, 40 to 20, 30, 40, 50, so 10 at all levels. Rabid duration rescaled from 18, 22, 26, 30 to 25 at all levels. And the cooldown was reduced from 45 at all levels to 35 at all levels. So you have 10 seconds of downtime on your Rabid duration. And then his respawn talent at level 20 was replaced with plus 50% Spirit Bear magic resistance. So historically, people complain about Spirit Bear just mostly because of armor, how it just gets like nuked down, or not nuked down in a literal sense, nuked down, like it just gets punched to death, for lack of a better term, by enemy cores. So 50% magic resistance is pretty nice, though, to be fair. I think like they're trying to bring back the bear-focused druid, but they're just kind of like failing repeatedly. Again, I don't want to talk about this too much because I know Proud's gonna like freak out about it on Thursday, so we'll allow that to happen. I don't know if you have anything to say about it.
It's outside of I agree with you. They have been trying to bring, because obviously that issue happened where it's like Sniper 2.0 all of a sudden, and it's like, wait a second, no, that's not how we want you to play the hero. We need to kind of fix that. So yeah, I just feel like they're having trouble kind of finding where they want to go with this hero though as a whole, and he is a very fine line of, is he going to be too strong or is he going to just be not played at all? So
yeah. All right, next hero, Luna. Lucent Beam cast animation reduced from 0.6 to 0.5. So you're going to cast your Lucent Beams a little faster. The HOD change also going to affect her. She has 2 more. She doesn't really build that. We talked about the nice little Hurricane Pike change for her, which should be a nice small buff, but not a huge deal, but every little bit counts, right? I don't think it's going to be tremendously effective, though. Let's be honest. Like, you're going to be a little better at zoning out offlaners, and you're going to get an extra kill, every couple games, I guess. Because cast points, occasionally that'll happen.
It's good with me.
Yep. Lycan next year. We've been seeing a lot more Lycan too, and we talked about the Mask of Madness changes on him. That's going to help him out. His respawn talent was replaced with plus 12 feral HP regen at level 15, which is a lot of HP regen. Cumulative over a fight, that's a few hundred health potentially. I don't know how like tremendously game changing this is going to be, but whatever. It is what it is.
I mentioned this earlier. In my first game today, I actually did play Lycan because he's kind of another one that I've enjoyed seeing lately, and I've always thought he's kind of a really strong hero. And I actually noticed that talent. I didn't realize it was one of the newer ones, the 12 feral HP regen. But then I thought about it. I was like, I'm still going to get 12 strength. Because, damage increase, the base health, it just feels better. Yeah,
I agree. All right, Magnus, another one of these top tier offlaners that is taking some nerfs. Movement speed reduced by 5. He is now 310 movement speed. Reworked his Aghanim Scepter, so nobody was building Magnus Aghanim Scepter. Shockwave now is basically a what's that thing called, a boomerang? Shockwave now, when you send it out, it comes back and it applies a 60% slow that lasts for 2 seconds, which is a very long slow, on its way back. Distance and travel speed are increased by 50%, and it deals half damage to creeps, so on the way back. So that way it'll just clear an entire creep wave, basically. And addendum to that, you can no longer get the minus 4 seconds shockwave cooldown at level 25. Otherwise, that would be crazy overpowered. Also, additionally, reverse polarity no longer lasts an extra amount of time on creeps. That's pretty irrelevant. I honestly didn't even know it did that. And they replaced its respawn talent with plus 500 skewer range at level 25. So now at level 25, you choose between 15 armor and 500 skewer range. We see tons of Magnus, right? Like, do you think these nerfs and this Aghanim Scepter are going to have any tremendous effect on his amount of play and or his item builds? I'm really not sure, honestly. I feel like this Shockwave, like Aghanim Scepter, is cheeky, but not very good. It has some interesting synergy where like you're really disabling people once you have them ulted, right? Because like they try to escape, but it's like, oh well, you're all slowed for 60%. Not sure. What do you think?
Another case here, I don't see this as a deterrent to not pick the hero. As long as he has some power, as long as he has reverse polarity, which in this case, none of them were touched, he still has them, he will be a relevant hero. Now, I'm curious how he deals with the offlane changes, but at the same time, having jungle spawns every minute now, he ideally will be able to do those more efficiently in the off lane, go to his own jungle, farm that instead, get the levels that way if need be, and still be just fine. So I see him still being very relevant, and yeah, the whole Ags effect. It's a cheeky, as you pointed out, but it's not. It's kind of just haha. We wanted an Ags for him. Let's have fun with it. That people might be interested in, but
yeah,
definitely don't see it relevant.
It's cute. I mean, it's definitely better than the old one, unless we were running some like weird 5-core lineup that's all melee or like a drow or something. People theory crafted all kinds of ways to make it work, but it just never worked. All right, next hero, Medusa. Added an Aghanim Scepter for Medusa, which causes Mystic Snake to turn enemies into stone for 1 second, and it increases by 0.2 seconds per bounce. So I suppose this would make the last person hit stunned or stoned for 2 seconds, which also has the kind of negative side effect of making it so they don't take magic damage, correct? Like that's how Medusa Snake works, or rather stone form works.
Yeah, have 100% magic damage resistance. Yeah.
So do you think this is a thing that people will actually buy? We were talking about it a little bit in Discord. I'm not firmly in the.
Let me just get no.
Yeah,
No.
Yeah. It seems very weird, and like whenever I hear a thing like this, I'm like, right. Theoretically, let's say you're playing like with another physical damage core, and like the enemy team doesn't build BKBs or something, and yeah, sure, you could do it. It's really good for chasing too, I guess. But you're slow. You're playing Medusa. You're not gonna chase people. But the thing about it is like there's so much awful potential for you to like do this just compulsively, and then like your Lina that doesn't have an Aghanim Scepter ults somebody and does no damage or something. Like it's a recipe for disaster.
It's too much of a possible downside. It's 4,200 gold. I go back to that logic once again. It's an item slot in your inventory compared to just right click damage potential items or tankiness in the case of Medusa, even the Eye of Scotty, things like that. So no, I do not see it as a relevant item. It's fun to pick up in pubs and it could be entertaining, but it's definitely not a competitively core Medusa item.
It falls under the category of like I'd like it if an alchemist gave it to me, but that's about it.
Oh yeah. Of course, yeah.
Mirana next hero, her base damage was increased by 3, which is a nice little buff. She had pretty god-awful base damage, if I recall correctly. Starstorm's second impact delay reduced by 0.2 seconds. Leap speed bonus reduced from 10 seconds to 5 seconds, and leap attack speed bonus increased from 8, 16, 24, 30, 32 to 16, 32, 48, 64.
Double the level.
Yes, so these are buffs. I mean, the first one is a direct buff, right? Base damage, direct buff. Starstorm, second impact delay, direct buff. The thing about the leap speed bonus is that she has a talent that's a plus 100 attack speed during the leap effectiveness. So that talent is just directly nerfed, like across the board, right? It used to be 10 seconds worth of plus 100 attack speed. Now it is 5 seconds of plus 100 attack speed. And all the other things were just changed. Like the actual spell itself was changed to affect that change, right? And be all right. It's just doubly good. But man, that talent, like that talent is not good now. Like, I mean, the alternative is what the triple pronged arrows. Mm-hmm. So maybe you still pick it up. But I was just like, I read this and I was like, man, do you not know what talents your hero has?
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I didn't actually even think about it from that perspective. I do feel like that attack speed increase, you're going to be ideally using it for that upfront burst potential anyways as you're engaging into a fight. So the fact that it lasts 5 seconds still is pretty solid, but it will hurt the sustain as far as especially like pushing a tower, for example. It's not going to be as relevant anymore. So yeah, and maybe they want to make that +2 multi-shot sacred arrow talent that much more appealing. So
yeah, I guess. All right, next hero, one of the biggest heroes of recent memory, Monkey King, got nerfed into the ground, hopefully, thank God. Wukong's command got a bunch of changes. No longer provides extra bonus damage. It used to give 50, 70, 90, now it gives no bonus damage. It used to apply all the, what are they called? All like the statues, the army. They used to be able to apply Basher and Abyssal bashes, but they can no longer do that, thank the Lord. And attack rate is improved on all the Wukong's command attack armies. by 0.3, so you're going to attack more often. But the counter to all these nerfs is that it now gives you 8, 14, and 20 bonus armor at each respective level. So it's going to last longer effectively. Like, you can't just get nuked down at level 6 by, whatever anonymous core.
Mm-hmm.
So you're a little more survivable. Basically, it's just more utility, and it's going to be... I mean, what do you really think this is like? This change is geared towards, like, what does the ult do now? Like, you build Echo Saber, I guess, and like a Blightstone and Orb of Venom, and it applies all those.
The ult was still good. Like that's the thing. Basher just made it absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah,
it made it an absolute core on the hero. And whenever we were casting a game where their Monkey King wasn't going for Basher earlier on in the game,
yeah, like, oh, they lost.
Yeah, I just felt flabbergasted. Like, why are you not taking advantage of this ridiculous synergy? Like, literally just constant bashes, and they can't do anything about it other than try to maybe get out of the circle. So I think these changes actually are good. And as far as to answer your question, what will it do? Well, it's still a great zoning tool. It's still a great tool in the sense of trying to keep teammates from supporting one another as a fight's breaking out, or to ideally... put extra pressure on said targets that are inside the circle. So I still think it's a great ability, and I think in some senses it's a buff, but of course overall it's definitely a nerf, but it was absolutely needed.
Yeah, I think I'm just surprised that they took that arguably broken aspect out of it, but they also just nerfed it by taking off the bonus damage. That's one of those things where I was like, man, like, I understand that this ability is too strong, but like it just, I don't know. I'm just not super into it. And then on top of that, they fixed a Urn of Shadows glitch, and they fixed a tree jump glitch that was giving him bigger vision than he was intended to have. All right, next hero. Here that's fallen out of favor just a little bit. Morphling. Adaptive Strike mana cost rescaled from 100, 90, 80, 70 down to just 80 at all levels. Not a huge deal, but a nice little quality of life change. Morphling's pretty mana starved early on in the game until he has like his Scotty, etc. Mm-hmm. So not a tremendous difference, I don't think.
That's it for me.
Yeah.
You hit it on the head right there.
I love Morphling. I'm looking forward to playing some more Morphling. But we'll see if that actually comes to fruition or not. I don't know. He's kind of finicky. All right, next, Naga Siren. So we've got a bunch of Song of the Siren changes. Song of the Siren cast time increased by 0.2, is now 1.0. Song of the Siren cooldown rescaled from 180, 120, 60 down to 160, 120, 80. And the range has been rescaled from 1250 at all levels down, or changed to 1000, 1200, and then 1400. So nerfs across the board. I mean, it's a little bigger, I suppose, but she has it up less. It takes a little longer to cast. Small nerfs overall, not a huge deal. Going forward, though, again, of course, Illusion Gaming is dead officially when we all have our day guns to counter Naga. Yep. Her Mirror Image Illusions damage taken has been rescaled so that they take less damage at lower levels. Actually, that's not even true. All right, I'm just going to say the numbers. So it used to be 600%, 500%, 400%, 300%. Now it is 550, 500, 450, 400.
Yeah, you were right.
Yeah, so
level 1, it does take a little less.
Yeah. And then Riptide damage increased from 100, 140, 180, 220 to 120, 160, 200, 240. Ensnare has also been buffed. Cast point has been reduced by 0.05. It is now 0.6, which is still a very long cast point. And the mana cost has been rescaled to 100 at all levels. So, correct me if I'm not wrong, Breaky. This is also something we see mostly in pros. This is buffs to support Naga and nerfs to core Naga.
I want to say overall nerf, honestly, because even a support Naga ideally is going to transition. Like, the only reason you pick up a support Naga is with the intentions of transitioning to a core Naga eventually.
Not necessarily. Not like that. That's true as of recently, I will say. But
okay, like
Owie was famous, for instance, because we were talking about him back when on EG when they won TI or whatever. They were big with the support Naga, right? Support Naga, when they played against Wings, they lost. I don't know. I'm an idiot. I can't remember pro games. But anyway, it was back when they were banning Techies Naga every game first phase. That was not a transitionary Naga. That was just a, I'm going to build Guardian Greaves and drums and whatnot. So I like support Naga is honestly something I'm interested in. But yeah, nowadays, yes, you're very right. Like people do the transitionary stuff, but I do think like some of the smaller things were nice little buffs to support Naga. But yeah, I think we can both agree that the vast majority of Naga games have been nerfed.
Well, even I mean, even the idea that you're getting at, because again, I'm speaking from recent. We have seen a couple of support Nagas that it seems like, again, though, that idea, though, is a transition into the core. But even if you go back to this AoE 2000, way back to GI4 or whatever, the Song of the Siren, I guess at the early level, it's still a little bit less cooldown, but I don't know, the fact that it gets up to a 20-second longer cooldown than it used to be at level 3, that in a sense in itself is still considered a little bit of a nerf. So I think overall it goes back to a bit of a nerf, and it's something I was actually looking at too out of curiosity. For the Nagas, we do see the eventual Octarine core picked up, of course. The Song of the Siren cooldown, now that it increased up to 80 seconds, the Octarine core now makes it a 60-second cooldown. So before, I think it made it downwards of 45 seconds even. Now, ideally, you'll still be able to use it in every single fight, so I don't think that is going to necessarily change too much, but I noticed that. I know people are probably curious about that as well when it came to that part of it. So
yeah.
But yeah, this mixed with the illusion changes, I think definitely a nerf, and frankly, I'm happy.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I like playing Naga, I don't disagree with you. I think nobody likes to play against it, so, they should nerf it, whatever, I guess. Let's move on. So, Nature's Prophet. So he used to have a respawn talent. Now he has a remove teleportation cooldown level 25 talent. So, this is one that I read and just laughed because it's just so like weird and memey. But once you actually math it out, a lot of people, once you're level 25, he's going to have BOTs most likely. He's going to have, obviously, regular teleport at its pretty low max level, cooldown. And a lot of natures, if definitely not all, but a lot of natures build Octarine core on top of that. So feasibly, you're going to have low cooldown teleportation anyway. Removing the cooldown is, I don't know. I'm not super convinced. I don't think I'd be picking this. But then again, who knows?
It's one of those cases where, again, you have to compare what you're picking it over. You're picking it over that 2 times tree and HP/damage talent.
Yeah, exactly.
And that mix with the +4 tree and summit at level 15 is absolutely absurd. Now, I will say, again, the idea of Gulls getting 20 intelligence at level 15 and becoming just really a very dangerous right-click threat, and having that capability to just teleport all over the map, almost Tinker style, does sound pretty cool. So it could be something. If you're building that right-click damage dealer, a little bit less of the absolute push presence, then I could see it being useful for sure. Yeah,
and I suppose like you could keep up with the fight too. Like you could teleport into a fight, be stationary relatively, get all your stuff out, and then when they run away, Nature's Prophet's not exactly a fast hero. You can teleport to be with them and whatnot. It could be interesting. I'm definitely not counting it out. Necrophos, Ghost Shroud heal amplification increased by 25%. So now you have 75% additional healing in Ghost Shroud, which that's something. Like, I don't know. Like, Necrophos is definitely not like the most top tier hero by any means. I don't think, but this is an interesting buff. I don't think it changed anything drastically though.
People liked him when he first came out in 7.0, and he was one of the more appealing ones for sure. But I think he did get toned down a little bit in some cases. And yeah, as far as, again, from a competitive mindset, he's definitely not a relevant here. And I think one of his biggest issues is where do you lane him, kind of. And yes, he potentially could be a strong mid, and then there's the idea of the off lane as well. But he's not really that off lane that's bringing that big initiation presence, right? So it's kind of like a slow, methodical game, which isn't necessarily the pace of the game right now.
Yeah, I suppose to coin a term, Necrophos is the ultimate do-nothing hero. And please, we're going to get angry messages about that one, as we do every time we bring up that term. But boy, yeah, he doesn't do a lot of things. He doesn't do a lot of things. Let's put it that way. Night Stalker, the best change, I think, in the entire patch, not except the Bane change, of course. Hunter in the Night can now be activated during the nighttime to grant Night Stalker flying movement for 2 seconds. Cooldown 26, 22, 18, 14. Mana cost 50, and it has 1200 flying vision. So Night Stalker is finally making use of his wings. I am elated. I think this is so cool. I think it's probably going to be incredibly annoying and incredibly strong. But boy, I love Night Stalker, and I cannot wait to play with this.
Yeah, no, it's a great tool to assist with this ganking presence of Night Stalker. I think it's kind of a nice, fun niche addition to the hero. The whole night aspect, it's just that it makes it that much deadlier when nighttime hits, or if he spawns it with darkness. So, outside of that, yeah, I don't really have anything else. But it's just it's a solid buff for the hero, and it's kind of a fun one at that. So I like it.
Now, if only they would fix the day and night cycles. I don't know if you've noticed this before, but day and night cycles get stilted by like a second or two every new cycle. So it turns to night at 4 minutes, right? And then it turns to day at like 8 minutes. But then the next night is at like 12 minutes and 1 second. And then it turns back to day at like 16 minutes. And then at 20 minutes, it's like 20 minutes and 2 seconds it becomes nighttime. Because somehow there's just some like poor calculation in the client that just night gradually gets like a second different every so often.
Game's still in beta.
Yeah, exactly. Wait for Source 3. Oracle, like we said earlier, probably the worst hero in the game right now. Got some buffs, I guess, not a lot of them. Fortune's End is now a root rather than a slow, which is basically just what's the word, like a normalization with how other things work and how other things function. And they replaced his respawn talent. It used to be a respawn talent. Now it is plus 0.75 seconds Fortune's End max duration. So that's his root. So you could root people for a decent amount of time. Fortune's End projectile speed is now 1200, which is pretty darn fast. It's like an Atos speed. Purifying Flames cast range is increased by 50 as well. So I used to play a ton of Oracle. And recently, like we said, I think he's honestly the worst here in the game. And he's hard to play also. So not only is he bad, he's also hard to be bad at. This does not, you're not suddenly playing Oracle now when you weren't before, right? Like these are small buffs that the hero needs more.
I think it goes back to that concept for sure. I do feel like Oracle maybe is almost a little bit underappreciated, because I understand that the stats, as I suggested earlier, he's the lowest, win percentage hero in the game, but he's also still one of the newest heroes in Dota 2, to be fair.
And he's harder to play. So, like, obviously his win rate's going to be lower. Like Wisp, right? Like Wisp's a balanced hero, but he has a low win rate because he's difficult. It is difficult, whatever.
He has a Purge, though. He has a Disarm. I stressed that earlier, how I think impactful that is. His Purifying Flames is one of the more higher nukes in the game at earlier levels. And then False Promise, a nice kind of savior tool for whichever specific hero. I do feel like he's actually pretty decent, but he's not really seen. So this is at least incentive to be like, hey, guys, Oracle's still here. Maybe we'll try to playing him again, but maybe he does need more. I don't know.
His balance is definitely precarious. Like it'd be easy to go back to the days when Oracle was crazy overpowered, I think. But I'm just thoroughly underwhelmed by this hero whenever I see him. Like even when he's played well, right? Like you're talking about seeing it in a pro game. Like when you see good Oracle players nowadays, it's still like, okay, well, you have a root, but they can manta out of that. You have a damage, but it also applies a heal over time that is even more effective. So you have to execute perfectly, and if you don't, then you're healing the enemy. And it's like, okay, well, you can heal your teammates like an Omni Knight, except it's incremental, and you have to disarm them first. Like, oh, okay. It just it feels
comboing.
Yeah, it's like a freaking Overwatch hero. It's like, all right, I need to do this, and then you do that, and if I don't do it, then it doesn't work out. It's like, all right, well, I'm just gonna play Omni Knight. How about that? I'm just gonna use Purification, and it's gonna be perfect, right? So yeah,
that's fair.
I think you're right. I don't think Oracle's as bad as people, myself included, make him out to be, but I definitely think this hero remains to be weak. All right, OD, Outworld Devourer. Nobody calls him that. His name is OD. Reworked his Agnum Scepter. Notoriously, he had the worst Agnum Scepter in the game before. Now, what it does is it grants 2 charges to Astral Imprisonment, and it increases the cast range of Astral by 300, which brings it up to like 800 or something like that. And the damage areas stack. So, I mean, you're not damaging the people inside of it. So, I'm trying to think of the application of this, but basically it's like, all right, you could save 2 people with Astral, I guess, like you could astral like 2 teammates if they're getting ulted or something, or like I don't know. I honestly just cannot like process this and think of a reason why I buy it. If that makes sense. It's just like okay, like whatever. I like
no, and
it doesn't
it goes
fit
back
into
to
his
as
build.
well, especially that time in the game, in that later game when maybe you'd get as a luxury item. ODs are usually wanting to, do right clicks. They're wanting to be damage dealers. They're not wanting to constantly save teammates in fights. So
Yeah.
it feels odd. It just doesn't feel like it's gonna be relevant. I don't see it as being good.
Yeah, and like, so an argument can be made like, okay, well, you do it to like the enemy that's not BKB'd yet to take them out of the fight so you can kill his teammates. But like, you do that, but you don't need to do that twice, right? Like, you do that to you do it to one person. It seems like ineffective, and I'm not a fan. All right, next hero, Phantom Lancer, fixed doppelganger illusions lasting 1 second less than intended. Phantom Rush agility bonus is calculated before the first hit lands rather than after. So 2 bug fixes. And then the only real buff, juxtaposed max illusions increase from 579 to 6810. The 1 more juxtaposed illusion at all levels. And of course, we have to talk about, illusions across the board were nerfed. His illusions function differently, so they're not feeding more gold, like we said, but they still are going to do less damage to buildings. He's in a weird place, right? Don't you agree?
He is. I particularly like playing this hero. He's kind of a feel-good hero in a lot of ways. His doppelganger is, a fun escape tool or initiation. Spirit Lance is a nice, just kind of spammy ability, and just the double passive is nice too. But yeah, as far as his viability, there's so many better options ultimately.
Yeah, agreed. I don't know like what change he needs specifically. The heart change probably helps him a little bit, but yeah, he's in a weird place right now. He's decent though. He's not like unpickably bad.
No.
Pick him against like a life stealer, and it's like, all right, well, that's something. Next hero, Phoenix. Fire Spirit's duration increased from 16 to 20. Respawn talent changed. It used to be a respawn talent. I don't know why I said that. And now it's plus 20% XP gain at level 10. It's a level 10 XP talent, which is of course a higher. You're more incentivized to get your XP talents at level 10 or even level 15 rather than obviously 20 or 25. So, nice small buffs, I would say. I wouldn't like Fire Spirits. If 16 seconds is not long enough, 20 seconds probably isn't long enough. You usually get purged by then or whatever, or they're dead. I don't feel super strong about these changes. I think Phoenix is a really good hero right now. Like I think he is maybe one of the, or it, she, whatever, is one of the most balanced heroes in Dota, in a sense. Or like they have their own niche, they're strong, they're also weak in certain ways, they have clear counters, they have clear things they're good against.
Phoenix has become very relevant lately, actually, back in the competitive scene, going back to that aspect, and it has been kind of fun seeing that, because I agree, Phoenix is a hero that seems very just overall balanced. The Sunray use, both the damage aspect as well as the heals, kind of nice to see, and the Fiery Spirits are also a nice tool to have. I do think that this is definitely one of those, the respawn talent removal does nerf the hero a little bit, because we're talking about a hero that likes to go in and pop that supernova, and sure, ideally she gets it off, but frankly, a lot of the times they will focus it, which is usually what you're fine with too some of the time, because it takes the time away from doing damage to other heroes. So then he'll die, but the fact that he would be able to respawn quicker eventually was nice. So taking that away does hurt, but the 20% XP gain gets him that much quicker to level 15, where then he gets the 150 gold per minute talent. And that's what really helps excel this hero as a support. So,
and I think Phoenix Atos could be cool too. The build-up's pretty easy. You could just go like Midas Atos, Midas Yule's Atos, Midas, something Atos. I think that could be cheeky. Like a nice little Atos play, because like, you Atos somebody, then you ult and they can't come up and hit you. But then again, you purge Atos any number of ways. Next year, everybody's favorite hero, Pudge. Replace his respawn talent with plus 1 second dismember duration, and that's a level 20 talent rather. Nice talent. Let's see. What's the alternative?
150 gold per minute.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's a hard choice. I don't know what I pick. Honestly, I want to say GPM just so you get like a heart, because a heart's going to deal more damage than an extra second of dismember duration.
Depends on how you're playing the Pudge, really. Like if you're playing it just simply as that lockdown support, then I think the dismember, of course, is going to be better actually. But yeah, if you're kind of more pub stomping with it, then definitely that 150 gold per minute, get bigger and better items as a result. So
yeah. Next change, Pugna. Life Drain now grants true sight vision over the target. Life Drain cast range now it has been reduced from it used to be 900, 1050, 1200, now it's 800. Life Drain now has a 100 range break buffer, which means that if you cast it at 800, they can leave and go towards 900, and it will break at 900. And they replaced his respawn town with plus 1 second decrepit duration at level 15. And honorable mention, the Aether Lens buff is a good Pugna buff, because Pugna's a big Aether Lens hero. I like these changes. Honestly, I like Pugna's one of my least favorite heroes in Dota. To play against, to play with, etc. So these are interesting changes, honestly. I think it's cool. It's nice to have another nerf or another way to counter invisible heroes. I'm into that. I don't know how strongly I feel like these are going to suddenly legitimize this hero or whatever, but he's really fast. I'll give him that.
He is really fast, yeah. No, this isn't like a steroid by any means to just really bring this hero back to the scene or anything like that. I do know Fogged, actually, one of the top analysts right now on the Dota 2 competitive side. He really sells this hero, so I'm sure he loves these changes. And it could be one of those, maybe not necessarily a huge buff ultimately for the hero, but at the same time, bringing attention to the hero to be like, oh, maybe we will try Pugna now, just like Oracle, as I was mentioning earlier. Like maybe we will try Oracle, even though these changes weren't that significant. And they'd be like, and then you kind of realize, oh, this hero's actually pretty good overall. We're going to start using him even more as a result. So maybe it has that potential, but I still overall think he's kind of a weak. It goes back to the idea, where do you really run him as that mid, maybe, or is he more of the support? Is he better than the other options? Yada yada.
Yeah, agreed. All right. Next set of changes, Queen of Pain. So her former level 25 talent that nobody ever chose was no Shadow Strike cooldown. Now it is 550 AoE Shadow Strike. So another talent, another talent / Aghanim / whatever that has AoE of an ability. That's a pretty small AoE. Again, I don't think you picked this, right? What's the alternative? Isn't it just straight in?
70% lifesteal.
Oh, yeah. Then,
this is that one.
You pick lifesteal. That's for sure.
Exactly.
None of the other things really affected her.
I know the blade mill thing doesn't
right?
work anymore, but still, there's just no reason to realistically take that over it, because it goes back to the idea, at that point, are you really relying on Shadow Strike as your big damage dealer in AoE fights over the 70% lifesteal for a sustain purpose? So definitely the sustain.
All right, next hero, Razor. Eye of the Storm prioritizes striking static linked heroes, and it no longer has a cast point, so you can use it while you're chasing or what have you. I like this buff. Also, Bracer is cheaper now, so drums are better on Razor, right? And Saint Yasha got buffed, right? Because it's cheaper now. So that's another Razor item that got buffed. And also, I suppose the Hurricane Pike change, one could say, is nicer because he needs a little bit of HP regen in lane. I really like this change. I like Razor a lot. A lot of people stereotype him as a boring hero, but man, I enjoy a good Razor game.
He's one of my more go-to. If I happen to be signed up to play mid or whatever, I actually would prefer to play Razor amongst most heroes, honestly. I like the simplicity of it. His static link ability in itself is usually always going to be pretty powerful and can kind of catch people off guard, I feel like, throughout fights too, where all of a sudden you're hitting like a freaking truck and they just don't realize it by the time they do, they're dead. So I'm with you. I like this hero. Is this enough to kind of get the masses to really appreciate him? Again, it's probably one of those cases. Probably not, but it's a nice solid buff that he needs. Still needs more, perhaps, so.
Yeah. I honestly don't think he's bad. I think he's just kind of not favored. A lot of his matchups that he wins too are not popular, right? Like people are not picking melee mids like Dragon Knight that often. So a hero like Razor is just not incentivized to be picked. And also he doesn't scale as well as other mids. Ricky, next hero, base movement speed reduced by 5. So Ricky, super minor nerf, but a nerf that we'll notice, honestly. 5 movement speed is a big deal. Can't tell you how many Juggernaut kills I've missed because I've been trying to spin at somebody, but I lost that 5 movement speed. So I'm happy about this. I don't know about you, but Ricky was really the scourge of the pubs. As far as things that transitioned from Kiev into my actual pub games, I think Ricky was the biggest thing where people were like, oh, this is easy to play and it's really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for a hero that's constantly moving around the map, especially earlier on in the game, that 5 move speed is pretty significant. Like some other heroes, you'll see that where, for the most part, they stay in the lane anyway, so is it really that impactful? Yeah. Not necessarily, but he's definitely one where even just 5 minus move speed is actually you'll definitely feel it if you play Ricky.
Yeah, for sure. All right, next hero, Sand King. Caustic Finale is no longer UAM because, all those carry Sand Kings. You can finally build Deso on Sand King, right?
Thank God.
Sandstorm got buffed. Sandstorm Invisibility Linger Duration rescaled from 1.5 to 0.9, 1.1, 1.3, 1.5, so that's actually worse. I lied. But the DPS got rescales that now it is 40, 60, 80, 100. So it is a buff at levels 1 and 2 and 3, and then it equals out to be the same. And, of course, we can jungle Sand King, I suppose, with all these new jungle camps. And stacking, I suppose. And also, he used to have a respawn talent. Now, at level 15, he can choose a minus 50 epicenter attack speed slow, which is actually a pretty cool little thing. I don't honestly know how relevant that is, because usually it's like, oh, I epied them, and I hope they're dead, and if they're not dead, then we lose. But, it's something.
It's not even that, though. It's just like, I find that almost odd, because ideally they're not even attacking. Ideally, either they're just stunned anyways, or they're trying to run. Like, what? When was the last time? I mean, I guess if they had the BKB up, but if they had the BKB, then they're not even being slowed anyway. So that feels like such an odd talent to add. That's like one of the first ones where I'm kind of like scratching unless I'm missing something pretty obvious. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, agreed. All right, next hero, Shadow Demon. A hero that really fell out of favor. Shadow Poison mana cost reduced from 55 to 50, so really minor, but you cast it a lot. Soul Catcher now spreads its amplification evenly among all the enemies in the AoE, and which is a really nice quality of life change. Again, taking the RNG out of Dota. And they replaced the respawn talent with 1.5 seconds less Shadow Poison cooldown at level 20. So man, you could basically constantly throw out Shadow Poisons if you're on high ground, and really just hassle some people. Of course, Shadow Poison is a lot worse than it used to be, but I don't know. What do you think? Like, people really were down on Shadow Demon, and of course, we have to, honorable mention, the Illusion Gaming is dead. But I don't know. I really like this hero. It's too bad that he's like unpickable at the moment.
I mean, I think you hit it right there at the end. The fact that when he was relevant, at least more recently in the Boston Major specifically, that's kind of what's like his top point, and then 7.0 came out, and it's like, okay, yeah, maybe he's not as relevant anymore because the illusion nerfs there, and the illusion nerfs are just getting worse and worse. So with that in mind, it just doesn't seem like, because even if it's like, oh, well, it's still a good defensive tool, well, Dazzle's still very good for that purpose as well. So why would you ever pick up this guy over the Dazzle in the end? So it's sure his aggressive power, the Shadow Poison, as you're talking about, perhaps buff there and a little more relevant once again. But yeah, unless illusions get buffed up, which I'm hoping they don't, I don't think we'll be seeing Shadow Demon but I agree with you. I do like the hero, and it would be kind of fun to see him more relevant.
It's cool. Like, you could have some potential for some niche like Soul Catcher plays now that it spreads evenly, and just making an entire group of people take more damage. That's something. And there's a little less RNG, I suppose, but yeah, the hero still seems like he's a little weak. All right, next, Shadow Fiend. Now his level 25 talent deals 150 Shadow Raise damage additional instead of 125. I do not care about this. I don't think anybody has ever picked this talent in their entire life and been happy about that choice. I don't even know what the alternative is, but I know that this one sucks.
No, it's attack range, and it goes back to, it makes no sense, because at that point, you're not looking to deal magic damage in the game. You are that right-click physical threat, so you would never get this over attack range, and this does not incentivize that enough.
It's just nonsense. Shadow Shaman, another base damage increase. So last time it was, 12 base damage, or 16 or something? Now he gets an additional 6 base damage increase, which makes him do like 80 damage at level 1 or something, 78 I think. Mass Serpent Ward's base attack range increased by 50, and they replaced his respawn talent with +4 wards summoned. So I know a few Shadow Shaman pickers that want to play in mid, do all this nonsense, and this is definitely making them happy. That's for sure.
Just like the Bane mentality earlier, I think Rasta mid has been a thing for a while, and this is another way to maybe incentivize that. So hopefully we do start seeing that.
Yeah. I don't know if it's hopeful on my part, but maybe we'll start seeing it. I had to play it once because somebody drafted it for me in a captain's mode game. And yeah, I don't know, like Shadow Shaman overall just feels kind of, people are trying to play him in a way that's unintuitive, I think. like, oh man, he has all this base damage, but like you spend most of your time shackling somebody, right? You're not hitting people. It's just kind of, whatever. He's still very slow moving. I don't know. I think the hero's in a good place though overall. Next hero, yeah, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. I mean that's good.
Okay, Silencer reworked his Agnum Scepter since nobody was buying it. Glaives now pierce spell immunity, and they deal 100% more damage against silenced units. So this is like a carry silencer thing, right?
Yes, and this is one of the first ones where I think you could argue this might be part of a core build now all of a sudden.
Yeah.
For a carry silencer.
Absolutely, I agree completely. Although they did nerf Atos so the Atos change is a nerf to Silencer Atos, but, obviously other heroes it's fine. But like Silencer and OD in particular are hurt by the Atos change. So that was, I don't know, one thing I was thinking about with Silencer. But yeah, this Scepter is awesome, honestly. It's pretty easy to fit into his build too. Like you could do something like, most people go Midas, and you go like Midas, like Hurricane Pike, Aghanim Scepter even, or like Midas, Hurricane Pike, Shadow Blade, Aghanim Scepter, something like that, Scythe somewhere in there, Shivas, etc. Could be cool. I'd enjoy it. I'd pick it. I'd pick it up rather.
Yeah, the timing is kind of curious because I know I just stressed out it's like going to be part of its core build perhaps, but you are right. It's like where exactly do you fit it in? How much? I think in that third to fourth spot, similar to the axes we were talking about earlier, because the idea of the spell piercing is going to be relevant much more in that mid to late game anyways, when the people do have the BKBs coming out. Now, there is the interesting concept that's like, well, it deals 100% more damage when they're silenced. Well, they BKB and it removes that silence, but at the same time, you're still able to deal that bonus damage through the glaive itself because now it does the spell piercing. So yes, you're not dealing that 100% damage on top, but it's still actually a benefit in the long run. So yeah, I think it's in that third, fourth item pickup. I think it's going to be pretty relevant here.
Yeah, I wish they made OD's Aghanim Scepter just the same as Silencer in that his orb would pierce spell immunity. I would pick that, that's for sure. Unfortunately, that's not the case. The next hero is Skywrath Mage. He used to have a plus 75 damage talent at 15. Now he has a plus 10% spell lifesteal, and the alternative to that is 90 GPM. So basically, this is a core silencer pickup. People don't really play this. I know people, like some people do, of course, but I'm pretty anti Skywrath core. But it's interesting if you're playing Skywrath core. It's pretty cool. Like he does a crap load of spell damage.
But if you're playing Skywrath core, wouldn't 75 damage be great? So you're almost
not
nerfing
really.
him in a sense. No?
No, well, because you don't really have the ability to hit
you're
people.
You're not right-clicking a lot. That's fair.
Yeah, well, it's also like your animation for your Arcane Bolt is just like, it's perfectly in line with the cooldown, right? Where like, maybe you'd be getting out like a hit or two in between. Not even two. Maybe you get like a hit in between. But also like the range, like he doesn't have a ton of range. I feel like this is... also, like he had problems just getting bursted when you play him as a core. It's interesting. I don't know, like 90 GPM is still, it accumulates, but I don't play Skywrath Mage as a core for a variety of reasons, including like I was about to flame every Skywrath Mage core player, but
do it.
I will. It's just so dumb. It's just so like it's just so awful. I hate it so much. God, it's like. Oh God. Yeah, I could, it could be a whole podcast because people are always like, man, I'm on a 15 game winning streak with Skywrath Mage core. I'm like, yeah, well, that's because you're like some low moral and people don't know how to build BKBs or something. It's just so like, it shouldn't be good, but people do it and win with it. Bothers me to no end, dude. All right, let's move on from that. Slark, his intelligence gain was reduced by 0.2 and Silver Edge is more expensive. And I think that's really the only big change on him.
Yeah.
Neither of those are big changes either. So
no,
he's still small changes. Yeah, he's still Slark. He'll still win pubs and lose real games, and that's about it. Spectre, she had, of course, the Urn change, which arguably could be better or worse on her. And the Mantis is a little more expensive, and the Radiance change on illusions, but that's not super impactful. Haunt cooldown rescaled from 140, 130, 120 to 180, 150, 120. So big nerf on Haunt early game participation. Big nerf to Urn, honestly. Like you're gonna be getting way less Urn charges, considering like you will probably miss a kill or two thanks to the Haunt cooldown change.
Yeah, I'm almost a little surprised to see this because I personally don't feel like Spectre was really that crazy. Like This has definitely kind of caught me off guard a little bit. I And it will hurt the potential of the hero because you're right. As far as urine charges go, you're not going to be able to add them up as relevant anymore. And then even building a core Spectre around this somewhat of a global strat with other heroes that can get in quickly and then he can haunt in. And that's not going to be as likely now anymore either because of that 40-second less or 40 more seconds that he has to wait and even 20 more seconds at that level 2 even. So I don't know if it's enough to push him off if he was being seen too much. But again, it kind of caught me off guard a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. I think Spectre's in a pretty good place. Maybe she was just like a scotch too strong. Spirit Breaker, next hero. Replace his respawn talent with plus 30% greater bash damage at level 20. Okay. I mean, he has the increased greater bash chance at level 25, I believe. So that's something, I guess. That's I don't like. I don't feel
more
strongly
RNG.
about this. Yeah. Well, that's pseudo random now, at least. So I'm fine with that. Like pseudo random is one thing. Oh god, I don't want like back in the day 17% where it's just like as long as it's 17, as long as it's 90. Who knows? Who cares? It's an interesting change. Spearbreaker is crazy strong. He's been the highest win rate here in pubs for a long time, like a good stint at least.
Yeah, I love this hero. And it's kind of fun to see this change because it helps us scaling into the late game. If anything, you could argue he definitely has died off quite a bit into the later game, and this gives him a little bit more of a stability into that later game.
Yeah, agreed. Next hero, Sven. God's Strength now grants a bonus 16, 28, 40 strength when activated. And then God's Strength attack bonus has been reduced to mirror that. So it is now 100, 150, 200, and it has been reduced to 80, 120, 160. So let's see. This is basically just it's a Sven buff in this. I mean, it gives him more health, right? So it's survivability buff, right? He's getting 800 strength, all right, 800 health at level 3 ult, but cumulatively he's probably doing a little less damage, right? If that makes sense.
I don't even know.
Ballpark the same damage.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't even know. I think this is just ultimately a buff because I think if anything, it's around the same damage, maybe slightly lower. But the fact that you're getting all that extra survivability now on top of that, it's definitely overall a buff here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm just trying to think like that. Maybe there's some. It's like if you have like a Bloodthorn and like a heart, maybe. I don't know. There's probably some weird combination of items where it is less damage, but cumulatively, yeah, absolutely, it is a buff. So everybody's favorite meme hero, Techies, has a meme talent to nobody's surprise. At level 25, he has a plus 250 attack damage talent instead of a respawn talent. So now go forth and play carry core Techies, I guess. I don't know. I kind of I saw this and it's not even funny, right? Like it's a meme talent. You're like, oh, haha, Techies. But people are actually going to do this. That's the problem, right? I mean, granted, now at least he doesn't have instant respawn, which is nice, but God, just gross.
I like how Valve's mentality went for the longest time of never wanting to actually put Techies into Dota 2 to finally putting him in, and now they're just giving him
embracing
meme talents, as you said. Yeah, it's it seems so wrong, but whatever. Yeah. I hope it. I'm fine with it now, but if it starts being a thing in my games, then I'm going to be definitely a little more frustrated by it.
Wait and see. All right, so TA, one of the top mids by far at the moment, she has 0.4 or less agility gain. Her agility gain is now down to 2.3, and her ultimate or level 25 talent that used to be respawn talent is now -8 meld armor reduction. The alternative is the plus 3 charges on refraction. Mm-hmm. So this is a legitimate choice now. Like before, you always chose refraction. But I think an argument could be made for this meld armor reduction in certain team comps and certain games, certain enemy teams, rather.
Yeah, the obvious being, the tankier they are, then, might be a good option to have.
Yeah, I'm interested. I mean, I play a lot of TA, and honestly, she does definitely feel too strong at the moment. That being said, she is great at jungling, and she will benefit from taking stacks if they are made for her. So I'm looking forward to taking those, that's for sure. So yeah, overall, small nerfs, I would say. Terrorblade, one of the most strong heroes at the moment. I ban him almost every game. I either ban Terrorblade or Spectre in my pubs. his Metamorphosis movement speed, and now I actually didn't even know this was a mechanic, but he loses movement speed when he pops Metamorphosis. He loses 30 movement speed now, so he's slow. What, I don't know. Like he
used
built
to be
a Scotty.
25. It's only
yeah,
5,
it used to be
so.
25. So I don't particularly care about this. I'll be honest. Like okay, so he's gonna get a little more health from Hurricane Pike, or health regen from Hurricane Pike, on top of his health regen talent. Maybe people would skip his health regen talent and get the attack speed talent instead, and then get your Ring of Health early. Maybe that's the thing to do. And then it's effectively giving you 15 more attack speed. I believe it's 15. That's something, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't feel strongly about that.
Yeah. No, another case though of the illusion nerfs just definitely hurting this hero though, and I think that a hero that needed nerfs, and I think that's where they're kind of doing it rather than the hero specifically himself.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. And you could, I want to say like you could do some Mask of Madness thing and then disassemble late and just take towers with like Mask of Madness Metamorphosis, but that feels a little chancy. I don't think. I don't advise that. Yeah, that does not get my seal of approval. Yeah. Tidehunter, Gush mana cost rescaled from 120 at all levels. Now it is 90, 100, 110, 120. And Aghanim's Gush now does a small ground reveal on units that are hit. So people don't build Aghanims on Tide often, but it's not unpicked. I think it's like an okay Aghanim Scepter. And Gush now, basically if you get it early, you're less punished for it if you have like 8-point Gush at level 4 or something, or level 5. But this is not a life-changing point in Tidehunter's career as a Dota hero, I don't think.
No. And I know this hero has had historic history in the game, but lately there's just no reason to pick up a Tidehunter compared to all these other offlane potentials.
Yeah.
He's a walking R button, and it's on a 150-second cooldown, a very, very long one. It's just not really an appealing pick, and this definitely did not change that idea.
Yeah. It's a little tone deaf, I feel like, in the buff. Right? Like they're buffing things that are irrelevant to why the hero's not picked. Tiny, the next hero. Tiny, base damage increased by 4, and Grow now changes your craggy exterior chance to proc by 6, 8, and 10% respectively. So now if you're a melee hero trying to fight into a Tiny, you are having a sad time. That's for certain. I don't think these are life-changing Tiny changes, but I think they're nice. Tiny's really fallen out of favor overall, but these little bits are gonna make him that much more effective, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it's another case of the whole Wisp Tiny combination. Of course, the classic there. So, I don't know if Wisp, in fact, we're getting to him later on. No, Wisp actually did not. Oh, what am I saying? He was IO.
Yeah.
Wait, did he get changes? He did,
yeah,
right?
he got the 25 talent.
Stun. That's right. Yeah. Okay,
yes,
yeah, that's definitely something.
Yeah, you could do the old strat where you play a tiny IO mid, which, I mean, if duo mids do start popping up, you do that, then you throw the level 25 IO, and then you have him tether back to you, and you get the stun. That's something. Next hero. So, Treant Protector. We've been seeing a ton of Treant Protector, or Trent Protector, as I hear it pronounced incorrectly sometimes. Nature's Guise now applies a full disarming root rather than a bash on attack, but it's the same length, same duration. And then replace his respawn talent with plus 40 leech seed damage / heal per second, or per tick, or whatever is calculated. So, Treant Protector, I mean, roots are really strong, but obviously bashes are better. So a small nerf, but a nerf nonetheless, I suppose.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely a solid nerf right here to the hero. I do feel like he's going to be in that very similar spot because ultimately one of his biggest powers is he's a walking ward. For at least, again, I'm focusing more on the competitive side of things, but he's more this walking ward. He still has that ability, and the living armor global aspect is still there. So as long as that's a thing, I feel like he's definitely still going to be a pretty relevant here on the end.
Yep. All right, we're rounding it out. We got like our last 10 or so. Tusk. Improved consistency of ice shards when pushing units in and or out of shards on impact. Ice shards now starts the blockers at the cast location rather than centering the blockers around the cast location. Ice shards cast range is been increased by 200. And Ice Shard's speed increased by 100, so it's now 1200 speed at Ice Shards. So these are interesting changes to Tusk. Honestly, I've not tested them at all, but it's we've seen a bit of Tusk play recently, right? Tusk is kind of just like I'm not a huge fan of the hero because I feel like he has a lot of skill cap and a lot of abilities to mess things up for your own teammates, but not a huge amount of gain if you do them well, if that makes sense. Also, Solar Crest nerfs to him, those are not great. I'm not thrilled with Tusk at the moment. I think he's okay, though.
He's a higher skill cap ganker to play, especially landing the ice shards. Now, they did make it a little bit easier to land said ice shards, and that with the, snowball synergy, of course, you got to be careful with that sometimes. But, with appropriate communication, it could definitely be a very nice ability. I do think that this is kind of one of these nice niche buffs for those teams that happen to run him on the competitive scene, at least, and they're going to like it, and it's going to make them that much more fearful of playing against it for the other teams. So I like these Tusk changes, and Tusk players, I'm sure they do across the board as well.
Yep, yeah, Jerax somewhere is cheering. Underlord, the next hero. Atrophy Aura now is basically an AoE ability. Damage reduction rescaled from 4, 16, 28, 40 to 7, 18, 29, 40%. It used to be flat damage, now it's percentage. Now it lingers through death. The counter lingers through death. So if you are accumulating damage and you die and revive, you still have that damage for the time. And he has an Aghanim Scepter now. Atrophy Aura's bonus damage is now granted to nearby allied heroes for half of the bonuses. Increases bonus damage duration by 40 seconds. So if you win a team fight with an Underlord and a 5-man wipe, your entire team is dealing hundreds of extra damage all at once. An Underlord is kind of falling out of favor, but these are pretty cool. And he can actually fit an Aghanim Scepter into his build too. I'm interested.
Again, this is another one of the actually relevant Ags effects, I think. So far, it's been Axe and then Silencer as potentially even cores even. I think you could argue a core on Underlord too, because, and I'm actually kind of just thinking about the idea of a Bloodstone Ags build where you almost purposely commit suicide in the midst of a big fight just to give that aura to your team to steroid the whole team. I mean, that's actually kind of a funky idea, but that could be fun to play around with. So I'm kind of intrigued. The Underlord's actually one that I prefer to play quite a bit. I play a little bit of off lane too, and he's definitely one of my more go-to options. So
yeah,
I think this makes me want to try him a little bit more.
Yeah, you don't have to die for the bonuses though. It's so with the Aghanim Scepter, if enemy heroes die around you or enemy creeps, then you get the full bonuses, and the teammates around you, in the AoE of Atrophy Aura, give you the bonus, or you give them half of the bonus damage that you currently have, if that makes sense. But if you do die, you still retain the counter.
Okay.
And so if you had Aegis, let's say, you would get all the bonus damage from creeps, etc., team fight. Then your counter would not reset. So you'd revive and still have plus 200 damage or whatever. And all your teammates around you would have plus 100, let's say. So either way, it's really cool. I like it a lot.
No, that definitely makes sense, yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to play it, I'll be honest. but it's cool. Next hero, Undying, another hero we don't see a lot of. Replaced his respawn time talent with plus 15 health regen at level 10. I believe his alternative is 60 GPM or something. I could be wrong with that off the top of my head, but it's a lot of HP regen for a hero that's already incredibly hard to kill. So I'm interested in it. I don't know if I'd pick it necessarily, but it's something.
It's 90 gold per minute at level 10.
Oh,
so that's
close.
Pretty, yeah, that's quite the wanting to get that. But Undying's kind of an interesting spot where, again, he kind of just feels a little bit out of place overall.
Yeah,
he doesn't bring really crowd control at all, of course, outside of maybe the slows from his Tombstone, which is a great ability. But again, if you're talking about a more higher tier matches, specifically competitive play, teams are going to be really good about focusing down that Tombstone ASAP, and then ultimately kind of takes away the potential of what really makes the hero. So I think that's kind of the biggest concern for him right now, and this doesn't really do enough to incentivize it at all.
Yeah, yep. All right, next, Ursa, base damage reduced by 3, so very small Ursa nerf. Makes his last hitting a little bit harder, I suppose, but when he's actually hitting heroes, right, he's dealing Fury Swipes, right, so not a huge deal. The Roshan changes are kind of an Ursa buff, I would say. It's going to have more armor on Rosh cumulatively, but of course you are getting cheese that much faster if you are running an Ursa comp. So that's something. That's pretty interesting to me. But overall, Ursa, I don't think is drastically changed by anything here. Still a good hero.
No. Yeah, I mean, you said the last inning, and then, I mean, that's where his strength definitely is that earlier game potential. So overall, it is definitely a nerf, but yeah, it's nothing too dramatic either.
Yeah. Yes. All right. Vengeful Spirit, Wave of Terror cooldown rescaled from 20 at all levels. Now it is 22, 20, 18, 16. So better at higher levels, worse at level 1. So no longer will the value point Wave of Terror be as good, I suppose. And Vengeance Aura has been rescaled from 12, 20, 28, 36. Now it is 10, 18, 26, 34. So it is a little worse at every level, just by 2%. Not a tremendous difference, I don't think. What do you feel?
Yeah, I'm kind of really trying to absorb what I'm looking at here. I mean, I'm trying to, I know he's kind of, or she, Vengeful Spirit's definitely more of the core option in the most parts. I was looking at this thinking like, oh, maybe they're trying to bring that support option and be a little bit more relevant, but it doesn't really do that. So, yeah, I guess toning down the core potential of the hero, which again kind of goes back to almost like the Spectre earlier, where it's almost like a little surprising to me, but I guess they felt like she was just a little bit too strong. So.
Yeah, it's an interesting change, but it's very small. Venomancer, his respawn talent was replaced with plus 14% Poison Sting Slow, and that, of course, applies, halfway to all of his, the things, the wards.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. I don't know. You don't pick that, right? Like, you always pick the plus 800,000 ward HP or whatever it is. Like, it makes your wards super tanky.
Well, to be fair, when we were seeing Venomancers again on the competitive side, we actually did see it was a minus 60-second respawn time. So I don't know, honestly, if that's now what they'll get instead of the 40% Poison Sting Slow. I think you could argue that maybe that's actually is better, because the thing with the Plague Wards, it's like that's a nice flavor of the hero, but right now he's more of if anything, we see him mid, and he's more of this right clicker even. Instead. Yeah. So if that's the case, then yeah, you will want to enhance your Poison Sting even further. So
yeah,
that's
got those got those jungle buffs though. Jungle Venom, man, that's gonna come back.
That's true.
Everyone's favorite. Viper, next hero. We're not even gonna make a Griper joke, I promise. Viper Strike now deals its first tick of damage immediately, so you cannot blink right when it's coming at you. And its cooldown has been rescaled from 70, 50, 30 to 60, 45, 30. Nobody really, I shouldn't say nobody, but people generally don't like to play this hero. Him and Viper kind of get the short end of the stick. But these are nice small buffs, I suppose. Honestly, the tick of damage not going immediately, or rather the tick of damage now going immediately, is probably the biggest buff. Because I've blinked out of Viper Strikes like all the time, right? Because it's so obvious. It's slow moving projectile, relatively. And like it doesn't deal damage immediately, so screw it. Right? So a nice quality of life change for Viper overall, I would say.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have that stun to keep people in place, and that ideally will prevent them from blinking away, as you pointed out. So I think it's a nice change.
Yeah, Visage got some buffs. So Grave Chill duration has been increased from 3, 4, 5, 6 to 3.25, 4.5, 5.75, and now 7. So it's a full second longer at max duration. And his respawn talent has been replaced with Soul Assumption Double Strike, which works like PA's Double Strike Dagger, where the secondary effect, the secondary Soul Assumption, is sent out at the same strength of the first one, and it is sent out to a random unit with a prioritization on heroes. So, not sure if you pick this or not. I don't know what the alternatives is off the top of my head, but nice. I mean, I've been ragging on Visage, I'll be honest, but he's a good hero. As long as you don't play him mid, I'm happy with it.
Oh my god, you better take those words back right there, man.
Oh no.
We saw a mid Visage that wrecked.
Yeah, pro game
like a month and a half ago. Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah. Pro games are different. Pro games don't matter with like, so there's like the trickle down meta game. Some things should not trickle down. Mid Visage should not trickle down. Lil should be playing mid Visage. Lil should be having a great time in his 7K, 8K pub games, or in his pro games, playing mid Visage, and I will watch and enjoy. I don't want to see 4K players, 5K players, 3K players, whatever, playing mid Visage and feeding birds, and oh god. Like Gothier is going to be yelling at me in the second he listens to this tomorrow. He's going to be like, man, gonna at Ursi me in Discord, like, dude, mid Visage, it's the best thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Upon yourself.
Yeah. Solar Crest got nerfed too, dude. Dead hero. Atos got buffed though. Atos Visage, yes. That sounds legit. That sounds really good actually. That actually makes me want to play core Visage alone. I'm gonna be honest. Like Atos, what a good item.
Yeah. Next,
Warlock. Chaotic offering mana cost increased from 200, 300, 400 to 250, 350, 450. So it's a little more mana intensive. And of course, once you have refresher and whatnot, that's going to be even more mana intensive. So maybe I doubt that'll make the difference to be honest, but every little bit of mana helps or hurts, I suppose. And his respawn talent was replaced. It's a level 20 now. His level 20 talent is a choice of summons a golem on death. I do not believe. Does this do the full stun? I don't know. Maybe you could test it.
I was just about to test that actually, because I'm curious too. I was thinking the same thing. Let me see a side. It does. Wow.
Oh, sick. All right. So it just casts your ult, and it doesn't put your ult on cooldown, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah. People in Reddit were like theory crafting the way to get like the maximum amount of golems. Where like you die, you buy back, then you have a golem out, then you BOT in, and then you refresher with Aghanims. That means 5 golems. Then you die again, and you've refreshed your Bloodstone. Then you have 6 golems out all at once.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this is so fair. Yeah. Whenever I see that, though, again, it goes back to, like, I know people are just doing that for fun, but come on, like, when are we realistically going to see that as a thing? But I'll say, yeah, the fact that it stuns, though, like, that actually brings another level to this hero. Now, it is level 20, which, again, for a support Warlock can be a little difficult to get sometimes, but getting there means killing a Warlock in the midst of a team fight is a little scary. Like, you almost don't want to in some cases. So,
yeah.
That's interesting to me, and that's actually seems probably one of the better replacement respawn talents that we've seen yet.
Yeah, it's definitely really cool. Man, it's just something like memey things you do. Like maybe like, all right, I can't ult because they have a silencer or something, so I'm just gonna like blink in and die. I don't even know what to do with this. Next,
Bloodstone, and
next, Wind Ranger with another one of the weirdest talents. So now her level 20 talents are Wind Run grants invisibility a la Shikuchi, or plus 120 power shot damage. And then a level 25, her talents are a choice between 30% CDR or 150 attack range. So I am not a fan of Wind Ranger. I like this hero a lot, but I think she's weak right now. Like, so EG was running the support Wind Ranger as their counter to like Monkey King and Treant Protector and stuff like that. But I just feel like this hero is mediocre in a lot of different things and does not excel anywhere after all the nerfs that came back when she was like a really powerful mid laner. I just feel like every time I play Wind Ranger, I just feel so lackluster. I feel like I should be playing any other hero in that position and doing better. So I don't think these talent changes change that drastically. In my opinion, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Weehaw is going to be like playing this every game, but who knows?
Yeah, I really don't know how much further to give on that other than, I mean, maybe the idea of a core Wind Runner of some sorts could be interesting. Maybe even potentially a mid Wind Runner because of these talent changes. Getting to them, it seems like that whole Wind Run grants of visibility is actually potentially a pretty strong tool to take advantage of and set up kills. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those I really am uncertain of.
Yeah, we'll see. Next hero, Winter Wyvern. Winter's Curse attack speed is now 85. It used to be 70. And they replaced Winter Wyvern's respawn talent with plus 1 second cold embrace duration at level 20. So let's see, what's the alternative?
120 gold per minute.
Oh boy, another GPM talent. I'd probably pick the GPM because you want to have that refresher. Winter Wyvern, I feel like is still. I used to pick her like first pick all the time, but then they nerfed her a lot, so now she's just like a counter pick occasionally. I don't feel strongly about this. I think the hero is still all right. It's a nice buff, but not a huge deal in my opinion.
Yeah, Meepo's the only hero that comes to mind as far as like if you see a Meepo, Winter Wyvern's actually really freaking good. But outside of that, she has a hard time finding that niche place. But I'm with you actually. We like to play a lot of similar heroes. That Winter Wyvern's actually one of my most played heroes, and I enjoy it quite a bit. The Cold Embrace saving, it feels so good using that at the appropriate times. And the Arctic Burn's actually a decent damage ability tool, especially if you get the Ags later on. You don't have to, it becomes that channel ability instead. So, again, another case of there's just better options as far as if you really want to win games, and these didn't really do enough to change that here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unfortunate they gave her all those cool cosmetics and then they nerfed her into the ground. Let's see. Next hero, Witch Doctor. I shouldn't say into the ground. She's still all right, but she's definitely not the Wyvern I remember. Witch Doctor. Next hero, Scepter. Now additionally provides True Strike to Death Ward, and his respawn talent has been changed to +2 cask bounces at level 15. So good game Chen, I guess. He, I like Witch Doctor's in a weird place where he's consistently an all right hero, but he is just kind of like vaguely weak in formerly. So maybe this is nice. I don't know, like what do you pick this hero with? Like, do you do like a Witch Doctor Chen push strat maybe with like the healing from Witch Doctor, Chen creeps, etc. Maybe, I don't know. Like, I don't know where this hero fits in.
Yeah, there's that idea, or there's just the very aggressive roam in general. Like him and an ogre, or him and a nurse spear are very good at setting up kills together. That leveling up the maledict as well as the paralyzing cask. And now level 15 talent's interesting with that it's the 90 damage at the other point. But again, back to the idea of your support, you really should not be getting the plus damage because especially channeling a death ward, you're not dealing those auto attacks in the first place, and having 2 more stun potential targets instead, it seems that much stronger. So I would definitely go for the +2 cask bounces off the bat there as a buff of sorts. So
all right, second to last hero, Wraith King, level 20 talent, used to be +20 strength, and now it is +10% vampiric aura lifesteal. Now his level 25 talent used to be +20% vampiric aura lifesteal, but now is so reincarnation casts Wraithfire Blast the second you die. So it's not on respawn, it's everybody's slowed like regular, but on top of that, a Wraithfire Blast goes out and hits everybody for, whatever it is, the 300 some odd damage in the dot. And I've seen some gifs of it. It's kind of wild. I think it's interesting. I mean, normally like you choose, if you get counterpicked, you choose the one that's just like, you don't need mana to reincarnate. But if you aren't getting mana burned, I think this is actually a pretty cool talent. I'd still kind of rather have 20 strength than 10% vampiric aura lifesteal, but you can't have everything, I suppose. Yeah, Wraithing's fairly, like he's picked fairly often, right? And he's a big pub hero too. Like he's great success in pubs.
I just tested the talent, and that's hilarious actually. I can see that for sure. I mean, over the mana cost in a lot of cases, but yeah, usually teams will react at least with 1 Diffusal Blade, if not a couple. So it's almost better to be on the safer side a lot of the time. Yeah, perhaps getting that talent instead as you're getting at too. So, but he is an occasional competitive pick for sure. He definitely is one that we see not all the time by any means, but in that one position he is picked up.
Yeah. And last but not least, Zeus with his respawn time talent has been changed to 0.5 seconds additional lightning bolt mini stun. At level 20, this also applies to his Zephyr. I believe it's called Zephyr, right? The Cloud, his Aghanims upgrade. So an interesting change.
Nimbus.
I'm just thinking about Blitz Dota, my favorite boy, and I must just be confused with Zephyr. But it's interesting. The alternative, let's see, you have it up. What's the alternative?
75 arc lightning damage.
Oh yeah. That's pretty situational, I would say. I would honestly probably pick Lightning Bolt mini stun. More often than not. Especially if you're going Aghanims. If you're not going Aghanims, then sure, going for Chain Lightning, I suppose.
If anything, just for the TP cancel itself, like that's a nice tool to have. So
yeah, well, I mean, it already has the mini stun, right? But it'll just mini stun more.
Oh yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah. Well, it becomes more like an actual stun than like a true mini stun, right? Because now it's like a
TP stopper.
Yeah. All right, well, we're done. Like, these have been patch notes. It's been probably breaking right around 4 hours by now. So that's that.
If you've listened to this whole thing, you're awesome.
I mean, people are doing 7 hours for the 7.0 one, so I'm pretty confident people are making it through this whole thing. It's been fun. This is good. This is of course me and Breaky's first recording together. So with some 4 hours of bonding over patch notes, I suppose.
This patch, it came out this morning, and I started to glance over it, and just like a lot of people's reaction was, this is actually a pretty big deal. This is the biggest patch we have had since 7.00 as far as gameplay implications. All the general changes we talked about way back 4 hours ago in the beginning of the podcast. I, as a competitive viewer myself, I really am excited to see how that changes play, perhaps moving forward here. With a lot of tournaments coming up, we're going to be able to see right away here more qualifiers happening. So it's going to be fun, and I love seeing the refreshing changes constantly coming out here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. It's always good to have fresh stuff, right? I'm gonna go play a bunch of Bane, basically. Just quickly, we'll do plugs. So, of course, we have a website, defensepations.com. You can buy swag. You can look at all of our episodes. That's fun. On Twitter, I am Ursinity. Our show is at @_show. Breaky, are you just at BreakyCPK?
Correct, yeah.
All right, good. I was gonna say I see you on my feed, but I'm like, man, just assume you have like the what's called the SEO on BreakyCPK. Simply, you didn't get it stolen from you. But
very rarely that happens whenever I go to a game. Yeah, I don't think I'm that big of a deal, but
yeah, well, yeah, I'm luckily my name is nonsense enough that I can usually get it places. But some people are stuck with the @Growdy Dota or whatever. But we have in-houses starting this Wednesday. If you're listening to this, it'll be tomorrow. At 9 Eastern, that's Season 5, I believe, is beginning, hosted by Growdy Dota himself. And I may make an appearance. No, actually, I probably won't. I have to record Theory Crafting Thursday. But I will be there at some point. There. Yeah, they're fun. Show up. Discord.gg/.p is where you can find info about the in-houses and our community, of course. You can support us on Patreon, patreon.com/Defense of the Patience. And I'm pretty done with plugs. I think 4 hours, I can excuse myself to miss a couple plugs. So goodbye, everybody. Thanks for hanging out, Breaky, and thanks for releasing 7.06 Ice Frog. Real nice move by you. Good job.